Am I live? Oh no. This stream is lagging. That's not good. Yeah, something's going on. Yeah, it's fine. Just restart it, because we haven't done anything, so we got to figure this out. Oh. Oh, hello. O Isashiburi. Everyone. It's been a long time. That's right. Today is Anime Speedruns Festival. Now, this is our third year, and every year, I, you, and all of us dig deeper into the anime world and anime gaming world. But what is anime? Is Parasite Eve anime? Is Sandland anime? What is an anime game? Well, it's any game. Well, our marathon is about any game that's based off of an anime and manga property. So it could be 50 years old, 6 years old. If there was a manga, then we have it included in the marathon. You can submit that game. And in previous years, I was not quite aware of what is included in anime. I'm kind of a jump guy, and many people around me were too. But I got introduced to a fantastic community, and this past year, I have discovered literally thousands of animes, and part of this event is to share that with everyone. I want people to really take away from this event, not just watching some of the best speedrunners from around the world, not just watching them defeat your anime games really fast, but to think about what maybe you can submit and what information you have about these games, because ultimately that's one of the most exciting things. The routers, the people who even just know a little bit about releasing information, just sharing that in our community, it's been so much fun. And one of the questions I always got when doing this event was, well, you're going to run out of animes to do. There's only a certain amount of manga. But that's just not true. In fact, the problem I have now, and us as the Anime Speedrun staff has, and in the Discord, is there's too much anime, because technically you can submit over 1,000 different anime series. That's just the series that you can submit. Doing the research and watching anime speedruns grows has really made me realize that just how big anime and manga really is, and how much has been released into anime and gaming. So I hope that you enjoy and get something out of this in that aspect. And while you're watching, think about maybe something that you want to submit or that you want to create that is related to anime gaming, and I hope to see it. We're a little bit behind. We had a little bit of technical difficulties because we're also live on YouTube this year, and so we're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We have a lot more going on, and I want to share some of the social media. But first, I want to talk about the schedule. So I think the staff have pulled up my schedule, and I'm going to talk about this here if you guys want to switch over to the screen, because we just got a big marathon. So this year, we're starting off the marathon right away with Nyland-san running One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. This game has gotten a ton of DLC. That includes new characters, new maps, new modes. There's just a ton to see and do now. New combos, balance changes. Nyland-san is a big part of our community in routing and helping runners get their footing, but he has a deep, unrivaled love for One Piece, and he's joined by a bunch of runners and couch with him. So I hope you guys enjoy it this year. That's going to be a great way to start. And then right after that, we've got Toroshin running One Piece Unlimited Cruise 2, Awakening of a Hero. This is a game that we've also had a lot of discussion in the server about. We've had a lot of people run the quicker modes, and we finally have the new game plus percent that's being run and has honestly seen a lot of time drop in it. So you're going to see possibly world records. There's probably going to be a lot of world records at this marathon because people have just been saving it for the live stream. And you're probably going to see a lot of cool tech and a lot of cool glitches. Feel free to ask questions in chat. That's what we're here for. Then we're joined by Norishige-san running Jungle no Oja Tarchan, a classics of anime, and a more obscure Super Famicom game, but it is fantastic. This is a platformer you do not want to miss. It is hectic, it is crazy, and Jungle no Oja Tarchan is kind of a comedy series, so there's a lot of gags and a lot of things to laugh at the screen, and the gameplay is actually decent too, so don't miss that. Then Wandering Mind-san is joining us with Gone. Baku Gone, I think, is the real title for the anime. This game is kind of a game that's been a wild card for, like, are we ever going to see this in the marathon? And yeah, Wandering Mind-san kind of just revived this game. So please check it out after. That one's also going to be, it's again, two great platformers back to back. And then Kazumitra-san is running Samurai Pizza Cats. It's going to be fantastic. It's the glitchless percent this year. So it's, instead of being it's still a short run at 13 minutes, but it's a great game. It's one of the, as far as anime speedrun games go, it's a packed leaderboard, very competitive. And then we have Tora Knight-san, who's been touring around his Pokemon trading card game, Any Percent Glitchless Run. This is, honestly, his submission commentary was so good. I'm so looking forward to seeing his commentary this time around, learning about the card game again. The Pokemon card game boom has never really gone away. And this is going to be a fantastic one. Casual Speedruns on a legend in the speedrun community is actually decided to submit this time, and he gave us Lupin the Third, The Shooting. This is a game that I removing bias because I play the typing version. The shooting version is even better because it actually uses the light gun and all that, and it is extremely awesome. It's got great music. It's got great scenes in between it. It's going to be so much fun. It's action-packed. There's no lull in it. And it's one of those games where if you don't practice, you're going to have trouble clearing. So it's any percent, but anything could happen in this game. A game over is very likely, but also the fastest time that we could ever see is very likely. So which will it be? I don't know. Then we have the loneliest Cubone-san, who's going to be running Inuyasha Feudal Combat. Now, this is all chapters percent. It is probably the only time you're ever going to see this game, because a Feudal Combat, now, it's not regarded as the best game, but that's not what this is about. This is about us completely destroying and breaking the game. And Loneliest Cubone-san has actually proven that not only can do that, but he can play every single character in the run. So it's going to be a fun one. You're going to get to see everything this game has to offer. So really get the most of it. Don't miss out on that run. I'm going to go through the list because I'm going to go till this day's list. I am showing the Japanese time. By the way, if you haven't already, we have a link tree. I'm going to post this in the Speed Gaming. It's also available on YouTube. Bookmark that link right now. Open it up in a new tab. You can figure out where to donate during the year. You can figure out during the month. You can figure out how to become a supporter. You can figure out where to watch everything. And we're going to have prizes announced soon in a bit. But I want everyone first to check out the schedule and just enjoy. Get your food ready. Get your popcorn ready. And so, yes, next after that, we have Koedi-san with Full Metal Alchemist Dual Sympathy, the story mode percent. This is a game that's a really, really cool beat 'em up game. It's got great, dot art, pixel art for it. He's going to be joined by Glitch-san as well, another runner. It's going to be a ton of fun. He really, really has got this routing down to a T. I've seen it in action, but maybe we'll see some different abilities pop off. We'll see some. I don't know what RNG, but it's got a really good rhythm to it, so I highly, highly suggest watching that run. Then McNugget-san is going to be running Hajime no Ippo for the PS3 gym percent, because there's so many characters in this game. We're just going to do the main characters of Hajime no Ippo, the main gym. And yeah, you definitely will see. I think you'll be seeing Frog Punch and a couple things like that, so don't miss it. Aeon Frodo-chan is going to be running Digimon Battle Spirit 2. Now, this is a game that, of course, we've been pushing to have in the marathon. Aeon Frodo-chan has gotten world record multiple times in this game, beaten myself and many other runners way out of the way. It's, again, another great pixel art game. It's got the most cute pixels and animation that just is really smooth. And even though it has some timeout stages, those stages are just so fun to watch, and watch the AI basically get, you're going to see the AI spaz out because they don't know what to do. And it's a lot of fun. So that's another one not to miss for the day. You got Seawolf Pilot-san running Zoids Battle Legends. Wolf Pilot-san deserves a special shout out for reviving the Zoids speedrunning community and getting this time down drastically from what it was before. So Mission Mode Republic is very entertaining. You're going to get to see a lot of close combat as well as far range attacks, because it is a kind of an arena battle story mode game. It's hard to explain, but it lives up to everything that the Zoids game does. And when I think of a Zoids game, I usually think of that game. Then Gens J 56-san is back again, this time with Data Live Spirit Crisis, all main stories. Gens J-san, the Data Live king, bringing everything Data Live to the community. Again, it's 2 hours and 50 of extremely, extremely clutch gameplay. You get to get the lore, you get to know the tricks, and this game's kind of been popping off lately. So by the end of the run, I'm guessing that everyone watching will probably have downloaded the game. That's my guess. We're going to have Kinryu-san running RWBI, Red, White, Black, Yellow, Grim Eclipse. Now, I'm going to be real. I'm not familiar with this. A lot of... in Japan, this didn't really get a lot of audience over here, but it is 100% an anime. In our eyes, it's the way it's animated, the way it was designed. It's going to be a really, really cool experience. I made sure not to spoil myself. I didn't watch the anime yet. I didn't watch this. This is going to be my first experience with it, and maybe for a lot of people it will be too. Rooster Teeth is actually the company who put the money to put together the anime and the game, and so recently, obviously, they're not around anymore. So now, this is even more special to have. So I'm really, really excited to have this series be shown. I think this is a first, by the way, for any marathon, and that's kind of a shame. But let's really, really support Kinryu-san and show them that it doesn't matter what what. In our opinion, if it's fitting, if it has an anime or manga, which this one was based off, it's totally acceptable in the marathon. And after that is Final Crash-san. He's going to be up with Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising. This is the most current expansion for the game, and he's going to be running the arcade mode percent at Nightmare difficulty. Look, you guys sometimes put up the most ridiculous challenges. We're going to see how hard this is. We're going to see what strategies and what characters are going to be thrown at the screen. I don't know. Final Crash-san always surprises. He might change his character last minute. You never know, and maybe he's got a secret combo or something, some strategy that breaks the game that we haven't seen. Apparently, it's completely different from a submission video, so hey, check it out. Then we've got P's SMB-san running Pokemon Battle Revolution. Again, fantastic commentary is going to be on board here. A great representative of the Pokemon community and a game that really can't be missed. We don't get to see this game that much, and I don't know if it's because it's on the Wii or it's just the nature of this game. It gets pushed out by others, but we really wanted to have some more Pokemon this year, and P's SMB-san came through. Then we've got Katan-san coming up with Yokai Watch, Blasters, kind of representing the whole, not just the yokai community, but the 5C community is, adjacent to us, and we totally welcome them. We want to show off your games as well. And we showed off last year. We had a previous 5C game with Inazuma 11, and we've got another one with Yokai Watch. It's going to be awesome. This game is highly regarded as a great game. I own both I think there's 2 or 3 games for 3DS. I own them all. They're great. Highly recommend watching to see how you can break the game too. Katsushi Tsuda-san is going to be running Kirarin Revolution. Now, the master of cute games himself, this is a must watch, because last year we had the funniest and most amazing time, watching the runs that he put on, and it's not going to be any different this time around. So this one has it's a story mode, but it has a lot of mini games and a lot of interesting things that you're going to note. And we're all going to try and follow along and figure out exactly what is going on. And there's going to be some great commentary as well from DBZ fans on that. Galaxy God 92-san is going to be running Card Captor Sakura. It's finally here. Full disclosure, Card Captor Sakura is one of my favorite series. I know you're all surprised. You can save it for later, but it is. And I've been waiting for Card Captor Sakura to get into the marathon. And not only is it a Card Captor Sakura game, it's a Dreamcast game, and it's 100% of the game. And the time has been reduced to 15 minutes. How? I don't know. We'll have to find out and watch. Make sure you tune in. And the last one, and then I'm going to stop there. We'll continue the schedule later, is Yohane, the Parhelion, Blaze in the Deep Blue, that is run by Retroflex Delavar-san. He is doing the Any Percent run. The Love Live community was popping off with this game earlier in the year, and a few have really stuck with it and kept the game alive, and we got your backs. Your game is in the marathon. And guess what? Everyone watching is going to be tuning in to your event. So I just wanted to give everyone a shout out, let people know about the marathon. I'm going to go. There's so many games as you list. I want to just make sure I give everyone their correct shout out, their just dues. A big thing in our community is always making sure that we support and we really highlight everyone who puts work and time in it. It's not about just an individual. It's about everyone seeing what games there are and running together as a community. Even if you're not a runner, we want to see you in the Discord. And I just want to real quick let people know, if you go to the link tree, you can go down here and you can join the community. There's no requirements to join. When you click that button, you'll be taken to our community. Our community has grown by about 500 or 600 every year. It's been fantastic. I'm so excited that we have more and more people in the group, and we have a huge section for MISC. We have tons of roles, and it's a very big Discord, so you might not want to give yourself the all series role, and unless you're ready for that, but you can completely customize. And if you don't want to see a certain role, you can go ahead and make sure that you only have that. But you can see we have a lot of things. I will recommend giving yourself the MISC role so that you can see series that might be smaller, but really have some quicker runs or a lot of information for them. So we're going to be pushing that every month, game of the year. We welcome you to our community. We want you to join, and we're happy that we've grown to one of the bigger anime speedrun communities and kept it a safe and happy place. And please join in. So I'm not gonna. I'll talk about this again, but I just want to let everyone know that you're all welcome, and it doesn't matter what language you speak. We have plenty of support in the Discord. If you want to donate, you can donate, which will take you to the Ko-Fi. And the Ko-Fi is basically, we're going to announce the prizes in a little bit here, but if you donate from $5, 30% of the donations are going to be used to purchase toys for a hospital of our choice in the next coming month or two, where we will buy new toys for basic, essentially severely, trying to think of the correct word to use here, but like severely injured or severely severe medical conditions and cancer patients, a lot of kids who essentially are stuck in the hospital because what kind of motivated this desire to bring it on is I really want to show this time around that you're not donating to some charity where you don't know where your money goes. And it's not a shots fired at the other organizations or anything like that. I'm just saying, I want to set a new precedent for speedruns. And we're going to film exactly me going to the hospital, giving the gifts, buying, and I want to show receipts and everything because I want to show that your donations actually matter. It's not like, a lot of people organize, like every dollar counts. I'm sure it does, but sometimes you're just paying somebody's salary. Sometimes you're just paying for the organization to continue. And if we can show, hey, here's 30% of what was raised, we can help continue our organization, make it even bigger, make it even better, and buy new toys for these kids. I don't want to give them used toys. I want them to have, if we can get them a Switch, I want to get them a Switch and 4 controllers. Or if we can get them some board games, I want to get them some board games. I think it's a good cause, and it's not motivated by anything else other than people are always sick, and I want to care about children. And yeah, there is some motivation because I have a close friend who their kid goes the same school as my kid, and he's got cancer at such a young age, and he's stuck in this room and he can't do anything. So if I could do more, I would. But with everyone's help, this marathon, we can go to that location. We can go to one other hospital and just say, hey, here's 10 board games, and give them personally to the kids, and make sure that the hospital puts them where the kids and the children can play with them. I think that's really important, and I think that there's no it don't need to be there's no political motive undertone with it. And if you want to do more, I'm also taking the donations that are done on the Patreon for this month. So right now, and it's very generous. I get $40 US a month on the Patreon. You can support Anime Speedruns or any of the others, and I'll take the money from this month, 30% of it, and I'll use that as well. So I'll combine both, and this just helps me continue the anime research, put a lot of stuff up, and later I'm going to put the entire anime list that is going to be available. So if you want to get a leg up on fellow speedrunners, or if you're a big nerdy researcher like myself, you can join this. You get access to a Discord, a private Discord that is just for the information on anime gaming. It has every game in the series. It has every one-shot game that's ever made. And it also you'll get access to an Excel sheet that has all the everything that's been anime games. And this is like 3 years of research, basically, that you're just getting for $5 a month. So I hope that you can, find in your hearts to donate at least $5 this marathon, maybe more. And if everyone watching right now were to donate, we would already hit our goal in just a minute. So just consider it. And if I haven't been clear about anything, everyone knows my policy. You can message me or anyone in the Anime Speedrun Discord at any time, and I'm happy to, explain exactly where funds go, exactly how we run Anime Speedruns Discord and our group as well. Anyway, I've talked a lot, and I want to start the gaming because I'm excited to watch too. So let me go ahead and get off stream, and we're going to go ahead and toss it over to Nylan-san right away. He's going to be running One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. Take it away, guys. Welcome to Anime Speedruns Festival 2024. Let's start the show. Yeah. Go.
All right. Hey, everybody. So this is Nylan. I have my two co-commentators here, Kilma.
Hi.
And Art.
Also hi.
I'm going to start off with all DLC. I'm not doing Kobe's Combat Chronicles because it doesn't lend well to speedrunning, but I will be playing all 9 of the newest DLC characters in 4 of Yamato stages and the 5 of the harder variants of Path to the King of Pirates. And then going into New Game Plus right after with the remaining time, trying to get as far as possible. So we're going to start with Yamato's Adventures, and I'm ready to go time-wise in, if you guys are, in 3, 2, 1, go. So here we're going to play as Half-Beast Kaido. I've planned out all of these. I can't use the same DLC character multiple times, so we're going to be using Half-Beast Kaido for this first one. I'll be trying to get 100% on all of these. If anything happens where I can't do that, I'm just going to move along because it doesn't make sense to redo the whole stage for that. And anybody in my commentary can cover what's going to be happening on the stage.
Yeah, so you're going to see him moving to a lot of specific places, a lot of specific ways to spawn certain groups of enemies and or a specific enemy throughout all of these stages.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there will also be points where he needs to keep certain enemies or groups of enemies alive, because you need to be able to get back to them and basically beat them so you can start the next part of the stage.
Basically, you have to finish all of the objectives, and there's hidden dependency chains on the order, or that determine the order you have to do the objective.
Yeah. And so here he has to beat the guy at the bridge and then go back around, because he needs to spawn this guy over here for this hidden condition, and then I believe go back around to spawn Kid as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna summon Kinemon as fast as possible because he's like an escort target. I'm gonna break a couple of these buildings and take out people that I think I can reach in time. I kind of can't reach this guy in time, but I'm gonna attempt to go here and take out this guy. I messed up a little bit and slipped up and left him alive. It's easy to forget this guy in particular because I have to go around the other side. But them's the breaks. Not too horrible overall. Half-Beast Kaido's deceptively fast, despite he kind of looking visually a little slow. He's just big, so it just messes with the eyes.
Zooms out the camera.
That's why Whitebeard's the fastest character in the game.
Yeah.
Because he's big, real big.
Exactly. This character is like bigger in terms of overall scale, so he looks even slower. Whitebeard's very like limber, so he doesn't come off too weird. So
yeah, it also doesn't help that this guy's like a giant monster, so
yeah,
it's just hard to tell.
I was gonna say, like, where the heck is my lookout? Alright, sorry, Drake. Second loss of the day.
Third of the year.
Third of the year.
But, you know, if you know, you know.
Alright. And then, standing here will spawn the Okiku. We got lucky RNG. They actually rendered in faster. So, with the Uta patch, they kind of screwed the rendering a little bit, and they fixed some of it, but not quite all of it. So there's going to be a lot of times in this run where a few guys won't quite spawn, like immediately render in, and they're invulnerable until they do. I can't do anything about that, and sometimes it's just a product of, like, you know, I'm streaming this game, for example, and that affects it a little bit. You guys invincible on spawn, so I have to delay. Yep, as expected. My kill. I thought I was on time, but oh well.
Yeah,
okay, that didn't
Jack
either.
is annoying.
What a wacky hitbox.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, across these stages, there's a few enemies like that where when they spawn in, you just have to wait. It's just a, you know, have better luck next time, really.
Yeah, you gotta respect their time, you know.
Yeah. And Uda does it every time she spawns, so if you get unlucky enough to ever have her spawn as an enemy, hold that.
Yeah, it's quite significant. Some characters are really long. Bueno comes to mind, Jack comes to mind, and others aren't quite that bad, but there'll also be these stages, or these enemies like Chopper here, where they're just soul enemies. I don't need to kill them for any sort of objective. Here I just have to take the last two territories. So I'm trying to path in such a way that I leave some of them a little bit on the alive, so I can basically get as much kills within the territory as possible, but I went through a tear, it seems, on this side and didn't get many of them.
Yeah, when you were dashing earlier, I didn't mention it, but I saw you just running people down. So
yeah, so that is unfortunate. And then right here, if you get 100% on this stage, then it will spawn in Odin here, so we know we got everything.
yeah.
Whee! Got a giant tail.
And that's the shortest one.
Yeah.
So
that one's like loosely 5-ish minutes usually in practice. But
yeah,
I had some fumbles.
Yeah, it starts getting a little upsetting after that one. Once you get to the second stage.
Particularly once you miss like some silly hit count requirement thing, or oh, there was some guy on the other side of the stage that I forgot to kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stage in particular is very wacky.
It's by far the worst of the 4.
Yeah, because you do a lot of just walking here and then going backwards and then walk here and then go backwards again.
Shout out to Pirate Warriors 2-1.
Yeah. And then also, when we get to Smoothie up here, he's gonna show you why why we need Garp in a fighting game. But yeah, this stage in particular also has some really nasty RNG coming like later in the run. So, you know, I hope you get the right Luffy.
Yeah, exactly. The rendering hit there. Shouts to Zio. There's like a little bit of a trick. I'm leaving the person up there on the top on purpose, because after completing the objective here, it goes to the next search objective, and that would deny all the side objectives I have to do. But yeah, shouts to Zio for that rendering trick. If you go into the enemy menu, sometimes, not always, you can re-render the enemies. It like makes the game recheck where they are on the map, because it points them out on the map. And that can be enough sometimes to get what you need.
I am also upset that because she rendered so late, you didn't get to do the grab on her. But, you know, it's fine. No big deal.
But
I'm just a little upset as a grappler.
So, is Garp not in Burning Blood? I've never played it.
He is. He just doesn't work like he has grabs, but it's that game ain't. You know what I mean? Like it don't function like a fighting game fighting. You know what I mean? So when he's a grappler, but he ain't a grappler.
Well, hey, what about fighting for One Piece?
He's not in that game.
All right. So he's looking for Luffy's here. And it's RNG. Which one's the right one? You'll know which one's the right one because it takes more damage / longer to kill than the rest of them. And it's just annoying. That's it. It's just annoying.
Guess it was that one.
Yeah.
Yep, that was the one.
I got like a super kill on him, so it didn't
Yeah.
look as obvious that he was weaker than the others, but
Yeah.
he was in fact.
He did take extra hits from the projectile to kill. It just didn't look like it because he dashed with the projectile and pushed it forward into him.
Yeah. So one of you could go ahead and explain FDM.
Oh yeah, so this is being played on FDM, which is a neat little mod that Nylan here made. That basically speeds up all of the dialogue in the game, makes the game play faster as a whole, and also, I believe, removes timers on most, if not everything, right?
It skips a couple. It skips a lot of cutscenes as well. Any cutscene that doesn't pause the timer gets just straight up skipped. And it also fixes the trees in, I think it's 5.1, which I always like to bring up because that was an ordeal to fix.
Nylan stayed up for 36 hours trying to fix those trees.
I succeeded, so it's in the past.
He says that now, but he was so angry at the time. Yeah, so that Katakuri, by the way, Katakuri, which he killed a second ago, is very easy to miss. It's very easy to just accidentally not get him here and just miss every side objective involving Katakuri because you have to beat him here first. So, just something to take note of.
That seems good. Oh, this guy's bonus.
Yeah, Mr. 2? Was that Mr. 2 or Mr. 3?
Yeah, Mr. 2, I think.
Mr. 2 doesn't matter. This is a soul enemy. So this is an example of someone that you left alive so that you don't have to start the next part of the mission. Because I was mentioning that earlier, last stage, there's a lot of points across the Yamato mission specifically where you just leave somebody alive and then go around to complete all of the side objectives. Because if you beat that person, then you can't get them anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's what happened. That's why Redacted was still over there, even though he spawned it earlier. So.
Yeah. If it isn't obvious, we cannot say that man's name.
Twitch does not like that man's name. They don't.
So Big Mom's got to change it. But
Yeah, Big Mom's got to change his name. There's a few stages in the Yamato missions that have these messengers that run around, and they're really fast and annoying for no reason. Yeah, they're just really annoying. I've seen the one on the level after this specifically has given Nylan a lot of trouble, from what I've seen. So, mainly because of the character that he uses for that level.
Yeah, it definitely is a struggle. Okay. So I do to trigger the next Katakuri objective, all of these guys have to die. The actual main objective only requires that okay. I failed an objective earlier. I didn't walk onto this. I remember now that I failed it.
Yes, you didn't go back onto it,
yeah.
To kill the 3 brothers.
I walked right next to it, and then I just walked back up. I was like, oh, this path is more convenient. And then I was like, well, that because
your fault for trying to speedrun and save time. Your fault.
My bad. So normally you would walk over that node and Judge would spawn because you had done the second objective there. Not a big deal. This stage is very similar both ways, unlike some of the other ones. But basically you would have just killed 3 brothers right before, and then you would go down there and kill Judge, and then take up Prospero like I just did. The rest of the stage is identical, outside of the very, very end where it would spawn Big Mom with her sons. And then the Katakuri objective up here happens if you take out all of the commanders. So I've succeeded in doing that. And like Chomo had said before, you have to take out the previous Katakuri objective, or this one won't spawn. Similar to how Judge didn't spawn because I didn't defeat his sons.
Yep.
And he would normally, Judge would also normally spawn after you beat Big Mom here. As part of this objective, which is why you won't see that happen.
Yeah, so basically, be mad at Nylan for playing the game faster. Foolish mistake. Foolish mistake. What are you doing speedrunning? What is this, some kind of speedrun?
Yeah, that's factual. So, that is there.
Next stage.
Next stage.
Next stage. Let me tell you something about next stage. Let me tell you a little thing about next stage.
We'll be playing.
We don't like it. We don't like this one.
Yeah, we're playing Luffy here. I had to route a lot of these characters in. Luffy just happens to have just enough of what I need to kind of get through this stage. He's not like ideal, I think, but he's not far off of it. So, given that we're using the DLC options here, that's crazy. Didn't die, but he'll die from this.
Canon Luffy? Question mark. Alright, so now we're an actual character. By the way, now that it's Gear 5 moment. This is the actual character. So, this stage, the reason we were memeing this stage so hard is we were complaining about the back and forth last level. This level has a lot of just go here and thing will spawn and like beat 300 enemies in under a minute here and then do this thing here. It's a lot of back and forth to just hope that you spawn everything that you need to spawn. It's really obnoxious on this level. And also, I mentioned it last time, and you'll see it later in this run. I'll probably mention it when it's there. If not, Nylan will. But there's another messenger that will spawn, like in the last level, that is harder to catch with Luffy than the one in the last level was with Garp. And that guy can just ruin the run, technically.
Yeah, he definitely can. This area is kind of odd because this commander that spawns kind of past Kobe here tends to like run off into the sunset alone, this one. And so I'm being cautious to make sure he's defeated. Garp spawns in this bend over here. And you can see that the objective is to kill a guy with a 300 hit combo. Like, so I'm trying to kind of maintain my combo as much as I can maintain it without like using up so much stamina that my dash won't make it over before I run out of stamina.
Yeah.
Keeping your hit count up with Gear 5 Luffy is beneficial anyway, right? Because that extends the form change time.
Yes. So Gear 5 Luffy is special in that he gains additional duration. You might have seen that I'm just in this form forever. He gets additional duration based off hit count. Now it does diminish, which is why eventually it will like kind of fail to get a lot, because the amount of hits required to gain a second back becomes larger and larger as you're in it. There's a bonus condition here where after beating Jabra, you have to kind of like move into this area to trigger the next objective, this one. It's not very clear, the game is very unclear about that one. And also that objective will visually glitch out if I killed Kaku like I just did. So I need to... Okay, I got the success message to appear. Sometimes that won't happen. And this is when the messenger appears. I'm going to try to head him off and hit him with this, but... Okay, good.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised you actually caught him. A lot of the times, he will just outspeed it.
Yeah. It's very frustrating. Okay, that pushed him off to the side, which is sad. But...
Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
So there is, like... We theorized a slightly better path here, where if you don't kill Kaku, I accidentally killed him. By process of him being that frail. But... If you don't, you can keep Lucci like spawned up there, like because he spawns next to Kaku, and save yourself a little bit of time.
That being said, I do believe we've gotten every objective so far.
Yeah, we should be good in objectives. This Kizaru Fuji one is the only one scary here, because Fuji likes to sit in this valley over here and then go up and down it if you try to go around it. It's like he's hiding. To be honest. And he's the only real objective here of any merit.
Yeah. Are you saying that Fuji's scared, by the way?
I guess. Yeah, he's a coward.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Y'all hear what he's saying about the goat?
He just runs away. He don't want smoke for some reason. You could call him the J. Cole of the Admirals.
The J. Cole of One Piece. What the heck? If you know, you know. That's the second time we've referenced that this stream. You know, you know. But yeah, a lot of this map is... We have also complained about, like, how this map is designed. Me and Nylan. We've complained about how, because of the way it's designed, this mission specifically has too much back and forth. Specifically towards the top of the map. But
well, if you look at like where he is right now, why does it not connect to that spot on the right?
That's a great question. That's an amazing question.
Yeah,
because like that's a lot of walking if you need to get over there for whatever reason.
The answer is reprogram the game, low-key. If you got that much of a problem with it, make an opening yourself. How about that?
I don't think that's a programming problem, but like the map model doesn't really facilitate that.
You know, you never know.
You
got caught. Also, you got caught on a wall that doesn't exist.
Yeah, fake
Love
walls.
when that happens.
There's a lot of fake walls in this stage. I forgot that move doesn't work compared to this one. I don't know what the developers are thinking, but they weren't on that move. Okay. So there's a glitch of this character. I guess I could show it off. They didn't patch this. It was introduced when he was Uta patch, but all of his special moves, including the ones in Gear 5, ignore Logia intangibility. So if you're ever like annoyed about Logias, you know, it's kind of like a public service announcement on Logias. But if you're ever annoyed about pesky Logia types, you can play as this character and ignore it entirely. Apparently Garp also has a glitch, but it's much more precise in ignoring Logias. But if you just don't want to care at all, you can play this character. You can just throw a Kaminari at them, they'll die, and no issue.
Yep.
Until they patch it, question mark? Which they might not do, because there's no more updates that I can tell.
Kiku was glitched for like 6 months.
So much for 3.1.
Yeah. So far, it's not in the cards. Now, it could happen, and if it does, that'll be amazing, because there's a couple bugs in particular that are pretty drastic that are still in the game. Air Expert has been bugged for a long time, since almost like launch. and it'd be cool if it worked. Leadership level 4 and 5 break the skill, so it won't do anything if you have him a level 4 or 5.
Yep.
That'd be cool.
Which is real unfortunate for console players who have no way of undoing that. You just have to restart your save, basically.
Yeah.
You can't
Or
unlearn
not
skills.
use the skill, yeah, which is not realistic. Yeah, those come to mind in terms of those skill bugs, but there are plenty of damage bugs and like the rendering issue and whatnot. There's a list of it you'll probably find if you look it up. But I might put out a document with more comprehensive bug list at some point.
Yeah, that would actually be sick, because there's a lot. There are a lot. Don't be fooled. There are a lot. At one point, it was worse. Like I mentioned earlier, Kiku was broken for like 6 months at one point in time, where she straight up had a move that just didn't do damage. Didn't work.
Yeah, her C1 had no hitbox on it.
Yeah.
The follow-up in FFB did, but the initial hit still didn't.
Yeah. Also, this level that we're on now, it's... So with Rayleigh, it's not that bad, because Nyland knows the route really well with Rayleigh and just knows how to play Rayleigh. But this level does have a lot of do things really fast in rapid succession, or you won't be able to do next side quest, basically. Because, again, like the rest of these stages, which is kind of annoying, they just want you going everywhere on the map 3 times for some reason.
Yeah.
So...
You gotta make the most of it.
A good example is this objective right here. It's not, I mean, it tells you, but it's not very clear to kill 300 guys. Even it looks like, oh, kill the major objective there, like the people that are highlighted. But it's not sufficient. You'll fail the condition if you just walk out, basically. And then all these guys, as you can see, they're not on the map, they're secret objectives.
Oh, he just beat the best character in the game.
That is the best character in the game. I will not accept other answers. You might say it's Whitebeard, which is technically statistically true by all merits, but Capone Beje is the best character in the game. Also, another neat little thing, speaking of Capone Beje, so Rayleigh has this little mechanic that makes him faster than most of the other DLC characters that is similar to a thing that Capone can do, which is his air dash moves really fast. It's just a lot of short dashes in the air, basically, that are they just make him faster. There's no real reason for it. He just is faster. He just has a good air dash, you know. Tear gap.
Yeah, some characters, like when they end their dash, they don't lose any velocity, which is what you're seeing me tapping dashes for. And that's like a big portion of it. So some characters, there's a lot of like micro things, but the short of it is like characters who hold dash will like scoop down towards other characters and slow down, as you can see right there. And some characters ignore that more than others, so it would be considered a negative thing if you're trying to, you know, combo dash people more often. But because you carry more speed through, you generally are just a faster character. And some characters have more or less of that.
Well, like, for example, Rayleigh is on the opposite end of the air dash speed curve from someone like, dash speed curve in general, from someone like Whitebeard, right? Because his initial velocity is higher, but Whitebeard doing longer dashes is generally better.
Yeah. Whitebeard maintains his speed really well, but it does drop a little bit as time passes, or as you let go of it. So like generally you're fine with just letting like the whole thing ride. You don't tap it. Whereas like for Rayleigh, it's close to equal, but he's like maybe the main difference is that he doesn't track after you release the button, after you see his like legs lift back up. And a lot of characters work this way, which means he won't slow down to collide with foes, which is what makes him slower than normal. So because it's equal in speed and he doesn't collide with the foe, it ends up working out for him. There's a messenger here. I almost skipped him. It's really
I was talking about him earlier. These messengers, man.
So I've had a couple reroutes right here. Once you kill this section, you can start taking territories. And you need to eventually take them all. And pathing through this whole section is kind of tricky. They're not spawning a lot, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time there. But,
actually, how little they were spawning.
yeah, it's pretty peculiar, but it's fine. I'm gonna go to the beige spawn up here instead. It looks like they spawn the enemy leader at the bottom. I'm just gonna hope that he wraps around to me. So beige always renders in really slow here. He takes his time, you know, being invincible. He's the father. Like he doesn't want to.
He's the best character in the game,
Yeah.
and he wants you to know it.
Yeah, so he gives himself a little bit of extra time there in the sun before departing to the battlefield. Puts himself in his own devil fruit in a way.
Yeah, kinda. He sets up camp. But yeah, this stage is, at least because of the character that Nylan uses here, I like how fast this stage is. Comparatively to, say, like the last two, which were a lot slower because it was, first off, just a lot more go here and then go backwards. But also because the characters he was using themselves made them slower. Because Rayleigh, realistically, just as a character, on paper, is faster than both Garp and Tier 5 Luffy.
I think he's like 3rd on the tier list, actually.
Yeah.
Which is remarkable that we got other characters that good. Like, I mean, of course they're gonna be good, they're DLC, right? But like, Rayleigh, Roger, and Gear 5 Luffy have, like, actually everything below Whitebeard and Kaido is just DLC characters. Like, all the way down to Ace.
Yep, because there's another character which you guys will be seeing later because he's DLC, and that's Kobe, and he is like, I was talking about this with Nylan last night when we were looking at stuff for this, either this stage or the Kobe stage. But Rayleigh is faster, but for a shorter amount of time. Kobe is just faster overall. Like, after a certain point, because Rayleigh has to, like, care about his stamina, so he can't dash everywhere. But because Kobe's a speed character, he can just go wherever he wants, whenever he wants, and he's, like, just fast.
The funny speed type infinite stamina meme.
Yup.
Yeah, tech types tend to have a problem with stamina. They have no, like, two of the types in the game basically have, like, some sort of subsystem to help with stamina, which is sky types and speed types. Sky types have 50% reduction in their FFB, and speed types have 90% reduction in FFB, but also just have straight up, like, a 25 or 20% reduction all the time. So for them, they're like, they're down. They're like, oh, sick. I can just move a little bit more. They're a bit worse. Like, speed types have gotten worse over time. But there's just less good tech types, and luckily they made Rayleigh one of the better ones. I might die here, question mark.
That would be very funny.
Yeah, it went weird there. I got unlucky. But
oh no. He did lost his train of thought. I got you though. So the problem with tech types, because like he was saying, like they usually just suck stamina for some reason. And speed types always had the infinite stamina, so they used to be really good, but as time has gone on, it's just they've done more things to alleviate that, as well as just had better tech characters like Rayleigh.
Namely, we have twice as much stamina now as we did pre-patches.
Yes, that's a big one. There's also a few like different things that like skills you can equip that make you conserve less stamina or move faster, stuff like that. Just slight stuff that over time has added to like even the playing field basically between different character types. That being said, at the end of the day, I mean, Whitebeard's still Whitebeard, so what are you gonna do?
Whitebeard has like the perfect storm of capabilities to make him the best character in the game, so...
Yeah. But that was the end of the Yamato missions.
yeah.
And now onto the hard ones. He almost died. He almost died in level 4 there. I want y'all to remember that. So, He's doing the hardest difficulty version of each of these stages, starting with True Coliseum King, which is just a Coliseum. There's not much in terms of tech here, it's just play the game good and don't die, and it is very difficult.
And hope you don't have to fight Chopper or Robin or one of any other of a litany of characters that just make it hell.
Yep. You know, just RNG diff, basically. RNG gap is skill gap. What can I say? Also, Yamato, the reason we use Yamato on this stage is because you can lock people up like this, and you're just playing Sonic the Hedgehog over and over in the corner.
Plus the freeze capability is pretty fun.
Absolutely. But yeah,
And,
look at that.
I believe Nyland's Yamato has like no defense to make use of cheat death and such, which means dying in 2 or 3 hits, or 1 if it's against Robin, or various other multi-hit characters. But Robin's the one I mostly see because all of her attacks are multi-hits.
Yeah.
They just instant kill you.
Yeah.
I have level 15 defense and health here. It just doesn't matter enough. It helps me against some like kick hits and red bursts, which is why I have it, because I was dying to red bursts before. Okay. I'm about to run out of this, so I'm just trying to kill Brooke right before.
And another thing with the hardest difficulty missions of the Roger missions is, I'm pretty sure, aren't they all bare minimum like highest possible level in the game?
They're really close, yeah. This one's like level 29 out of 30, which, like, to compare the previous highest level mission, not counting ultra hard, was level 18. So it's significantly higher. Chopper is really bad. Luckily I got my mode in time and froze him. But like, if he hits you, because they gave him, in this DLC they gave a lot of the AI additional tools, like giving them access to special moves they didn't use before. And okay, thanks game. That's a crazy move for her to have. I died.
RNG gap and skill gap.
I knew that would happen because there wasn't any oranges nearby. Tangerine.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
You know, the realistic thing here is that you're probably not gonna get through every single one of these hardest difficulty stages without dying. Like, it's, unfortunately, that's just the way it is because of how difficult they are. The AI characters are cheaters, literally cheating. And so you just gotta hold that. But yeah, I hope y'all like watching Sonic gameplay, because that's, as long as we're in the Coliseum, that's what you're getting.
I mean, to be fair, this could be the best Sonic game, best 3D Sonic game.
I was about to argue. I was about to have an argument before you said 3D, because you know what I was gonna say. We're about to have an argument in the middle of the speedrun stream. Unbelievable. But 3D, I'll accept. You can say that.
You probably get like a huge rant out of Liam if he was here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Liam would go nuts. Liam would hit you with the Sonic Adventures 2 is the best. You would never hear the end of it.
Chow Garden, like this doesn't have a Chow Garden.
I'm a Chow Garden speedrunner.
We mean this in the nicest way to Liam. If he's,
I love Liam. That's my boy.
I love him. So
shout out Liam. Oh.
This is a bad time to run out.
This is a really bad time.
Okay. She doesn't have like the longest range moves if she doesn't use one move in particular, so I can kind of like haunt her into doing moves, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello.
Luckily you didn't get somebody that has full screens. There are characters in this game that you can get unlucky here, and they're just characters with full screen moves, but those are the ones you gotta look out for, along with, like Art was saying earlier, the multi-hitters. There's also these submissions that are like damn near impossible to get on true Coliseum King. They're possible on...
Okay, I got Akainu. Wait, this is impossible with Akainu. So I'm dead here? Yeah. It's absolutely impossible if I get an Akainu like that.
I have to reroll. Because all of his attacks are they're basically Robin plus.
Yeah.
They'll all shot you from full life. They don't care. He's invincible during his FFB. He's immune to freeze.
Yeah. He mixes both of the things I said we gotta look out for. He's a full screener and a multi-hitter as well.
He was also one of the last 3, so he got the boon, the like buff of increased defense and like armor. So I was like, yeah, this is amazing.
Absolutely. It's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it beautiful just getting the Akainu and being like, well, hey. But yeah, there's these submissions you get that are basically impossible on the true difficulty, because you're just never going to be able to be like, oh yeah, beat Sengoku within 60 seconds. That's just unrealistic. On the normal difficulty, however, those are pretty easy to get. Oh, you actually did get the... There's some that are like, do it in 50 hits and stuff like that, where it's like, well, you would just be sitting, like, you have to sit full screen, so you can't really get away with it. I'm like sitting here stressed for him now because I'm like, I forgot that Akainu is an option that you can get. So I'm just sitting here like stressed, but I'm not even the one playing.
That one guy who's like a fraud or whatever.
Who?
Fraud Ice Freehawk?
Oh yeah, Fraud Ice Freehawk. Forgot about him. Yep.
Are we allowed to start fights? One Piece characters on the street.
Yeah, are we allowed to start beef with One Piece fans? I'm the biggest One Piece hater on the planet.
Probably a bad plan.
Yeah. Let's not do that. So I'll have to be careful. There's a character we're gonna use. There's a few characters we're gonna use later that are DLC characters that I'm gonna have to keep my mouth shut on because I got full conversations about them.
There's a couple of bits.
There's a few
couple that are still usable.
Yeah. Yeah. Every time he beats somebody, I'm just like, please don't be Akainu or Robin. Please don't be Akainu or Robin.
Is there anyone else that's really horrible to get?
There can be in theory. I've never seen some of them.
Yeah. I can imagine a few that would be really annoying. I can imagine.
This is the second last one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is on 9.
We love people breaking out of our combos because they just can, by the way. You might ask what caused that, to which the answer is the game decided it.
That was convenient.
That was very convenient. Because now you're allowed to build meter.
Against his giant freaking defense.
Yeah, so that's... It looks like he has no health, and that's like what we were talking about with the AI characters cheating earlier, is like... They just... When the game's difficulty is this high, their defense and health are just outlandish.
There's also Undying, that's a factor.
Yeah, that's also true. And again, as previously stated, you just gotta hold that. This would also be really rough. This will be really rough. Oh wow.
The 1 HP left.
Whoa.
Got slapped once down to 1
Whoa.
HP. Oh man.
Wow. I cannot believe you clutched that one out.
Yeah, I was like, hold my breath, please.
That went better than expected.
Yeah, that honestly, only 2 deaths. Only 2.
That mission's like a 5-6 death kind of ordeal generally.
Yeah. So this next one is True Walking Poneglyph. So this is just One Piece trivia. You beat the enemy that has the thing. that has the answer to the question. I know most of these. So you're looking at the answer right there. That's Utopia, and we're playing Udo because that's a DLC character. I mean, that's DLC percent. That's what we're doing here. The only thing to make this faster is just RNGing the answer. Jinbei's birthday is August something. It's August 10th, I believe. Yeah. So, yeah, that's just how we're cooking.
No, it's
That's
not. You lied.
No, it's not. Whose birthday did I get him? I got it confused with Akainu.
That makes sense to me.
Akainu's is August 15th or 16th, something like that. My bad.
Underwater volcano.
All right. Good. Now I don't look like I know everything about One Piece. That's actually a good look for me. It's a great look for me. When is Robin's birthday? You tell me. How about that?
I really should know this.
That's why I asked you.
Oh, sorry. No, yeah.
I'm mad that I'm mad that the answer was right in front of you.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I know.
Nami's birthday?
I know Ibuki's birthday, and I know Aelgar's birthday, but those aren't One Piece characters.
Isn't it?
So
it's either July or November. It's one of those two. I think it's. Am I tripping? Am I tripping?
I don't know.
Robin's birthday is.
It's February 6th.
Yeah.
So it's July, I think. We're gonna July. We're gonna July it. Nice.
I just assumed December birthday. I was like, I feel like.
I'm so mad. I gotta stop being right about these things.
Ryoma, where are you at? What the? It's spelled different? They fucked with me. I bet.
I thought it was gonna be me first.
It do be like that sometimes.
Hey, it happens. It happens.
Gladiator. They put him up there.
Oh wow.
Sorry, I was mad about that because I was like, dude, come on, Japanese English, you really gonna get me on that?
That's the funniest possible outcome. Oh wow.
They just played me.
I really thought it was gonna be me first. I really did. I thought I was gonna be the one that cracked.
Yeah. I've actually never somehow, like last year I did like 8+ hours of commentary and managed to not say anything I shouldn't have off stream. Like,
I've never done it either, but I've only done one event, so.
Yeah, sure. So I personally think that the hard version of this mission should have all of the text in Poneglyph.
Ooh, that'd be
yeah.
sick. So he was supposed to be, yeah. There you go. But yeah, that's
House of War, 1,000 Year War, 1,000 Year Battle. I don't actually know. 1,000 Year War is like Gundam, isn't it? I don't.
So what's the other option besides 1,000 Year War and 1,000 Year Battle?
Quarrel.
It's the 1,000 Year Quarrel.
Okay. That sounds right to me, given that it's in ancient times. I could see that, and it is not too dangerous? Question mark. Okay. I was like, it wasn't like too insane because they're not currently.
I just have to.
This item's Shino something or other. Where the heck are you? Why did they move them so far? They put them across the ocean.
Yeah, they did actually. Bro's on the other side of the planet. Yeah, biggest One Piece hater of all time knows the answer to all these questions, by the way. Unbelievable. That's upsetting.
It's not Master Revo's best friend. Where is he?
It is his best friend. I told you the answer to this one last night when we was practicing.
Yeah.
Something like that. A lot of these are repeat questions, so
Yeah.
you know,
Luckily,
it's
there's
like
not an insane pool.
yeah, it's a pool of like 50 or something, 70 something. They just pull from, and so you'll get a lot of repeats. We got an 80. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
Because if I'd have gotten you a 100,
You'd never escape the allegations.
The night would have had to be the night. That's all I'll say.
All right. Grand Line Pioneer with Kobe.
Grand Line Pioneer. This is a race, so use Kobe here because, like I said earlier, Kobe is really fast, and you're gonna see it. I actually like what they did with Kobe in the DLC. I tell Nylan about it a lot. I like that Kobe's good. Shout out to Kobe.
I'm still kind of upset he doesn't have the Carlton drip, though.
I am too, but hey, you know, that's alright. It is okay. And yeah, this is just 3 laps. You fight a boss at the end of every lap, correct? Or is it like
midway
halfway and then
yeah.
So you fight one every time there's a red flag, which is that's funny. Every time there's a red flag at the halfway and end points, you fight a boss there. And it's just make sure that you do it before the AI characters make it to the end. The thing that makes this unfortunate is that the AIs don't have to fight no bosses. What the heck?
Yeah, they're cheaters.
Literal cheating. Literal. What are we doing?
Any boomers in the chat will know wacky races. It's like that.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, it kinda is like that. I'm not a boomer, but I do know about wacky races. We do love some wacky races.
Isn't that the one where Dick Dastardly stops to cheat
Yeah.
Yes.
when he's ahead?
Yes.
For some ungodly reason.
Yeah, he's great. Love that character. Alright, now that we have FFB, we get we get to kind of go quite a bit faster, a little bit better cancel window stuff, and these bosses are way easier to just game. Blitz a little faster.
Yeah.
And our stamina is whatever, I'll go this way. Much more efficient as it's infinite, basically.
Yeah, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier, is the whole speed type thing. This is just, you're witnessing it in action, where speed types just don't have to care about their stamina. And that's part of what makes Kobe the GOAT. That, and also, if you can believe it, he dropped, what was it? He dropped a free throw on like a messed up Achilles. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? What the heck? You telling me he's one of the best characters in the game and also the Black Mamba? That's what?
Yeah. Some people thought it was Luffy, but it was actually Kobe.
That's disrespect that they put on our boy's name, by the way, saying having Luffy called with a move called, that's crazy. That's insane. That's insane. Have you ever gotten a lap in under a minute on this stage?
A lap? I mean, with Kobe, barely. With, like, Whitebeard, easily.
Yeah, that's what I meant with Kobe. Whitebeard is excluded from all speed-related questions because he breaks the game.
Yeah, I was able to with Kobe, just like... this one might barely be, but probably not. I mean, you can, like, kind of cheese it by, like, getting FFB, like, literally right before.
Canon Kobe feed?
Yeah, just beat up Prime Garp, not even.
Not even close!
Not even close.
So, the one with the skip thingy is next, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, do the thing. You gotta do the thing, Nylan.
I did the thing.
You did the thing?
Yeah.
Okay. FDM thing.
Yeah, so there's this stage normally is a 15-minute timed stage in which you must get a bunch of KOs, and then it just at 6,500 to be exact. And then the stage just kind of goes, all right, well, wait till time's out. And we're in a marathon, we're speedrunning. So I just dropped it to 5 minutes instead. So instead I have to get 6,500 KOs in 5 minutes. Wish me luck. It's not too hard, but it's
not too
things
hard.
can go wrong.
Yeah.
It's a lot less free than doing it in 15.
Yeah. Unlike this character, who is very free. Shout out to Roger, but, you know, I digress.
I mean, the stage is
Hey,
called Truly Freest.
Hey, he is truly the freest. What can I say? Really?
So you're gonna see me use a lot of this move. I will kind of go over this character. So he does a lot of moves that are similar to a previous character that's also very similar to this character.
I was gonna say, I feel like I've seen some of those moves.
He's a worse version of Rayleigh. He's trying to say he's a worse version of Rayleigh without being mean. That's what he's trying to say.
He's worse than Rayleigh, and he stole his moves maybe from Roger, or you could argue Roger stole them from him. It's hard to say. Technically, we don't know. Maybe the little kid version of Shanks did the move first. You know?
Okay, man. Whatever you say. Hey, whatever you say. Anyways, that aside. Yeah, this stage, this is the Yap stage. There's not much in the way of tech. You are going to see him dive kick into the ground, throw lasers, FFB.
I was gonna say, from
dive
the
kick into the
strategy
ground.
that he's using, you can tell that this is one of the hardest DLC stages.
Yeah, absolutely. Truly free.
Yeah. They weren't lying.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the content you signed up for. This is what we're here for.
All right.
Flinging the same move over and over
I'll
for
mix it
5
up.
minutes with stolen attacks.
See, it's different.
Absolutely.
Different move.
Yeah. It's different lasers.
Yeah. See,
on.
they bend. It's like curving the
Yeah.
bullet in wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what a pull, by the way. What a pull.
Wasn't it like
There are peop-
Angelina Jolie like shot herself?
Yeah.
I don't like her.
Wow. What a pull. Dude, any old people? Any old people in the chat? Anybody older than the age of 4 million in the chat?
Yeah, might have to do that. Yeah, the True Void Century is that movie.
Yeah.
They don't want you to
I've had a discussion with a friend of mine. The difference between Zoomers and people that aren't Zoomers is knowledge of the movie Zoom.
That's a good
That's
one.
incredible.
If you've seen Zoom
Twice.
from the time it came out onwards, you are a Zoomer.
That's crazy. I did see Zoom twice.
Oh, well, you're like honorary.
Yeah, I've been collecting those honoraries.
Yeah, hella honorary. Don't worry about it though. You are still old.
Yeah. Well, of course, I'm old.
Yeah, you're old. You can't even like make the claim no more. You're just old.
Yeah. I had a 1 year layover, but right before this marathon happened, I lost it. So, tragically.
Yeah. Look at the gameplay, by the way. Look at the skill, really.
Still. You know, this is just canon Shanks stuff, you know? For all you Shanks diehards in chat.
It's so apparent. If y'all couldn't tell, this guy does have the world record. I know it's hard to tell from looking at this page. Alright, 6,500. We still got a full minute.
Alright, so I am going to find a spot on the map, you know?
And we're gonna hey.
I'm gonna look out from our utopia as I go to the least used area on the map, right here. Beautiful.
Wow. And
Damn.
yeah, that's the stage.
The
That's
scenic views.
That's literally the stage. By the way, y'all saw what he did. He did that in 4 minutes. This stage is normally 15 minutes. We did talk about this earlier. So you would just be waiting this timer, but instead of it being a minute left, it would be 11.
Look at them taking damage. Boom, you dummies.
Whoa. Wow.
Balance.
That is
Oh.
upsetting to look at. Alright, there's the game. That's the game. Alright.
The town brawler.
So now we have to actually lock in. Alright. Nylon.
Yeah.
Lock in. Okay.
Sorry, I turned on the script and turned on a different script.
Yes, you gotta turn gate skip back on. Look. You gotta lock in. Because this next stage is the hardest stage in the game.
It's true Pirate Warrior King with the man, the myth, legend,
With
Roger.
the true Pirate Warrior King.
Yeah.
So this stage, y'all, is very, very difficult. It's enemies live for 12,000 years. Don't matter how many times you hit them. I mean, you're gonna watch. You're watching him fight Ace, Marco, and him right now.
Hey, wait a second.
It gets crazy.
That attack looks really familiar. Where have I seen that before?
I think that's Shanks' move.
That might be Shanks' move, yeah. That's pretty crazy. Roger stealing moves from Shanks, question mark?
Who's the real Roger is the question. But yeah, look, he's used like every special move like 4 times, and that's what it takes to kill people. Like, this stage is ridiculous. And Roger's not a bad character. Roger does a lot of damage. Like, this is just that stage.
Yeah, my best time with Roger is only like 1 minute slower than Whitebeard.
Which sounds like a lot, but it's a long stage, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this stage is toxic. And you can also die very easily on this stage. Because enemies also do too much damage. It's unbalanced, because I talked about this in Island the other night. The enemies were just literally never programmed to go up to this level of difficulty.
Yeah.
So the way that they scale is like unfair.
They also like, it's very unfortunate. Yeah, okay. I saw that coming, but I couldn't get out of the way because of that animation. Very unfortunate, you know. Like even trash mobs have really, really high stats on this stage.
Yeah,
Like,
you can just die from getting hit by mobs like 2 times.
yeah. And if they hit you in succession, you're gone. So.
Yeah. But that's kind of how it is. It's like this stage is difficult with. It doesn't matter how you slice it. There's no character that just breaks this stage. Like this stage is just dumb. So you actually got to be good at the game. I know we were joking because of the last stage. You actually got to be good at the game to play this one. I promise. I know the last one didn't look like it, but there is skill in this game. But
yeah.
the worst part of the stage is probably this like beginning section where he's running through all these bosses, running through up to Big Mom. After that, it's like slightly more tolerable, and then you get put in hell again for the end. But it's fine.
Yeah, do it again.
Oh, hey, you just beat Redacted.
So I am running insurance on this stage. I have Doctor's Tactics, which you didn't see me run on any of the other stages because it's not really an issue normally. The Doctor's Tactics makes it so that whenever I cast a special move, I will heal like 15-ish% of my life, which is why I keep being topped off. This is partially to reinforce my regen for my meter. I'm using Flawless Concentration. Gives 2.2 times meter gain while your health is above like 75% or so. And so I'm making use of it. Keep myself topped off, which helps my protection stay active. For like not getting one shot by a random tap. While also allowing my meter gain to be high enough that I can spam this armored move, which does a lot of damage. It's not like super strong. It's actually one of the weaker specials, but because it has a built-in armor break and has a lot of range to it, it helps to use. It also breaks up the issue with this particular move I'm using. This C1 where he flashes and shoots like lightning from the sky. Has a particular effect. A lot of lightning in this game, pretty much all of it. In this game has a mechanic where if a target is hit by a lot of lightning strikes in rapid succession, they won't take any damage from the rest of it. Like the lightning will start doing half damage for every successive lightning bolt within like 1 second. So this move has lightning bolts baked into it, 3 in fact, or so. And the lightning bolts do a lot of damage, as you can see. But if you throw a bunch of them really quickly, they'll start doing really low damage. So to kind of stop myself from, doing this basically, I throw this move to kind of refresh it in a way. Outside of the fact that I just can't keep doing that for stamina reasons.
Alright. So he's also like currently displaying what I was talking about earlier, where like it still sucks, but it's definitely like lightens a little bit once you get past that first section that has like 8 bosses in a row back to back to back to back. But yeah, we do get a little scared towards the end of this stage as well. Also, the stage is just really long, mainly because you're never gonna be able to kill the enemies fast enough to do this in under like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I got a weird spawn. So depending on how far you move Garp in them, will change where Rayleigh and them spawn a lot of the time. We can see like Rayleigh is here, and normally there's also Buggy and Shanks with him, but it looks like they didn't spawn with him. They spawned over there. So I got kind of a split spawn, which is very weird. Almost never happens where they're completely split apart. But the game basically the game spawned them as I walked between a seam, between 2 areas. And so as it was generating them, literally within a frame or something, I moved over the seam and ended up spawning Rayleigh away from his homies.
Which is weird time loss that doesn't necessarily have a crazy reason to exist, but it does.
Yeah.
Hold that.
Pretty significant because this character is so good at just firing down hallways. That I would have just been doing that down a hallway of enemies to hit all of them, which means that I don't get to do that. And instead I have to kill them separately.
I hate watching this stage because this stage gives me anxiety. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's very much that way, yeah.
I hate watching it. So stressful.
Yeah, I've gotten like kind of used to it, but it is crazy.
Well, it's just you have to do so much. Like you have to actually play the game for such a long amount of time,
Yeah.
There's the Uda spawn that just has that for some reason, but yeah, it's just like it's such a stressful stage.
Very much so, yeah. I'm playing this a bit safe. Sanji in particular has a couple moves that are a bit weird. They're not like a problem if you're like a bit on the further side away from him, but they can definitely catch me slipping, and then Yamato can do setup moves on me because her hitboxes don't make sense.
That is true. That is true.
So we're at the final stretch of this. Okay. Uta is particularly easy in this stage, luckily. She's some of the stages she can be kind of annoying, like she just like sweeps by you. But Law here can be dangerous. It's not too hard to keep them batted away. But the one I'm really scared about here is specifically just Luffy. He slips around a lot, and he stays armor immune for too long. A lot of the time. So I'm going to be playing this part a little slower than I would otherwise. Just because of how dumb some of their like weird vacuuming hitboxes are, like giant cones and whatnot. I just don't want any of that smoke. Case in point, literally. I'm doing that. The end is suspiciously easy. You can get fried anywhere on the stage, but in particular, This final section against these three, you can play it really far from them, and they can't generally hit you with anything. Their AI just doesn't function from too far away, as you can see.
Yep.
So, if you are playing this pretty far away, you see like Garp is just standing there. You can basically cheat the whole section. Also, it has a fairly constant enemy spawner, which will give me a very charitable amount of bar.
You'll do both damage and health regen.
Yes. It's also really good because the trash mobs actually do have stats, so they don't immediately explode in one hit, so you just never run out of meter ever, basically.
Yeah. Oftentimes in like 2 swings, you can very easily get this back. In lucky cases, it's like, you know, in 1 swing you could. But yeah, case in point, I can just throw this like twice. And or 3 times to get this back. If he starts pressing buttons, I'm gonna hit this, yeah. I know that was not facing him, but yeah, I'd rather not die.
Yep.
At the last objective of the last mission when he has a sliver of health.
But hey,
Yeah.
you know what? That's it.
Sub 9.
That's sub 9 is impressive, believe it or not. This stage just is, it's hard to beat this stage fast.
Yeah.
So that was the DLC. That was the DLC stages.
That's all the DLC. What one of you could check my estimate, but I'm gonna go right into New Game Plus.
You have
Okay.
an hour 4.
Okay, I can do my best.
In theory. In theory, it's doable. So we're gonna try to do a little New Game Plus run. We're gonna see if we can do it in time or not. This is the actual run. You know, we had to do a little DLC showcase at the beginning, but now we're playing the game. So 1-1, he's destroying all these buildings so that the stage is clearer for the AI here once he breaks past this beginning part. So yeah, once this wall opens up, Sanji and Zoro are going to start pathing for a mission that happens later on in this stage. And that was partially why he destroyed those buildings, so there wasn't stuff to get in their way. And he's going to clear all of these commanders around the map. This stage is... I hate this stage.
You know a lot about this stage.
I hate this stage. I hate this stage. Unbelievable stage. But yeah. You saw him go back and fire random just combos and hits into the city, even though we're not going in there anymore. And that is because he wants to clear enemies so that Zoro and Sanji can move forward as fast as possible.
Yeah, Zoro and Sanji need to reach certain points on the map to get certain objectives to spawn as early as possible.
Yes.
Case in point, a random guy stopped him.
Yeah.
Because Zoro has to reach the beginning of that valley for Tashigi to spawn.
Yes.
Tashigi is a required objective.
Yes. So you just take her out, and then you got to go back and fight these commanders that spawn.
The leader walked like really far up the valley, so there's a trick normally, but okay.
Yeah, there's usually a trick there that you basically save a leader so that you can capture that zone instantly later on so that those guys don't spawn.
Yeah,
So that it auto clears that objective.
Instead of them spawning one at a time, like they'll go boop, wait 3 seconds, boop, they just instantly all appear and then die.
Yes.
Generally. So you don't have to wait for them to spawn, which saves like 6-ish seconds overall. Partially because you can just blast them from where Tashigi spawned, so you can like you are farther towards the objective while also being able to do that.
You gonna go for the C5 strat on this one?
I always go for it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Fair enough.
He hits it more often than not. Unfortunate stage start.
Yeah. That went badly, but it's fine. I back up into throwing that.
Yeah, that's so fucking satisfying. Okay. Well,
I didn't do it, but both of you did. Yes.
Gee dang it. It's really satisfying to see though. That
Record.
Record.
The C5 there, it hits in front of and behind you at the same time.
Yeah.
So
it just takes out both sides of the enemies that spawn at the top there. On stage 1-3, we pick Ace, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, we pick Ace, and that's because Ace is a little cornball guy that has dumb things built into him because he's not a functioning character. Yeah, that's Ace. So that's why we pick Ace for this stage. Back to Whitebeard.
I also have them pre-built for those boss stages. Things like Absolute Leader, which you wouldn't think work on that stage, because 50% defense and attack while all territories are captured. That stage has no territories, but for some reason, the flag is triggered because it's from a map that is normally a normal map.
Yes.
And they turned off all of the terrain, which counts in this context for no reason.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why. So this stage is really, really interesting. There's
talk about Collider.
Oh yeah, we can talk about Collider.
This is probably the stage to talk about Collider.
This is the stage where it matters the most. So go ahead, you got it, Art. You're better at the technical explanation.
So basically, in this game, there is a mechanic where see how guys go flying when you like the small guys go flying when you dash through them. If you are inside the hitbox of an enemy, while those guys are hitting like a named enemy that has armor, they do damage. I believe it's every frame. And this can essentially instant kill certain enemies without actually having to attack.
Yeah.
So you don't have to stop to attack to kill a lot of them.
So that's what makes Whitebeard so good, is that Whitebeard, because he's so big and because his dash has such a big hitbox, he can make use of that.
It's pretty precise because you have to stop your dash such that you are passing through the enemy on the same frames that they are being struck by the smaller enemies. And that's the main reason that it's difficult. There are other characters who can do it. I believe Boundman Luffy can do it.
Yeah.
Kaido sort of has one, but it's slow because he lags when he well, the stage is already over.
That's unfortunate.
That stage is faster than it used to be.
Yeah.
That not killing him through the wall cost me the record there. I think that might still be a record, but
it might by like
crazy.
a second.
Yeah. I didn't have an all or nothing because the enemies between where I was, I destroyed the building in case, thinking, that'll give me enough meter for the pound, but there's no enemies near me. I was like, that's crazy.
I don't know what record, because the record on the board is pre-patched, so it's like a 150.
Yeah. But yeah, so long story short, when it comes to Whitebeard, you run into people very precise way, and if you can stop your dash at a specific point in time when running into somebody, deal big damage, kill them without having to hit very fast. Very good at game. And also, again, using Ace for the boss stage because he does Ace things, is what it is. And that's all of chapter 1.
Yeah. Alabasta's over, guys.
And no more Alabasta. Out of Alabasta.
Only took us like 3 minutes or whatever.
It took
about
3 minutes.
3-4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's about the same as the anime, JK. Okay.
No.
It's actually slower in Pirate Warriors 3, and that game has one Alabasta stage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sad what you just said. Oh. But yeah, so we are on 2-1 now. So this stage is like pretty tame. It's a pretty tame stage. You just have to go around killing all these guys. They spawn at specific points. But there are some stages in Water 7 that have some pretty funny things to them. But we'll talk about that when we get there. That Luffy fight used to actually be a little bit of an annoyance before the patch.
Yeah.
And now he gets one-shotted because Whitebeard is a balanced character.
Yeah.
There's a potentially faster strap. You have to pick up an attack item, and then if you spawn in, you can immediately impossible and you'll die.
Yep. RNG moment.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna make that.
Mm-hmm.
Use dash forward. I changed the strat on the stage, so I have to like think about it now.
I actually don't know the new strat on the stage, so this
You
is just
shoot
gonna be...
this. That's what changed. And then after you kill these guys, you throw this and pop this. So it didn't. Do it during that cutscene.
So the cutscene doesn't matter. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
It stops time in the cutscene, but your animation happens, so like it ends up being like a net time save.
Mm-hmm.
That one's tough.
Also, if you ever see those weird like camera bugs, that's an FDM thing. That's just sometimes because certain cutscenes are removed and certain timers are like, you know, sped up. The camera resets itself and just glitches out for a little bit. This is another fight that used to be annoying because sometimes you wouldn't always get the guaranteed kill on him, but it doesn't matter. New patch moment.
Yeah. I do an all or nothing there outside the galley law, and what happens is the enemies spawn and instantly die because that move has like nearly infinite height.
Mm-hmm.
So the enemies spawn, die, and then the stage ends.
Because Whitebeard's a balanced character.
Yeah, he's a balanced character.
Yeah.
So if you're curious, like, wait, you didn't kill very many people outside the galley law, like, isn't it 4 waves or what? It's like, it's because they instantly get broke.
Yeah, they fall from the sky and they die before you actually see them.
So again, using Ace to cornball the boss stage, but if you were doing runs for, like, if you were doing level runs, you would actually use Yanji there.
Yeah,
Because Yanji has a funny gimmick.
I think the record with Yanji right now is like 336 or something by me.
Yeah.
It's really stupid.
It's dumb. It's also an RNG strat. That's why it's in the level run, not the actual run.
My run's even on standard. Like not FDM.
You have a 3.35 second time on standard.
Yeah.
So no mod.
Yeah. So this stage, anytime you see this level without FDM, it's like painful. This like map, because this map can just takes forever on standard.
Yeah, so you have to escort these targets after all of the Frankie family touches this. There's usually a dialogue prompt. Zoro does tell you here that you can break this gate. Once he does finish saying that in the actual game, you can break the gate. You normally have to hit the switch by going around, but not Whitebeard. And Whitebeard is also tall and has hops, so he can hit this one with just like a jump. I don't need to hit this very quickly because the nature of the guys, but this is crazy. Okay.
It is insane. Best player on the best player right now, by the way. Best player in the world, by the way.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do be that way, yeah. That's crazy that happened to me, but you know, I didn't lose any time, I guess, so who cares?
Yeah, so
that is true.
Because this stage is basically just a big escort mission, you don't really lose time from stuff taking long like that because you have to wait for everybody to get to the courthouse anyways.
Yeah.
So that might have looked really slow, but it doesn't matter. That being said, it is hilarious that he struggled for so long. You know, it's pretty funny.
It's
Yeah, so-
basically 1 minute of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Got it.
So it's just 1 minute of waiting, essentially. In unmodded, it's 2 minutes of waiting. Which is very, what's the word I'm looking for?
Bad.
Not exciting.
The worst ever of all time. Might have been what you're
Kinda
looking
is,
for.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically 2 minutes of doing nothing.
Yep.
The bonus objectives here can be completed before you even open the second gate for the most part, and they're really easy. It's just capturing territories. So like, there is quote stuff to do, but the problem is these commanders that you see, if they touch the zone, they stop the timer. So you don't really have the ability to leave and interact with the stage in any meaningful way without failing the objective. So it's like, it just doesn't make sense, to be honest.
Yeah. It's really bad. So like technically speaking, there is no way to gain time here, but you can lose time if you allow yourself to, which makes it the worst. Also adding into what I was talking about earlier about never wanting to see this level in standard. And now we fight Bluno, who stays invincible for 12 years.
Yeah, until his door's gone, he's invincible.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the reason that Impossible is doing so much damage, is that just the multiplier on the move itself, or is that because of some other property?
So it does,
hits, right?
it does 10.8 just like the other move where I punch the ground in All or Nothing. But the reason why is because the move bounces off collidable surfaces like walls. And similar to this move, but this move's significantly weaker. And because it does that so often, it tends to hit way above its pay grade in terms of power. And that's why it just obliterates people. Because what happens oftentimes is it just hits a boss, then hits them again. Also, when a unit dies to it, it oftentimes will double hit. That's a backup strat.
That's a backup strat that hits the meanest collider I've ever seen in my life. That was disgusting. Don't let him effortless that. Don't let him light work that. Don't do that. No. We're not letting him light work that. The fact that he just goes, okay, backup strat and hits a collider that does half of Kaku's health.
I swear he knocked maybe 3 dudes into him.
That was insane. That's insane. That's gross. That made me angry. I think I hate you.
Thanks.
Also, this stage has so many targets to beat for no reason. Like, you do all the stuff up there, and then you wrap around, and then you have to go out over here. It's the worst.
It's definitely one of the craziest movement stages, though.
Absolutely, it is. This stage is like 80% movement, so it's just be really good at the game. And you know, with the fact that he hit the Kaku Collider earlier, it's like, yeah, this is just another stage, really.
Just a stage.
It's just a stage. So what if it requires some of the best movement in the game? Who needs it? But yeah, you're seeing what I was talking about earlier, where it's just all these enemies out here spawn, and you gotta walk around the entire map to take them all out.
I was 2 ahead.
Yeah.
I forgot that guy was around the bend. I was like, I'm gonna laugh at him. It'll be funny. And then
Yeah,
like,
and now you've been crushed by the weight of your own hubris.
yeah.
Yeah, deserved, really. I hate you. So, you know, just another day at the office.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
This stage is horrible.
This stage is the worst. So this is the one I was talking about earlier when I said there are some stages with some more funny stuff later on. It was this stage. This is the stage I was talking about. So... Alright, do you want to explain the stage?
No. I will say there was a bug that I don't know if Nyla knew about it before, but I never knew about it until yesterday. That makes it pretty rough. It doesn't look like we got the...
I stopped him from bugging.
Okay,
I literally
that's
blocked
good.
him so that he wouldn't screw my entire run again.
Yeah, so that pants thief NPC right there, he can just get stuck basically and like not progress, and you have to like push him, and it's horrible.
Yeah. So here, you just have to escort Frankie around and the Pants Thief around and be fast, and you have to bump into Frankie to keep pushing him forward to get him to the point that you need to get him to.
So we just juggle him.
Yeah.
I got like the best Frankie juggle of my life. So
Yeah, I know.
That was perfect, yeah.
Again, it's following up the last stage. That was ridiculous. That was
including stopping a bug from ruining the entire stage. Look, the clutchest shit I've ever done on this stage. I know, I cussed. It's fine.
Y'all are racking them up, and I'm chilling. How is it not me?
It was crazy. That was the craziest luck ever.
It is. It was insane. But I'm just saying, I curse more than both of you.
You do. Yeah.
How has it not been me?
It's been stressful.
I can make my swear jar contribution later in the marathon.
I won't. Because if I did, like, bro, a contribution from me might get us banned, so we don't want that.
What are you doing?
I just meant I have to donate now.
Oh yeah, well that's true. I thought you meant a contribution to the curse fund from me.
No.
Okay, I was about to say that might get us banned, bro. You don't want that from me. I almost got banned last stream, like last event stream I was on, for saying something ignorant.
Was that the one that involved the?
That was the Castlevania one.
Yeah. Golem clock tower duos.
That almost. I got. I'm the goat first off for that, but second off, I almost said something real ignorant. Yeah, don't y'all love these escort missions? By the way, don't you love forced escort missions that you just have to wait. You just gotta wait. You gotta.
If you really, really like those, you should play Pirate Warriors 3.
Ooh, a game where 60% of the levels are exactly that? Sign me up.
Yeah, unfortunate for Pirate Warriors 3. It has a lot of escorts. They're really long too.
They're like 5 minutes.
Yeah, some of the stages you escort are like 9 minutes. I think the Impel Down one is. Because you have to, they do, it's a cool idea, but like they do a thing where you have to go to doors and like have certain characters open them. And it's like, wait, why am I waiting for him to open the door? How's Estimate looking?
How is Estimate looking?
126.52 is what you're at right now.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Hold on a second. I mean, to be fair, you did have an insane water 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that was gross. You saved, like, possibly, like, a minute and a half in water 7. Like, that was disgusting.
Where's the leader?
He spawns 3 million years away, so who knows? Yeah. So, this stage is pretty normal. This is a pretty normal stage. It's just a lot of moving to certain spots, like the DLC stages from earlier. Is the only difference. Is like there are places you need to specifically go to get to a certain thing, but other than that, the stage is relatively tame compared to a lot of the shenanigans in Water 7 and Annie's Lobby.
Dude, bro. Normally killing the leader there kills all the enemies in the area, but he clearly found the only enemies existing on the planet.
Yep. Also, you guys aren't going to believe this. It is an escort mission.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys would believe that.
I don't believe that. No, this isn't a real escort mission.
Yeah, you just have to kill enemies to make sure that the people that need to get to a certain place don't get blocked by them, otherwise it wastes time.
Yeah.
Not an escort mission, though. Not
Correct.
a real one.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I just... it's an escort mission. What do you want from me, bro?
So once Kid gets here, the objective will spawn, which is... Okay. Walk 2 steps forward.
Yeah.
Mystery Kuma needs to be defeated. That was really, really bad, but it is what it is.
That made up for how good the Water 7 was.
Yeah.
Still sub 2 though.
Yeah. Definitely not like, when I say it's really, really bad, I'm like, no, I lost 20 seconds. Like, I'm not.
Yeah. You're not like, oh wait, this might be the worst of all time, like my run is dead.
Yeah, none of that happens.
No.
To have that happen, I'd have to die.
Real question, are any of the main story stages actually affected by the rendering bug that much?
Yes.
Because I knew they
It's
used to be, I don't know, I just didn't know if they still were. But yeah, that rendering bug is the most, like, still baffles me how that ended up being a thing that happened.
Yeah, it's really bad.
But that's just, you know, video game stuff.
Yeah, like it's mostly fine, but it affects a couple things pretty badly. And so we don't deal with it that much, luckily. But like it's barely does anything, luckily. It's the majority of these stages.
Something I was gonna mention a second ago, but didn't get to is that Kizaru cutscene also used to be bugged on FDM.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. It didn't take nearly as long as the trees to fix, which we'll talk about when we get there. But
the real One Piece Odyssey was the trees we made along the way.
Bro, he stressed so much about the trees.
Yeah.
I know, I was there for like a third.
I was there for most of it, yeah. But also we kind of like just went over it because that stage is such a normal stage. That was actually pretty good.
It was, yeah. I took one bad path, and it didn't matter much because the guy had to revive anyway. You can one-shot Kizaru, but I guess it didn't work.
Yeah,
that was
a lot of both of the archipelago stages are mainly just movement because it's like a pretty big map and it's just get here, get there, get there. And now we're at Marineford. Now this is a map that is way too damn big, and hey, it gets annoying. You kind of saw it.
Hardest stages to play well in the game.
Yeah, because again, it is like this is we were talking about the map earlier being a movement check. This map is a movement check. Like you got to move really clean. You have to have really clean lines in the stage. Yeah, you can get caught on a lot of things. Like, and you'll see that again in Wano later. I actually should have mentioned it when you were doing the first DLC stage. Is that it's very easy to get caught on like the corners of buildings when you're playing as these bigger characters. And so because of that, your movement has to be really clean in order to play them fast. But that's what makes this stage kind of bad. And also just, again, the map is too big.
And there's not a great way around the corners thing because the two best characters in the game are huge.
Yeah. This another FDM fun fact is this stage. Also, the rendering bug happened.
Yeah, it happens on that fight every time, which is really annoying.
Yeah, rendering bug, make Aokiji spawn. That's funny. But, yeah, there's a thing with FDM we changed there. What was it? It was the ice wall, right?
Yeah, normally you can't go through ice walls. You have to have Mihawk do it, and that last ice wall never breaks. That goes to Akainu, which seems to be an oversight, or like maybe some weird thing where Hancock does it way later into the stage, but it's not viable.
Yeah, and so FDM just makes it so that those specific walls that Mihawk would break are breakable by you instead.
Yeah. They break just like doors do.
Mm-hmm.
They have like about a little less durability, but not by much.
Yeah, just so you don't have to wait for Mihawk to do it, because he takes forever to get there.
Yeah. Particularly the one that goes to Akainu is big because you normally have to go around the entire stage in a C shape again. Like that base I walked through, I have to go through it again just to get all the way over to Akainu. I'd basically just be passing.
Yeah, it's unnecessary movement.
Okay. Going?
And this is the other Marineford map. It's not as annoying unless you're on the third Yamato stage. But this map is still big, but it's a lot. It's not as much of a pain to play through in the main story as the other Marineford map is. The problem with this map is that it's just not a super well designed map. And again, I know y'all love the escort mission, so we brought him back. I know y'all been asking for it.
Yeah. And surprise, there's a one right after this one too.
Yeah, you'll never believe it. Just like its predecessors. Pirate Warriors 3 moment.
Pirate Warriors really likes their escorts. This game has a lot of escorts mathematically. It might even be more or the same as Pirate Warriors 3, but because it has way more stages total, it makes up percentage-wise.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're not playing them like in rapid
the
succession.
3.1 patch was turning the game into Pirate Warriors 3.1.
Of course. Yeah, you just now got here?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh yeah, I forgot that I normally shoot these guys.
Bro forgot the route.
Well, that's like a really old one, And I forgot why I did it for the longest time. I'm like, oh, isn't that a time loss? And I was like, no, I do it to save 0.75 seconds to the escort because the slowdown for killing the pacifista.
And that's why I hate escort missions. You just said you was trying to save 0.75 seconds.
Yeah, I let save all the time.
Y'all believe that? 0.75 seconds. Unbelievable.
Video games.
This is why we hate escort missions. Also, just checking in. Yep, Mihawk's still free, by the way.
I mean, that's why we call him Fraud Eyes Freehawk.
Fraud Eyes Freehawk.
Yep, absolutely. So
man.
now we just gotta take our boy Ace and get him on a plane.
Mm-hmm. And nothing will go wrong at
Nothing will
all.
go wrong.
Nothing
Just-
bad can possibly happen here to Ace. All right.
Yeah, it's just a plane ticket. Nothing
Yeah.
else.
Nothing else. Nothing will go wrong.
I'm tired of this monkey fighting Ace on this Monday to Friday plane.
I didn't pop FFB.
Yeah, I was about to scream at you for it, but I was laughing. That's part of
I've
the
played
one, by
this
the way.
stage too many times.
Yeah, this is one of yours.
This is 1-1, yeah.
This is his. Gotcha.
Yeah. Which is unfortunately also an escort stage. I play it as Kaido because I do no repeat characters. And I use Whitebeard already on 3-3. But before I haven't actually run the game since all the patches, and now killing Kuzen at the beginning is like super free. It didn't used to be. It was actually pretty obnoxious. He could freeze you or just go invincible or whatever. But yeah, I didn't really have anything super detailed to say on that. I just wanted to share that I've played the stage too much.
Yeah. Also, another thing about FDM that makes the game better is just escort missions. Like when it comes to the act of the escort mission, it's like on standard, it's so slow. It's so bad.
On standard, there's dialogue, and we talked about FDM stands for fast dialogue mod. But like originally, there's a lot of dialogue here, and you wouldn't think that much about dialogue, but it does impact the game quite a lot. There are some tricks to like reduce it. Some dialogues are like 7 seconds. You compile all of it together, the stage will be like 4 minutes, no matter what dialogue. Like it must finish before the stage is allowed to progress. So it's like you just get stuck, and you're like, well, what was I supposed to do about that?
Nothing.
There
It's the answer.
are a scarce few things that are interesting about standard. Like sometimes we use different characters to avoid extra dialogue. Like in 1-1 we use Zoro because it removes an entire submission from the mission, the main thing.
The end
But,
objective doesn't need to complete it.
And standard's also really good if you like pausing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Cypher Pull Skip.
Every time a dialogue would happen, you would just do this.
Yep.
And it stops the dialogue.
The audio breaks, which defaults the game to the minimum time. The minimum time being 3.46 to 3.52 seconds if you like RNG. It's absolutely random. There's no way to mitigate it. And you might say, well, I did the trick in my practice, Nylon, and it was lower than 3.46, so you're wrong. Well, if you get a slowdown, like from killing a major enemy, that will take the actual IGT and half its speed, but the dialogue will play the same speed, and it will display a smaller number. So that is what you're seeing. Get checked. Invisible person. But
You're just yapping it. No, I feel that's like an argument you've actually had that you're projecting right now.
I've had a lot of that argument. So I'm nipping it in the bud before people come at me with, it's actually 2 point something, Island. And I'm like, look, man, not all the deep doesn't work that way.
He's just having an argument with somebody that it doesn't exist. Bro is a professional yapper.
Ultra hard standard is also kind of cool because stuff takes longer to kill, so the dialogue becomes less of a blocker. Doesn't really help with the escorts, but
Alright, I used to use a lot of specials on each here, but you actually can get to each section with the new patch with just this. So I use that as backup instead.
That's really funny. That's unbelievable, actually. Sick damage patch. Sick damage patch.
Yeah, we like that. Thanks DLC Soul Map gameplay.
Yeah. DLC diff. Just
DLC
spend money.
difference.
Just spend money.
Sure.
So all you gotta
have
do.
about 30 minutes in the estimate left.
This might actually be doable then. Because he's technically, well, you're technically a little over halfway.
Yeah, I'm more than halfway in regards to, so it's weird because Whole Cake is like one extra stage, 7 versus 6. But otherwise it would be directly halfway. But due to length, it's kind of higher length towards the end half. But we don't have to think about that.
Yeah, we'll just do the thing.
Just be fast.
Just be the goat. Be like me. What would I do?
Win.
Exactly. See? You get it.
You would probably play Beige, I had to guess.
Yes. Well, that saves you 8 million minutes, actually.
Yeah. Your time is automatically just 0 minutes, 0 seconds. 0
Yes.
cents a second.
Because he's the best character in the game.
Yeah.
And he's just that broken. That's what he does. He makes it so the run doesn't count. How crazy is that?
Just to clarify, if you submit runs to SRC and with Beige as the character and enter your time is 0 minutes and 0 seconds, they'll probably
I'll
be
accept
rejected.
it. I'll verify. I'm not a mod, but I'll verify
I was
it.
like, you're not even a mod for this game.
I'll verify it. I got ways. I got ways. Yeah, this stage is deceptive because it tricks you into thinking, oh wait, there's actual places on the map I gotta go and do things at. Nope, it's another escort mission. Don't be fooled.
Don't be fooled.
It's lying to you. It's making you think that those other objectives actually matter, but really those other objectives are just things in the way of these people that you gotta get from point A to point B. It's all a lie. It's all a ruse. It's another escort mission. I know it's been a while since the last one, and y'all was waiting for it. So we brought you another one.
Zoro? Okay.
These railings can be a bit rough when you're dashing around because it's pretty easy to get caught on the wrong side of them.
Yeah, these objectives are fake. They're all fake. They're just objectives telling you, hey, you got to do this thing because it's in the way of a person we need to get somewhere. It's all a ruse. This game is a lie. Every mission's an escort mission, actually.
I mean, 1-1's an escort mission.
1-1 is.
What
Don't
the
talk
hell,
to me about 1-1, bro.
Why did he stop? Why did he stop on? Because I wasn't near him?
I think so. Unless
So
there's like an invisible rock there.
The last objective requires standing here, and Zoro has to like make it past a little bit of a threshold to hit a failsafe. There's a failsafe if the last straw hat happens to be here, the game will allow it, and Zoro's always the last. So I'm basically just standing here, just so that right when Zoro crosses that threshold, which he's about to hit, it will just spawn Sento, which is crazy that he hasn't triggered the failsafe right now. That's bonkers to me.
Did you miss somebody?
No, he's the only one. It's not triggering the failsafe at all for some reason. Well, I don't know. He's gonna have to make it all the way, I guess.
Alright, well, I guess we just lose like 30 seconds. That's dope.
Yeah, I have no clue.
in before, that's the thing that causes us to go over estimate.
Oh, imagine we're overestimate by literally like 50
Like
seconds.
20 seconds, yeah.
Just blame Zoro, full stop. Sorry,
Yeah.
Zoro. It's all you.
3 minutes? 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Look
You
at that.
robbed me.
Look at that.
The only other thing I could have done different is killed the fake straw hats. Usually I do with the colliders, but I don't go for them because they're not necessary to win. but that could affect the mission a little bit.
Possibly.
All right, any bets? Do I get sub 30?
Do I get sub 30? I think you'll get a 24.
Oh, bad RNG. So.
Well,
Shouldn't
have you
believed it.
considered being a better player? Because that affects your RNG.
Yeah. Did it die? Oh, they didn't. That was weird.
So I've heard rumors, and I don't know if they're true, but if you play as Beige, you always get perfect RNG.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, they
that's true.
did back up there, that worked.
No sub 30, by the way. You trolled.
Yeah, I didn't. My beginning was really, really bad.
Yep. If you had a better beginning, that could have been like a 25.
Yeah, there's the safe strat. I just never do it. It's like you
Well,
start
yeah,
with
because
C4.
it saves less time.
Yeah. Can't get a record on safe.
Hey, ain't that the truth? You know what they say about 90% of gamblers?
Right before they make it to world record.
So this stage is just kill everyone, kill everything. Everything, blow it up, blow up everything, blow it all up. This is like, never mind. I was gonna make an ignorant comment. Like, bro, I'm sorry. Before I didn't say what I was gonna say, but just know, Lakers fans, I feel for you. That's all. That's all I'll say.
I love this character.
Oh, Bellamy. So Bellamy has this little hop skip thing that he does, where he hop skips backwards, and he has an RNG chance of just rolling it. And if he does, then he's invulnerable in it. So
Basically,
Yeah.
he cheats.
He
Yep,
cheats
he's a cheater.
full Stop, not close.
yeah. And then he wants to act like your friend afterwards. Like, who is this guy?
Wait, what? Oh, he's further away. Yeah, that went horrible.
I mean, it wasn't like horrible. It was just mid.
The beginning was like okay. I got stunned at the start, which was bad, but
Yeah.
I recovered it okay. And then the Cavendish was slow, but it was okay. I got a dash forward instead of a dash up right for the teleport.
It was just
which
the Bellamy.
bad. The Bellamy's very, very bad.
The Bellamy was really bad, but that overall, that was just mid. It was just a mid stage. It could have been sub minute, so it's unfortunate. But
I have a
wasn't
really
terrible.
fast record on that stage.
yeah,
40 seconds or something.
yeah. I think my best is like a 50 something, but that was repatch.
Do I have one up? Mine is also with Kaido.
Look at the colliders on this guy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
How did you live? That was good though.
That was really good. Again, the colliders, you hit some nasty ones there.
Yep.
You hit some nasty ones there. Alright. On to stage 5. So hold on, I'm refreshing my memory for a second. If stage 5 is the one that I think it is.
Hard good.
Yeah. So stage 5 is rigged. I don't like this stage.
Sub minute now.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good. The game's better now, if you guys can believe that. In a world where we only know escort missions, the game is better now. But
Well,
it's
you see,
really
with the
annoying.
DLC, they added a lot of non-escort missions. So that increases the ratio of non-escort missions to escort
Okay.
missions, which automatically makes the game better, right?
That's technically true, yeah. That's technically true. But yeah, you just gotta, like, Pika, it's just a Pika stage, basically. You beat him, he spawns place, beat him again. It's, yeah. This stage is just, it's not a very complicated stage. So.
Oh, what the? That almost never
He
happens.
just red bursted you out of all or nothing? He can do that?
Normally you
Apparently.
can't. He stood on my head the first frame he rendered in, and that's why he was able to.
Yeah.
Normally it
Still isn't
won't
terrible, though.
happen, and you'll all or nothing and dies. Yeah, it's still sub-minutes, so that's what it's for.
Sub-minute's good. We like sub-minute there.
Yeah, the
But
only
yeah.
thing that went wrong was literally just him red bursting. That's it.
That Doflamingo fight
and the jumping
is
on the car.
annoying. And the Pika at the beginning is what used to make that stage really
Yeah. it's gross.
bothersome. It was disgusting. So, would you guys believe me if I told you this isn't? No, let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. Not everything's an escort mission, if you can believe it.
Yeah,
I
there's
You
know
know
it's
that you
box escort.
did you know that you often can't use the word escort in video titles on YouTube?
Really?
Yep.
That's an interesting. Neat
I mean, I don't have to explain why. but you
Yeah, I
can.
know why. I just didn't
Yeah.
know that actually got flagged.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was, I think, like a Kingdom Hearts game. There's escort missions, effectively, in some of those. When one of my friends was trying to post a clip of one, and he had to call it like Cinderella Bodyguard because
Fire.
you can't use the word escort in the video type.
That's
Them
fire.
creating a strat.
That's crazy. Wow. But yeah, this stage, believe it or not an escort mission. The past few haven't been. If you're keeping track, if you're an astute observer, and now it's an escort mission. Well, it was close. It starts off lulling you into a sense of security. You're like, oh yeah, it's not going to be an escort mission. But then you get fooled.
Well, you don't actually do the escort.
You don't. You just have
Tap.
to.
There's a failsafe
fight.
to tap this.
Yeah.
The camera there is fantastic.
It's fake escort mission, but it still is one.
Yeah.
Just by theory, it is one.
Yeah, when you're normally playing the game, it puts the escort there, and you're like, I guess I gotta do this because dialogue is playing, and it's actually just lying to you. It's just like giving you something to pad out the dialogue. Unfortunately, is how it's designed. I mean, it is what is kind of happening in the actual anime / manga, so it's like fine, like they're trying to escape or whatever, but realistically, it's padding because they're just trying to get you through it.
So this is the stage with the trees.
See those happy, smiling trees right there? Those are,
Villains.
Our enemies.
yeah, they're evil.
They're ops.
We hate them. They're our arch nemesis.
And they're
Well, they
racist
were.
also. If you can believe that.
Oh, I didn't actually know that.
That makes sense to me.
So the trees close around you in standard. They close around you when these Luffys spawn, and when you clear the Luffys out of an area, they reopen back up. But when programming FDM, it got rid of that cutscene, and that caused some issues. But yeah, you go around here, you clean the fake Luffys, and then make actual Brûlé spawn, who is the real fake Luffy, if you can make sense of that. And then
Yeah.
you win the stage. But those trees on that small stage that took less than a minute, if you can believe, took 36 hours for an island to fix in FDM.
It is a nightmare. I had to find every timer in the game and like change all of them, which caused a lot of crazy neon effects and crashing and stuff. But eventually I got the one for the doors. Because I needed 2 timers. I need one for door opening, one for collision of door, which are not the same thing.
Also,
It's crazy how that one, like, well-known streamer is in this stage, like, multiple times.
oh yeah, that is true, huh? Any TF2 players? Y'all don't know about that. That's before your time. But still, this I also gotta laugh at you because you dashed straight into the electric fence at the beginning.
Yep.
Of this.
I did. And I got to get that damage boost. Cheat death? Question mark.
Okay, man.
Cheat death on easy.
So all due respect, I have a crazy time with Capone on that stage, if you can believe it.
That
Like
is
actually,
crazy.
I have like a I believe a sub minute with Capone on that stage, or sub 2 minutes or something. It was something. I had a
Not
ridiculous
ledge.
time on stage.
He really likes candy because he's probably good at these stages.
True.
Okay. Sanji, go away. Alright.
A lot of the whole cake stages are like just really simple, surprisingly, despite how late in the game they are. They're really like it's one big area and you have to do a thing.
Yeah, they're pretty fun because of the nature of their design being pretty good. So like, I get to race around like a maniac, colliding and sniping people. And as long as I don't have to worry about rendering, like in that case, slight time loss to rendering, I get to just win.
Yeah. But yeah, all these stages are pretty much all of them are really short because of that. Because of just the fact that they are so simple. But it makes them really fun to just be like, oh yeah, I'll grind out like a time on this.
Yeah, they're fun to like do because you're just like, oh, I messed up a dash here, or I could have had a better line over here or whatever.
Yeah, you can break it down really simply, and it's pretty good.
Easy to see how to improve.
Absolutely.
As opposed to like, I didn't do this specific sequence of actions in this specific order to make this enemy spawn where it needed to, which is basically the DLC stages.
The DLC stages are annoying.
The Yamato stages.
Yeah, they're really annoying. So this stage, you just have to go through the castle, get to the basement, and then find the real fake Luffy for a second time. So
15th
yeah.
time.
The 12th time, million billionth time.
Million build time.
Yeah.
That's the scientific term.
Yeah.
According to some
I can't say the actual quote.
Yeah, I'm aware.
But you gotta find the real fake Luffy, and usually it's one of these ones in the back.
Yeah, it's always this one that spawns in the room.
I didn't remember if it was the left or the right one, but it's the right.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it used to be on the left when we were slow.
Yes. And that is what I'm remembering.
Yeah, because what happens is that Brule walks up a staircase, jumps through a window, or jumps through a mirror or whatever, and then appears on the top left instead.
And usually by the time you get up there, you're in front of that mirror. Back when it was slower, you were in front of that mirror, and it's like, yep, I just kill her here. So I know y'all was waiting on it. We brought you another escort mission.
How's it going, guys?
I know it's been a while since our last drop, but y'all not gotta wait no more.
Yeah, you were like, wait a second. You said that the last half of the stage was, or like last half of the run is like slow. It's like, it's all in Wano and this stage. So, kind of funny. Like, Whole Cake's actually extremely fast. All the stages about a minute. There is a problem that can occur here, so I'm kind of delaying my killing of those guys. If your party members do not see Katakuri, didn't know this was an issue for a while, they will not walk at all forward. They will stay standing still until Katakuri touches their like sight range, which is very small. And until that happens, they're like, they don't want anything to do with them. So I'm playing this really weird. You might be noticing, like, I'm standing really weird spots. Maybe it's not very clear. I'm trying to like juggle Katakuri for as long as possible, because while he's being juggled, the game will not allow him to get recalled to be in front of them. As I stopped there and he got moved. See how he got moved again? Like, he's kind of a jerk. But due to the way this is designed, Prospero, where are you at? Okay. That'll happen. I'm going to take a safe time loss here. I know that sounds weird. So if you wait a bit, technically you could have Luffy and Jinbei walk inside first, which will allow them to be escorted at a better rate because they're not walking around. They're walking through the castle. But to do that, you have to take a time loss that can be worse, which sounds ridiculous. I know. And so to avoid that, Luffy, come on, man. The only thing that matters is whoever the last one is, so... This is insane.
Yeah, this is really bad.
Luffy.
So yeah, that Katakuri also used to be far more annoying pre-patch.
Yes.
Because he was like really hard to kill for no good reason.
I would agree.
I mean, he just respawns anyway, so...
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, why does he take 12,000 hits to take half his health down?
Alright. Stage is over.
Okay, finally, we can have fun again. I know we were waiting for when we could have fun again.
What flavor do you think the dirt in whole cake? Because everything's like candy, right?
Red Bullet. Which is just
probably. Yeah, it's just chocolate. Yeah. Probably like milk chocolate though. Probably like normal.
Yeah, she like
chocolate.
sugary garbage.
Yeah, not dark, not goated Chad dark chocolate.
Yeah. She don't got none of that there.
Big fan of dark chocolate.
Love dark chocolate.
How's my
It's my favorite
looking?
chocolate.
You got about 9 minutes.
That's tough.
That's tough. We're gonna be over by probably like 3 minutes.
I'll see what I can do.
It's fine.
Well, I don't even know if that's possible because there's two 1-0 missions that are like 3 minutes apiece. Well, actually 3-5 is, or sorry, 6-3. I can't talk. Or 6-5. It's like under 3 now, but
Yeah, I'm trying to think because we are near, like we're on this. This is 7, right?
no, 7 is the Katakuri boss fight, but
Okay,
that's like
right.
20 seconds long.
That's really fast. So that's basically nothing.
The loads and stuff are as long
no.
as the mission, but that's kind of the thing.
I mean, we'll be in Wano. They'll probably be fine letting you go over estimate. It's fine. It's okay. It's DLC diff.
DLC diff. I died on Coliseum, so whatever.
Yeah, actually. But you didn't die on True Pirate King.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, he did.
once,
Yeah, he
like-
blew up right at the start.
Like less than a minute in.
Yeah.
Where's Big Mom? Oh, she's. Why is she over here? Sanji, you better not. Okay, that's good. Don't kill her, Sanji. So there's a strat involving leaving Big Mom at a very small amount of life, like I just did, and then when she spawns here, which is forced, she will spawn at that health total,
Yeah.
which is like very little. The reason that matters, because it didn't matter that much before, was because she's kind of high up. And it can make it possible to down her. Okay, she was downed earlier. I just thought she wasn't because she has a special death animation.
Yeah. She was already done for by the time you hit the ground.
She was a Maiwa, yeah.
Yeah.
Doo-doo.
My goat,
Yeah.
Kinshiro.
I was like, oh, the first punch didn't kill, but in reality, I killed her.
That wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad.
Yeah, that one's not too bad. It's
And
like
then Katakuri is,
it's free as crap. It's really fast.
yeah, it's really fast, really fast. Unless you're art grinding it on very hard.
Yeah, that's different. Different problem.
Shut up. I was hoping that people wouldn't remember that because that was.
Oh, I
freaking
remember everything.
miserable.
You know better.
It was like an hour and a half of replaying this stage with. I think it was Okiku.
It was
yeah,
Kiku,
it was Okiku. Because the freeze. And yeah, well, that's a little bit cathartic, so that's nice.
Yeah, that was nice. That was sick. Sub 15, by the way. Ace moment.
Yep.
If only he didn't have like a set thing that he had to do there, it would be doable in like less than 5. Now it's Wano. Now it's Wano time.
Wano time.
Wano time.
When you said I had like 6 minutes, did you mean with the 210 estimate or with a 2
210.
estimate? Okay.
Yeah, you are at 204.42
Yeah,
on the
I was
stream right now.
I was
So,
hoping.
yeah. Opium, man.
Opium.
Yeah, that's right. We're starting off with a bang by ruining the time estimates for literally everything first run. Let's go.
Heck yeah.
Also, I hope no one can hear the landscapers right outside my window.
Slightly can.
Okay, I can just
You're
shut
good.
up for a little bit.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not that bad. It's fine. This is peak content. Okay.
I'm sure, yeah, they won't hear much of it over just colliders and...
I was gonna say Whitebeard's also kind of mowing the grass right now, so.
Yeah, he really is. So the Wano stages
Oh, another
are...
Drake now.
Gotta take all the ones we can get.
Hey, the way that you talk, the way that you walk. Unbelievable. I'm the biggest hater. He's just like me. He's just like me. Unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Wano stages are a lot longer than the rest of the stages in the game, basically. Mainly because, like, first off, slight time losses just happen a lot. You get caught on stuff. It is what it is. But also, some of them just have some stuff that's just there. Why not? You know?
And 6-3 and 6-5 in particular just have a lot of stuff to do.
Yep.
There's just a
That,
lot
again,
of
are just there.
Yeah. Well, sure. And you can't technically even make the argument. It's like, oh, it's got to follow what happened in the manga because it's game original.
No, it's just they were like, hey, what if we made you have to go here, go here, go here, go back here, go back here, go here, and then do 30 other things, and then you can beat the level. So a lot of what's going on here is just him destroying these towers. Because you have to destroy the towers. It's not like the DLC mission from earlier where you destroy them to hope the kid has a better spawn. Here you're just trying to destroy all the towers. I don't like this mission though. I'm not a fan of this mission.
Yeah, I don't love it. I love how Burley never spawns.
Yeah, cause like it's it's a simple level, but it's annoying. Yeah, I feel like I say that about a lot of late game stages. It's not too surprising why I only do 1-1 now, but a lot of the late stages are just really annoying. A lot of extra stuff for no real reason.
That's
Actually,
one
I
of the
say
other
that.
stages that's really cooked by the Brule rendering thing. Like, she never renders ever, and she also, like, Irma stays gone for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm. We love a sub 130 though.
Yeah. I'm just like, please fix it so I don't have to wait at all.
Bold of you to assume they'll touch the game again.
They won't, but I can pray. Alright, this is the hardest stage in the game, but it's not compared to the DLC.
Yeah, bro, we're the true pirate kings already. Okay, this stage means nothing. This stage ain't hard at all, really, if you think about it. I think you lied just now by saying it was hard. In fact, I'd say it's the easiest stage of the game now that you're the true pirate king, because every stage should be the easiest.
Stage A is really easy.
That didn't kill?
Yeah, just it didn't have a hitbox.
I guess the wall there ate it.
It ate it.
Whatever. That's lame. Usually you can shoot the C4 through the corner of the wall there to kill that extra guy that spawned in. It saves like a few seconds, but yeah, he had to go over there and kill him himself because it just got eaten by the corner of the wall, which is unusual. But you know, if that tells you the tone of how the run's been going. You wasted all of the good omens on your Water 7.
Yeah. Spent them all.
Yeah. I still can't get over that Kaku, the Kaku collider. This is the backup, by the way. Oh my god, I hate you. Oh my god.
Not bad. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, another problem with this stage that makes it take so long is I don't know if y'all can see what I see, but we're leading some people around right now currently.
The longest
That's right.
escort in the game.
It's a long ass escort mission, baby.
Does that count?
I think that's like PG-13.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair. That's fair.
There's like four. There's like four that are PG-13.
Low key, I feel like, but sounds worse.
It sounds dumber, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, like, I'm on board.
Yeah, no. If I was unsure in what I was saying, I wouldn't have said it.
Yeah, take it off the flight list.
Yeah. I just start reciting what's the name? The 9 on stream right now. I don't remember the full name.
Oh,
if
the
you know,
George
you know.
Carlin thing?
Yes.
I think it's just 7. 7.
7. I thought it was 9.
Yeah.
7.
I should probably end that right there.
If you know, you know. That might all that you know that does make me sound old.
I was 6
I promise
to
I'm
7.
not
JK. Okay.
If I promise I'm not old. I promise I'm not old. I promise. 20 did what to Savage?
For how many cookies?
Okay.
I didn't expect that one to get you. That was like bad. That was an inside joke that I have with somebody else. That's not a good joke. I can't believe that one got you. Yeah. This is still an escort mission, by the way, y'all. In case it wasn't clear. Oh.
Come on. It's fine. They're just trolling me.
Yeah. Great video game.
I have a tiny bit of time for them to troll me. Ah, the explosive. Hello? Okay. 2, 3. I don't trust this at all, so I always wait.
Yeah, because Jack, again, like we mentioned earlier in the DLC stage, he has the round start invulnerability for no reason. And it lasts a really long time.
Yeah. It's a little problematic.
Little. I don't know. I feel like it's a big problem, actually. I feel like Jack's a big problem. Get him out. Really.
Get him out!
Don't like him.
Get out!
Who needs him? Really.
Switch him out for Human Jack, or just never put him in the game. Put more.
Never put him in the game.
What's her name?
King has no reason to be there, but put King there. I like King.
Maria. King.
Yeah, why not? Just because I like them. Just because I like those two characters. This stage is really fast. This is following up the last stage we were on. It's like a godsend. This is a really good stage. I actually like this one a lot. It's run in a straight line and kill things as fast as possible.
I got world record on the stage yesterday in practice. I actually grinded it.
Was it like a 28:33 or something?
Yeah.
That's sick.
It's actually insane. This is looking like pretty whatever pace, but it's fine. I'm like 3 seconds behind. On the first cutscene, I was a little behind on that one. Do I have a meter for this? I don't. Oh, I did. Just got it. I might not be able to be in range for all or nothing here, so I'm gonna move in all or nothing. Good.
He left her at half health there because this cutscene starts when she reaches half health. You don't have to kill her.
Yeah, she just has to complete her move.
Yeah. So, and then we beat Kaido there as soon as he spawns. And 32. You're bad. You're washed.
I'm washed. It's funny because I recorded a run and I was like 39. That's insane. And then I started grinding the stage and I got it down to like 28
and you
or whatever.
realized that was bad.
Yeah.
You're like, too average for me, really. Final stage.
So
Final
time ends on when the screen HUD disappears when I defeat Dragon Kaido for the last time. There's a lot of times I'm going to defeat him, but his health will actually go to 0. I promise. There's also a glitch here. Don't worry about it. Just look away. It's happening right now. Blame the rendering bug. It's all their fault. It's happening.
Yeah.
All right, there it is.
Yeah.
Time has stopped that whole time, so you don't have to worry about me losing time. Like if you look, it's 11
Well,
seconds.
we lose real time. That's
We lose real time, but that was how long it took to render Big Mom.
Yeah, if you were actually speedrunning, that wouldn't waste time because time stops there. If you were actually running because it's done in in-game time.
Oh, I got that unlucky. Sad.
That was bad. Oh my god. I cannot believe we are entering the final stage of the run when we're already over the estimate.
Yeah.
I cannot believe it.
Oh, I think he just died from the collider, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a really good collider.
The final Drake L of the day. We hope.
Actually, I would love if Kendrick dropped the second one.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I don't remember who it was, but he ends the track with "That's something you don't want to do," and then the guy goes, "Nah, Drake does want to do that. Please, I need to hear more like this, please." I think it was I'm Dante that said that. I don't remember, but
yeah.
it was hilarious. He was like, "Please, I need to hear more Kendrick verses like this. Please, please respond, Drake, please." And then, yeah, this stage also, you'll see it not right. Oh yeah, right now. I was like, is it right now? I wasn't thinking. Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes on the stage that don't even get skipped by FDM because they're like part of the stage. They're like built into it.
They'd break the stage harder if I took them out.
Yeah. It's like a whole bunch of, oh yeah, I'm fighting Dragon Kaido. I beat Dragon Kaido. Now there's a cutscene. Now I fight Dragon Kaido. Now there's a cutscene. So. Because they gotta show you that the game ends with the power of friendship.
Yeah.
Because the real Dragon Kaido we fought was the friends we met along the way or something like that. And also, they also want to imply that the moral of the story is you get punished by losing time to cutscenes for not playing an escort mission as the final mission of the game. So.
The real trees were the escort missions we did along the way.
Yeah, if Nylan was so, I wish you still harbored as much hate for those trees as you did for that first like 3-month period after finishing that. It used to make you just mad. Anytime the trees were mentioned, you'd be like, no, shut up, stop.
Alright, time's gonna end when the screen freeze happens after I do this. That's like right here.
Yay, and we did it. We beat the run, overestimate. Woo!
There's a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. There's some unfortunate conundrums, but I got a couple saves, so it's worth it.
Yep. That was good. That was good.
Heck yeah.
To be fair, it's because of it's first off, Zoro moment.
That was Zoro's fault.
wasted time. So,
Said this before.
you know. And you dying like 5 times in Coliseum, but you know, it is what it
twice.
is.
Good run.
Thank you. Yeah. Went really well overall.
Yeah.
You got any last remarks? Anything to say?
Shout outs to Pirate Wars 4. I'm glad Bandai came back and did a bunch of DLC. The DLC is very fun. The bugs would be cool. You came back, quickly fixed them, but it's not a big deal overall, honestly. And looking forward to Pirate Wars 5 in March or 25 or 26. We're not sure which one. Shout out to my co-casters.
Yeah, I get angry at this game. This game makes me mad. But I love watching other people deal with the pain of it. It's fun.
I don't play video games. Don't do it. Just stay away.
Gaming's
from video
banned.
games. Yeah,
Something you
gaming's
need to
banned.
realize: gaming is banned.
Shout outs.
That's all I gotta say.
That's it.
All right. Well, thank you for your run.
For sure.
Good time. All right, we're gonna head to the setup, and we're gonna do some stuff in between.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate having you on here.
For sure. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Nyland-san. Nice job. Thank you for the showcase of One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. That was awesome. By the way, it's only overestimate because he was doing every single character. Even then, it was a fantastic run. If you took just some of the stages alone, they're probably very close to record. What a good showcase. Yeah, he put, since release, put tons of time into it. Weeks worth of time into running the game, months possibly. It's just really awesome to see that is the result, and there's still more to be run. You know, that run, we didn't even get to show off Kobe or some other things. So this might not be, depending on if Pirate Warriors 5 doesn't release next year, we might be having this back at the event because there were still a few characters. I think Kobe was left out. So, and there's a special mode that wasn't even shown off. So we didn't even get to show off everything and all the skills that you can do. And coming up is Toroshin with One Piece Unlimited Cruise 2. So before that, though, I just want to do real quick. We got some donations. We actually made 11% of our goal already in the first run, and we've already met 1,000 viewers live across all streams. So thank you to the Japanese restream and the Brat restream as well. If you want to watch the speed run in a different language, be sure to check out those channels. They're posted links on the link tree, and they're also available in the Discord and on the Twitter. There's tons of information. It's going to be information overload, I'm sure, but it's worth it because it's all important. But a lot of people donated, so I want to read out those donations real quick. So we'll go in order. We had, I'm only going to read out comments, by the way. So we had a comment from Mokumichi-san. Mokumichi-san said, from the Japanese restream. And I just want to, again, shout out to the Japanese restream. Thank you all for your donations. Thank you all for your comments. We are definitely going to be, again, showing off all the Japanese language. Anime Speedruns is a great way to learn Japanese, and vice versa. If you're Japanese, a great way to learn English and nerd out and play some awesome anime games. We got a comment from Casual Speedrun who said, we have the power of anime and speedrunning on our side. And yes, it does feel powerful, even more so with the donations. So thank you very much. XDBZ fan 869 said, anime gaming, yes sir. And yeah, we are all about the anime and the gaming. That's the thing. We want to highlight the shows and series we like, and we get to play some really great games at the same time. And K-Scan gave a comment. He said, love to see a run from Nyland, the GOAT, feeling the hype for Anime Speedruns Festival. Thank you all for the comments. We, of course, are feeling the hype too. And yeah, Nyland-san, definitely the GOAT. Thank you again to Kyoma-chan and Art-san. Great commentary. Yeah, the game is unforgiving at times. So to put a fun spin on it and to make it a cool, great way to open the marathon, I appreciate it. And all of us at Anime Speedrun Festival appreciate it. Do you guys appreciate it? Are you guys having a good time so far? I hope so. I'm going to toss it off to Toroshin-san right now. If you have any donations, be sure to get them in, and I'll get them read off at the next segment. And if you have any questions, you have any burning, hey, when is this going to be run? What's this? Use the chat. Hit us in chat. Hit us in Discord. We're watching. We're keeping track of it. Thank you again. And take it away, Toroshin-san. Your turn.
Thank you very much. And,
thank you again. And take it away, Toroshin-san.
Thank you very much. And yes, of course, if there are any questions about the game I'm going to play, you're also welcome to try and put it in chat. And if my host will read some of those up, I will try and answer them as best as I can. And also thanks for everyone for just being here, especially like the Japanese side, since we are playing in English and I know there are Japanese commentary, but it's still that we want to see everything. But this is One Piece Unlimited Cruise Awakening of Hero. this is New Game Plus, so we are going to reset our level, and the lowest we can go on is normal mode, and time will start as soon as I click go on normal here. So the timer will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. So we are going to skip some cutscenes in the beginning, and this is the second game. So a big disclaimer, I have not played the first game and do not really know the story too well, but essentially we are right at the end of the first game. So as it is right now, we are actually fleeing from the last fight in the first game, since we were not really strong enough to defeat the end game boss. But in the first game, we got a companion called Gabri, and Gabri sort of sacrifices himself to like make it so that we can flee. I hope people really like Robin, because we are going to use her a lot. She is one of the best characters to actually just run around and do combat, since she can deal damage without looking at enemies and target multiple at the same time. Someone there. So, well, we are not really going to flee. What we are going to do instead is actually trying to get back to the same boss. We have weakened him, but he's not really being defeated. But we are going to, if I can say, restore Gabri back. Since Gabri has reverted back into, if I can say, an orb state. It's like Gabri's weakened form. And by doing that, we are going to travel to different islands and defeat bosses and take like the essence of these bosses to restore Gabri back. We are going to need a few items, and this is like fishing rod, a pickaxe, and a catching net like this. Oop, almost missed this one. Since this New Game Plus, everything is fully upgraded to maximum. We also need a vacuum cleaner. And right now I'm going to the storage. Since this is New Game Plus, there are few materials that are carried over to a new save file. So we are going to use them later in the run. But yeah, this is the first island. As you can see, it's desert themed. And if anyone can come with a good guess who is going to be at least a boss in this island, can win maybe a prize, who knows. At least a good guess. Of course, first island, desert, we have alabaster soldiers. And now you can really see how Robin shines. So combat is very simple, that you have different moves with different skills. And you can essentially just attack enemies by using A, B or special attacks as well. Oop. Though we are going to save our special attacks for later. Yes, so the first two islands is going to be a bit of a collected fun, since we need a lot of materials in this game. And Frankie is a bit too heavy today, he do not want to jump over that wall. So yeah, let's talk about movement as we are doing now. This is, I call it the SS slide. I do not know if it actually have an official name. Where SS stands for skill swapping. Essentially, when I run, I can swap my skills. And by swapping my skills and start running again, I can keep my speed without using my stamina. And that's my main sort of movement I'm going to use. So I'm going to do as fast as possible to traverse the island, pick up important things, and be careful actually not to be hit. There are a few ways you can go out of the SS glitch. If you interact with something, take damage, or even fall off the map, funny enough, or just jump, you are leaving out of it. And you can see how fast it can be done with these room battles, if I can call them that. When you're using Robin, while we're using, especially Frankie, since he's Master Nilo, deal damage multiple times, so it's very, very effective to actually take things like coconuts, cacti, that takes multiple hits to like open up. I have also to be careful right here. When I'm sliding, I have no real wall collision, so I can easily fall off like this. And if you look up in the mess there, Panda Man is sitting. So shout out to Panda Man every time you see him, right? Who doesn't like Panda Man? So one of the reasons we are really collecting these items is because that we need to open up gates. And gates have requirements to really open up. And is a two-step requirements, if I can say it like that. You need items in general to even open up the gate, as well as you need to fill up a bar, a color-themed bar, to actually do it. And that's the reasons we are collecting items. And here we have our first gate. So different materials do different things and have different level, if I can say, on the scale, depending on the bars. The orb you were seeing shining, that was a Gabri. We are like feeding Gabri to, if I can say, make Gabri strong again. And yeah, we are going to our first boss, and Panda Man is sitting right there to the right. We are going to see him a few times throughout the run. So the first boss is a kid, and everyone knows that he is the cool guy. But we are going to just pose on him. And our swagger is just too much for him, so he's going down in one hit. So a bit about management, especially for your stamina point, the SP bar. When I'm using an ultimate attack, as I did here, The bar is permanently like gone unless I find ways to like restore it. One of the usual ways is to go into rush mode. If you can see that I have like a bar to the right when I'm in combat or when enemies are near, that is like a requirement to go into rush mode. And that means that I do a bit more damage to enemies, and some enemies will drop certain items if they are defeated. As well as they will drop like pellets with health or stamina recovery. I have to be careful of the ground. The rib cases here hurts if I run into them. And as you may already have seen, we are really using the items like pickaxe and the vacuum cleaner already to be able to tear down objects. The reason we have it like fully upgraded is because that there are some materials that cannot be broken down with like the base items. So that's one of the good things by having it fully upgraded, so that we can just go through everything and do not need to think about upgrading these items. Didn't I drop another one? No? Okay. So we are going over to the next boss, and each island has like have 2 bosses and 1 optional boss. We are not going to do any optional bosses, unfortunately. We're also going to take time, because even though I'm in New Game Plus, it's actually taking a long time to defeat the optional bosses. And last one, I assume? Yes. So the ultimate I did to defeat Kid, you can already see have depleted some of Sanji's stamina bar. That's because co-op moves completely remove some small portion of anyone that is included in this like attack. But luckily, we can use the special attack that I did, the 600 million combo, 2 times as it is right now. But the reason I have to be really careful, as I said, is when I'm sliding, I'm holding down the run button, and I need to hold down the run button to also like execute the specials, but it does not register. It does not see that I'm running, so it will just think that I'm pressing down the run button, and then the button for attack, which trigger the special attack. And yes, if anyone gets Crocodile in the desert island, congratulations! Who knew that Crocodile would be the end boss on the first island, when it's a desert and alabaster themed? And as of course you can see, the scaling increases every time with the requirement of materials I need. But that's the first island, technically. And as we are going to see here, Gabri have now enough energy to restore back. And now they are talking a bit like, oh, Gabri, you're back to normal. You're looking a bit different. A bit cuter, actually, compared to the first game. But as long as you are still you and are fine, then we are all happy. So yeah, we can now go to the next island. Unfortunately, we have to go back. Oh, I've got a lot of rubber already. That's actually very rare. Usually I will only have 5 to 6. But I need to jump back 3 times to the island to collect wood as well as red fruit. But as you may wonder, I have now defeated the end boss on this island in only one special attack move. And there is a good reason for that. One thing is that this is really one of the strongest attack in the game. But in by itself, we have to think that I'm playing on normal mode. And in normal mode, the usually skill levels, yes, every attack have like a skill level that increases when you are using it on enemies. Can only go up to level 10. I am using unlimited level characters. That means that these characters have attacks that goes up to level 30. Hi Panda Man. So that's like, if I can say, an easy, sure way to kill enemies is just having a high skill level. Yes. Oh yeah, one thing I'm also going to collect a bit is grass. I needed to make some food. So the speedrun have seen a significant change actually in terms of speed. I'm right now the second world record holder, and my record got beaten by 10 minutes like 2 weeks ago. I cannot really replicate the same kind of run, mostly because of, if I can say, a bit of luck, because I need materials. And I'm not guaranteed to get the right materials all the time. So I'm going with a bit of a safe route for collecting some of the materials, but I will still use as much as possible the changes to the run. And the changes on this island is actually collecting grass to make some pasta, as well as a few like collected wood. But when you are collecting less wood, you need to capture a fire beetle. And I'm not good at not fighting, but capturing these beetles. They fly away if you're getting too close to them. And that is just an option that they will fly regardless of whatever you're doing. But some other things people may notice a bit is the clothing is actually a bit different. We are all animal themed in this game. Like Sanchi is themed after goat. You can sort of see a bit of it on his shoes, as well on his shoulders. And if we just take, oops, I said be careful of them, still got hit. If we are taking all the characters, if people are curious, since we need to farm a bit more. So Zoro is a dragon, Robin is a butterfly, Nami is a crane, Luffy is a lion, Frankie is a rhino, Usopp is a lion, Brook, he is a swallow, and I think like the best one is Chopper. He's actually a dinosaur. it's like, well, we have already an animal character. What animal clothing should we give him? And then you go with dinosaur. Don't really look at Sanji's feet while he's gliding. He knows what he's doing. He's the master of kicking. Oops. Sorry, I'll try to think a bit about materials, since they are very important of the game. Something I really like about the Ultimate Crews is that one thing, you can control every one of the Straw Hat crew, even though we are not really going to use all of them in the playthrough. But I really like that you can like explore Sunny. As well, like you can see what the ship is supposed to be. And I also really like the details for like some of the smaller cutscenes, like when I'm being shooting out of the cannon or using the rubber band actually to slingshot myself back. Oh, sorry. And that's because each character actually have their own animation for it. So this is the last run we are doing on the island, where I will just do a small check to make sure that I have the important parts. Or if I need to either do another run on the island, in case I've gotten too little, or if I can take some backup on the other islands. I'm also currently looking into other things you can actually do in the speedrun to maybe do it faster. I have not truly playtested it, but I may be able to, like this is rough estimate, but maybe save 1.5 minutes. But it's still not really being playtested. So there are still time to be saved if anyone are interested in doing the speedrun. Okay. So I need 2 more of these to make sure I have enough. And yeah, that's the first island. So the next island is called Memory Isles. I am not entirely sure why it's called Memory Isles and why the Straw Hat crew are like saying, oh, this like gives us a déjà vu. I've read the Wikipedia and it does say that, oh, it might be because of the first game, because there is a similar island. But they are also referencing a previously game called One Piece Ocean Dream. And what I find really incredible with the Ocean Dream game, actually, is the game apparently was so good that he decided to put it in the anime. And I have watched the filler episode just because of that. I will say myself cannot really see the resemblance, but yeah. The wiki says this, so it might be true, I'm not sure. So what we are going to do here is to collect some bamboo, but also to collect some fluff. The big difference on this island is actually that we are collecting a lot fewer items. Beforehand we were collecting like coconut, more bamboo on this island, and now we are only collecting blue fruit as well as fluff more or less on this island. So I need something for the next gate. I need to capture 3 different, well, not different, but 3 fish. And how fishing works is that fish spawn at certain distance. So I need 1 sun ice fish, this one, and 2 clams. And this is very good because clams, these spawns from 5 meters and up. And the sunfish will spawn from 10 meters and up. So if I am under 10 meters, I am guaranteed that I will always get clams. Where if I have to like capture a sunfish, I can still get clams even though that I am at 20 meters. Even though it's lower, the higher out I go. Nope. Go out, please. So, a new room battle, and yeah, don't worry, this is not Kuma. Can I position? Not quite right. I wanted to like defeat all of them in one hit. But, or maybe I did. Yeah, I did hit everyone else. Oops. Oof. It hurt. So we need something else to open up the next gate. We need to make explosives. And luckily for us, we have some explosive rocks up here. And some frame dropping, but that's common. Oops. At least it's coming on the physical console. That is not the biggest difference actually in the physical console and an emulator. Except for a few things that I've noticed that will make the physical run a bit slower as well compared to like an emulator. But yeah, it's something I can always take up with the community if needed. So I need a bit more grass before I have enough grass to actually make the food that I need. So these are Cypher agents. I do not really like them because they can hit you and jump a lot. So if I cannot get time to charge up my attack, I usually just try and see if I can knock them out with a special. That's a lot of blue fruit. Oh well. I've gotten now what I need to actually open up the next gate, so I am going back to Sunny to craft the gunpowder needed. If anyone is also wondering, I'm playing on the PAL world, and there is a difference between PAL and the Japanese version. And the biggest difference is actually the Japanese version does have something called a duplication glitch. And it's make it so that you can duplicate the, if I can say, the blue crystals very easily. Oh, I was about to say you. But the Powers version cannot do the same thing. And that's also the reason we are two different categories. So, another material we need is these rocks. And look and behold! A submarine! And we're getting ambushed, of course. Okay. Not the cleanest fight, but it was not the worst. I do not know why the game developer likes to put our character with a bag when we have cleared the room. Yes, every time we're opening gate now, Gabri does something to the environment that changes it, so we can now proceed. And he made these stalactites fall down so we can cross over. So this boss fight is the first one with, if I can say, multiple enemies. It's Smoker, and he have like 20 marine guys with him. But we actually can ignore everyone else. Our only enemy is Smoker. So by doing a fine JoJo posing on him, even though he is awesome and shirtless and gorgeous, he cannot really beat us. And of course, we can also hit everyone else while he's fainting. And here, Gabri is actually talking about, oh, Smoker, he's a mean-looking guy and he's very bad. And I really like that Luffy actually comes out and defends Smoker and say, no, 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 we are the bad guys, not him. Like, typically him. But that's why I sort of hate this. One of the changes that has been made is actually this, where we don't run back the same way. We are actually going further in front, make a ladder and climb up, collecting blue fruit, and that's like about it. I haven't really found it be faster for myself to climb up. I do not know why. So I'm not really going to do that, since I can save a bit time collecting bamboo, since the only reason I have bamboo is to make ladders. But we can right now actually go over to the next boss already. Of course, we are going to get a bit more fluff. To have the run work as it is now after the changes, I need to have at the very least 77 fluff to have enough materials. So I am going to check if I have enough or not. But I can do that when I have completed the next fight. And this is probably the biggest change on like any island we are going to see here. Tell me if you notice something new. Yeah, don't see something different, right? I also bit sad that you cannot use Brook to just run over to the in-game boss. And if people are curious, Panda Man right there. Looking above us, from above to us on the whole island. And of course, for anyone who are in Twitch lurking, for you, also Panda Man, being a bit sneaky under the skeleton. Maybe that could be seen as a bit creepy, who knows? Yeah, I cannot move him. Thank you. I actually have never seen that before. I was actually a bit afraid if I was soft locked, since I could not move. So our first like multi-boss fight, we have Mihawk and Shanks. Of course, we are going to post on them. Mihawk trying to be sneaky, dodging our attack. Unfortunately, we hit everything in our range. KO! Perfect. And Usopp is very happy because we defeated an Emperor and a Warlord. Of course, Zoro is mostly angry because he knows that it's not the real like Emperor and Warlord. It's only a cheap copy and they are not nearly as strong as the real one. Now we need to go back. And it's not going to hopefully take nearly as long time, since we are collecting the blue fruits as it is. But you can be a bit unlucky on these, because you need 32 of the blue fruit to actually complete the run. And even though it's very generous to you, a lot of the trials I have done over the past 2 weeks, the trees have given me lower than 32. The average you're going to get is usually 38. So even if you go low, you usually have enough to actually, you don't really need to think about it. Okay. I needed to confirm how much fluff we needed, and I'm going to do it again. I believe we might have enough, but I'm not entirely sure. And yes, of course, the reason I'm jumping back to the ship is, like before, collecting items, but also so that items respawn. Yes. So, if anyone are a bit curious, as well, the game, both like 1 and 2, were being made like at the end of Thriller Park and at the beginning of not a I see enough. I cannot remember the arc right before the time skip or Marine Fort, where we are meeting like the worst generation of pirates. So we are not going to see like some of the newest characters, but as we have seen, Kit is like in the game, and we're also going to see other characters that's like related to the end of Thriller Park as well as the arc after. So last round on the island, and yes, I'm checking a lot, and that's because I'm paranoid. As I said, I've done a lot of trials, and the game has not been kind to me, so now I just want to make sure that it's good enough. Yes, more than enough. So now we are done with the second island and can continue to the next. And from now on, it's going to be fast. We are ready to sail to the Boogie Isles. And the whole island is themed after Thriller Park. So yeah, there are traps, there are zombies, and everything comes like up from the ground. It's actually very annoying. What we need to really do in this island is actually just collecting 3 fruits to open up the first gate. Luckily, the game is kind enough to hide it from us here at the beginning. Unfortunately, the game designers are also a bit evil, so I may need to run back up to 3 times if the tree only wants to give me 1 fruit. And say hello to Mini Mary. I miss Mary. No, the game is actually kind to me. 3 on 1 go. Of course he's kicking me. It's like, yes, a small sweet kiss. Right in the face. With a foot. So, we are going to make some food. And one of the food we are going to make is to open up the next gate. And we're also going to make some pellets. Salt pellets. I am going to be quiet since I need to concentrate. And I don't like end up eating this. Okay, thank you. I was afraid if I ate it, I need to collect materials again. But we are also making salt balls, and these is to the last gate, because we need to collect 100 shadows for the last gate. But we have only made 19 pellets, so why that? Well, that's funny because the next boss is going to drop us a chest with 40 shadows in it. And there is a hidden chest on this island with 50 shadows. So I only need 10 at the end. And usually you will need a lot more than 90 pellets if you really need to collect shadows. Because you consume 1 pellet every time you hit an enemy, not every time you defeat an enemy. So even though I only need 10 shadows, I still consume about 40 pellets just for that. So I'm really happy that I can just collect like 90% of all my shadows from chest. But on this particular boss, there is a reason we are using Zoro. And that is because Zoro actually has a passive ability that makes the co-op move, the attack we have done throughout all bosses right now, do more damage. Why is that? It's because this boss cannot be defeated in the 2 special move we have been using as before when we play normally. But because of the up power we are going to get from Zoro, this boss can be defeated in 2 of these special moves. And especially because this boss, let's just say that it is Lucy. When he drops down to about 5%, a new cutscene will trigger and he changes form and becomes like really annoying to deal with. And another good thing, this boss has like a small bug, glitch, I'm not entirely sure what to call it, that can trigger, where you can get a double hit. Meaning we one-shot him. We're not entirely sure like what the requirement is, and can I make it in time? No. Okay, a bit scuff, that's because I should have changed to Robin to begin with. So yeah, he managed to get up and actually attack. It's not the worst. Not the worst. And for some reason I do not know why there are no sound when we have this victory like celebration screen. There's just no sound. And yeah, here Gabri is a bit sad actually because he's like, oh, damn Nami, you like have your dream of finding treasure and you're good at doing what you are doing, and Gabri cannot really see the purpose that he like have in the crew or in the world. So we are all like, oh well, we can always like find your dream and try and cheer him up. Oh yeah, if anyone have actually played the game, does anyone know where Panda Man is on the third island? Because I actually don't think I've ever seen him on the third island at all. Well, regardless, we are going over to the next boss already. And one reason for that is that we actually do not need to use our special attack move as we have done on every other boss. And that's because the next boss can only be hit on the head. So we need some, if I can say, range to deal with it, sort of. I will try not to defeat any one of the zombies. There are only 11 zombies, and if I can get all shadows from here that I need, I'll be happy. Can I still collect one? I can. So, for this boss, the VIP character is Usopp. He's going to solo the next boss, just by himself. Why is that? Well, let's just say that the next boss has a gimmick on him. And, excuse me, still need to just be sure I'm doing the right thing. 8 and 6. And that's because this boss is Oz. He's big and can only be hit in the head, as said. So we are going to start with a bit of manipulation of the AI so that he will look down faster so that he'll be hit in the head. That's actually not the reason we're using Usopp, even though he's a ranged character. The reason is that his ultimate have no knockback. Because if you hit Oz's head too hard, he is going to get knocked back, and then you cannot hit him again. But it does not apply to Usopp. And since every one of these projectiles do damage, you can see how much we are melting him. GG. Never stood a chance. And that's the third island. And we can immediately set sail for the floating isles. So, yeah, a quick guess. It is themed after Skytopia. And we are actually going to only collect one item, though we have to do it 3 times. The item we need to collect is sky fishes. And we need 3 of the same kind. So I hope to get some fish luck, since 2 fishes can spawn at the same distance. And if you look into the sky, you may see something flying around that's a bit red. You have a good guess what it could be. I think I don't need to say what it can or cannot be in the sky. So I hope to get a bit luck for a fast fight, but it depends on the position of these mud creatures sometimes. If you look to the right, you'll see something flying around in the sky. Yes. So these sky fishes, these spawn from 20 meters and up. The other fish I can capture is called love kiss fish, or at least I'm calling that. I think it's just a love fish. And how I can see, depending on what fish it is the fishing mechanics. So there are two different ways fish behaves. One is that the line depletes fast. The blue bar to say. If it depletes just fast, it means that I'm catching the right fish. And another one is that they go back and forth, or left or right. That also makes the line deplete faster, but it does make it so that I can turn the rod to another position, and it makes so that the line will not go down fast anymore. And this is actually a bit unusual. You rarely actually go back and forth like this. It's mostly sharks you can catch on Sunny and Sea Kings as well that do like this. Yes. Seems to be right. And I really hope, because then I could go to the next boss fight. And this boss fight is actually the most hated one for people. For me, it's the most hated boss. Well, my most hated is actually the end boss of this island. So why do people hate this one? The next boss is Doflamingo. And Doflamingo is a puppeteer. Has the fine ability to take control over your other teammates, the crews you're not playing with. It seems that he's always attacking the one with the highest skill level, base skill level. And you cannot get that character back at all. And if you defeat the character, he will take over a new one. So yeah, he is very annoying in that regard. And if people like Dark Souls, especially PvP, or hate it, mostly because, characters, cheaters, wants to do invulnerability, this is a fine what can I use for it? It's a fine showcase of how you're just dealing with 3 of these. This attack do not really much damage, but positioning it right, it has a lot of pushback. And voila, no enemies on the bridge. Fall damage. Gravity is your best friend. You can also push them out by running into them if you want to. I just like to push them out like this. Some fun thing actually with Doflamingo is that it seems he was a late character development. Like the boss you should fight apparently originally was Bellamy. He's underling that can use like spring attack or turn himself into a spring. It's not because Bellamy is not in the game anymore. He's just very annoying now because he's part of the Doflamingo's attack. And there he is. And yeah. What Bellamy does is just ring around and he is going to like knock you around. This was a good fast fight because I could get close to Doflamingo. He likes to like evade and run away. And Gabri is very mad at Doflamingo because friends should not attack friends. And Usopp is actually talking about the Water 7 arc, where he was fighting Luffy over Mary. And yeah, we are going directly over to the last gate of this island. We do not need to go back to the ship. Yes. And the item we actually also need to collect to open up the next gate is something you are mandatory to actually pick up to open that gate. So that's why we don't really need to concentrate or be worried about farming anything. And yes, I dropkicked that plant. It has an eye on it, and if that plant spots you, it will spawn, not spawn, but is connected to a cannon that shoots an explosive rock at you. That's why we're dealing with it, so that it will not attack you. So last room battle. Wow, someone actually managed to pull out an attack. That's very, very rare. They are usually very passive. And here we see one of Frankie's nice abilities, that he can build stuff like ladders, staircases, bridges. But a lot of the bridges that he can make is to expand the islands. Yes, every island can expand. That's also where you'll find the optional bosses. And you can actually not fight all the optional bosses unless you have done hard mode or are doing hard mode. Something people find a bit funny is actually that the game was made before we actually knew Whitebeard's Devil Fruit like ability. And he's in this game as an optional boss. there. But yeah, now we can go back to the ship. The boss do not spawn here, so we can now heal up. And then go to the end boss of this island. But what people sort of find funny is that why we even made him in the game, since we didn't really know much about Whitebeard. He's actually just a big guy that swings his weapon a lot. But the reason I'm picking this up, I'm stuck. The reason I'm picking this up is because that this game had a remake, and the remake was actually, I think it was made in 2011. I'm not 100% sure about that fact. But in the remake, he actually gave him his Stereo Fruit power. So I think that is sort of, nice that they upgraded some characters. And we are jumping back to the ship. Oh, what a surprise! He's already here! And we are fully healed up. So yeah, this was Kizaru. I hate him a lot. And that is because Sunny is actually a very narrow battlefield. And Kizaru can shoot laser beams, and these laser beams can explode. So even if he misses you, the beam will collide with the wall, explode, and the explosion for the beam will hit you. And yes, we are using Zoro because he also have a small chance of doing a double hit on Kizaru. And if not, Kizaru can also be taken down with 2 special moves. And that's all islands and all the mandatory bosses. So now Gabri is strong enough so that we can confront the end boss of this game. We also learn a bit in the story that Gabri is part of the boss of the game. Where it's like an old civilization and it's like a machine that seems to maybe have gone out of control. And wants to doom humanity because humanity is evil. But Gabri learns and teaches that not all humans are evil. So we also want to, if I can say, explain not all humans can be evil. So I hope I have counted right on everything. If not, I have to go back to an island for some ingredients. I need to have 10 of everything except the yellow. The yellow is only for building stuff like bridges, staircases, Frankie things. So you can actually go over to the end boss. And not the end boss, to the optional bosses. And this is also where we are really using the things we are picking up from the beginning of the game in our storage. Oh, I didn't take the salt. I have a question to our co-host. Can I showcase a cutscene between the phases of this boss? Will I have time to showcase, just show a cutscene?
Yeah, it should be fine to go ahead and showcase it.
Okay, because right now Usopp is going to be the VIP of the first phase of this boss. He really likes a big target that does not move. And contra everyone else, this boss actually has some damage reduction to him. So that's why Usopp really just melts. I cannot do that, and you know. I should know. Really? Survive with so little HP? Of course. I really like the cutscenes in this game, and this is one of the funniest one in the game, and it's 1 minute long. That's why I want to showcase it. Or at least just show it for people. All the cutscenes are funny. So yeah, time comes up when I do the last hit on this boss, and Zoro is going to MVP him. Because he's the only character that can actually stun lock. With his normal attack, like this. And this boss is usually very annoying because he is using attacks from all the other bosses as well as the crew members. But the times come up as soon as I hit it this time. And time. And now the story goes in that Gabriel like merges in and tells that humans are not evil and takes like control over like this entity and gains the ability to now grant one wish. That wish he wants to like give to Luffy. Luffy say, use it for yourself. We are not going to do it because we want to retrieve. We want to get our dream ourselves. And of course, with that, we are going to have a small celebration party if we also can just show the end here. It's not that long.
Yep, all good. That other cutscene was so worth it. I'm glad you showed that. That was amazing.
And I really like the cutscenes because they are all funny. And it wasn't even Luffy. It was actually this guy. That is Gabriel. Gabriel wished to become human so that he can do the same thing Luffy did. Go inside a barrel and try and get a pirate crew, apparently. On another day, in another ocean. That's the game. I say thanks for letting me come here, and I'm sorry, I need to go and open up my front door, and I cannot be here, so I will leave it to you. I'm sorry. Oops.
All good. Thank you so
thanks
much.
for letting me be here.
Yeah, thank you, Torsion. I really appreciate the run. Very good job, and appreciate you being a part of the event. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get set up for our next runner, Norishige-san. So give me just a moment here, and we'll be good to go momentarily.
Welcome back, Simon.
Thank you for waiting. Now we're going to start the Tarchan's show with Norishige-san. And he's going to be joined by Bratter-san for a speed run. That's really fast. I appreciate you all staying up very late. Make sure you guys are getting your stretches, drinking your water. I'm going to try and practice these poses while I watch the speed run real fast. Make sure you're getting those donations in because I don't have too many to read. But we could use a couple more to get things going. We have a couple of incentives coming up. We have Digimon Battle Spirit 2, where you can pick the name of a character, and we have a special task that can be unlocked if you raise 50% in a few, I'd say you've got a couple hours, but make sure you get them in. So I'm going to go ahead and toss the stream to Norishige-san, and take it away, guys. Show us all about Tarchan. This is a funny anime. Get ready. Tarchan. This is a funny anime. Get ready.
All right, you guys are on, so you're good to go.
All right, welcome everybody. This is Jungle Noja Cha-Cha. This is a really silly NES Super Nintendo game. How's it going, Norishige? Is he flexing? Stretching.
Alright. DB Kid, you can, I'm not sure if Norishige knows that we're on, but we are on. You can let him know.
Okay. Okay, we're on. I can't, we moved, so I can't see the game anymore.
Oh yeah, Norishige will have to share in Discord again.
What? Share?
Share
Yeah.
Discord screen for Bratter.
Okay. Yeah, Discord stream. お願い。あれ、消えてた。
There we go.
Hey,
Okay. So, yes, you may start.
that was some phenomenal flexing with DBK-san. That's just like the intro of the anime there with those poses. Saido chest, the side chest pose, all of it. Holding up the title. Tarchan is super strong. You'll see. If you've never heard of Tarchan before, maybe you've heard of Tarzan, but it's very, I don't want to say similar. There's some things like a jungle. There's at least a similar setting in that regard. But this is from a Shonen Jump manga. This was serialized in 1988, and there was even an anime in like '94. 50 episodes of this. Get ready. So Norishige-san is going to take us through a bunch of stages, platforming, silly Shonen Jump antics, and some fighting. Fighting for what's right. And showing off some nice moves and muscles. Whenever you're ready. Time will start on first character movement with Tarchan. Okay. So whenever you're ready, we'll get started here.
Three counts. Oh, okay.
Those poses are so strong. You see Tarchan doing chores.
Wow.
I'm not sure how. Oh yeah.
Go.
Going.
Away.
All right, you'll see some movement here. Tarchan's jumps give him some initial forward movement for a little bit of speed, up slopes maybe, but like also after jumping, there's some slower movement, so jump kind of sparingly in most of these places, and you'll see these super powerful kicks. Tarchan has like basic attacks with punches and kicks, but also Tarchan kick, which is really strong. Think of like a Kamen Rider kick, but just, you know, Tarchan. You have the strength of a lion in those punches and kicks. And don't worry about the glide. There might be just like a small percentage of body fat on Tarchan among all that muscle. So the only percentage of body fat left is that excess skin for gliding. That's all. That's all I could think of for that. It shows there's acorns for picking up. And there's soldiers here in the jungle that you can beat up. The acorns are for like a true ending. They're not really necessary for the any percent speedrun. They're just something that Jane wants you to go find. Yeah, there is a Jane-chan in Tarchan. Nice kick. The Tarchan kick to the rock. We'll send the rock flying, and that's your platform to get up here. We can just jump right over these soldiers, and that's the first stage. Yatta! Nice celebration.
Yatta.
I think we're here for the first boss fight. Get ready. It's a tank. Tarchan kick. Nice. That tank went to space. And, you know, a fight like this reminds me of Hokuto no Kenshin, Fist of the North Star. Punching that tank? Very similar. And just like any classic game, after the stage is a bonus round with some Tanken, some rock, paper, scissors. Good old-fashioned rock, paper, scissors. Scissors, piece of paper. There's some winning. There's some strats for maybe tying. And losing is a little bit faster with the dialogue here. It's really RNG. There's inputs for picking your matches, but in a series of 5v5 here, you're trying not to do all 10 matchups that could be possible. And trying to just get through that as quick as possible. The whole reason for that is for some continues, but Norishige-san does not need any continues. Oh, that jump right there was so close. In this stage, that jump just missed. It's TAS. It's like a TAS double, triple frame, perfect kind of jump there. But it's always worth going for at least once. And we got some falling platforms. Here's another kick towards a breakable wall here. Then we can climb and skip the next building and just climb on top of it. Get some swinging action. And we're going to punch through the floor here into the next wall. We have this next section where we're going to glide, and we have a breakable wall coming up that we can use to skip the next section too. Instead of climbing a big plateau and gliding across, we can do a little skip right there. Punch through this wall. Bring a block back over to skip a lot of areas. There's a lot of expansive like rooms that can have you winding back and forth, and there's a little animal pickup icon, and that's an otter, and it's going to give you some really cool movement. There's little pickups. There's 2 animal pickups like that, and the otter lets you do some really cool movement in water. Looking forward to seeing that. But that's the end of the stage. We don't get to see that. The otter is just part of the path. Alright, we have our second boss. Instead of a tank, we just have this Street Fighter clone. I was looking through the show list. There's 50 episodes of Tarchan. And, wow, this guy's got Hadokens and Shoryukens. And, he's doing some good kicks here. We're trying to get some hits in before the time runs out. This is kind of like a fighting game mini-game. But we beat him. There we go. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
If the time ran out, they would both heal for a few seconds, so you'd lose a lot of time there. But just making it through the round is fast. First round fast. And more junkin'. More rock, paper, scissors. So tie. Just lose. Another tie. Another tie. Winning means you have to fight the next person. And there's the tie. So that's like everybody played. So not too bad. Not too bad. Right, the next stage here is the Oasis Casino. I'm not really sure who this belongs to, this casino stage. It's pretty wild though. Every classic platformer has a casino. Thinking of Sonic. I love the IO animation. Posing. But the pinball platform, this is very Sonic inspired. You can feel it. There's a glide to a pillar. You can barely see that iron bar that Notoshige-san landed on. The neon platforms are really, really colorful. An uppercut with the Tarchan punch. There's some ledge guarding. This is not the only martial artist blocking our progression here. There's we'll see him in a later stage. He's like the ultimate ledge guard champion. You'll see some really fast hops that Tarchan's doing. That initial momentum boost that you get while jumping in these small corridors is perfect for just moving way faster. Get a happy little chimpanzee to give us a boost. Some tight platforming here with the launch. Nice launch. Get these idiots out of the way. We want to fall through here so we can avoid that guy. And that almost looks like lava, but it's a really fancy neon light sign. I'm going to avoid that launcher. That pinball launcher was going to boost us the wrong way. A nice ledge grab to the final platform. And there's the launch to the end.
Nice.
Very good movement so far. How you feeling?
Very good.
Very good.
RNG
Okay,
boss.
this is the RNG boss. That's right. Oh. So he's going to do these short hops. There's nothing to be done about it.
But.
So
Very bad.
bad pattern. Here, you want those high jump kicks. And just like Pokemon, if you miss a high jump kick, you're gonna get hurt. So these short hops, that's bad. Here's the good stuff. Yeah, if Tarchan were to do any basic attacks here to try and hit this boss, he'll like either jump away or it's like impossible to hit him. But here, one more good hit. No, the last hit. So here's what I was talking about. At the end of a round, they're gonna heal for several seconds. Yeah, I have to talk about it. Tarchan heals like an animal. He was raised in the jungle by animals. There is a mentor, like chimpanzee friend of his. But yeah, licks his wounds just like a dog or a cat. Oh no! Ugh. That's so rude. He gave you so many short hop kicks.
Very bad lang.
Yeah. The RNG. There's Jan-chan cheering us on. We'll try again. She kind of yelled at us at first. Here we go. Loading edge. Oh, a headbutt. We're trying to reposition here for some better. There we go. This is the kind of action we're hoping for, not the short hop kicks. So repositioning is hoping to give you like a reason for him to kick. Yeah.
Yeah. Please cry.
Please play nice. There.
Freeze.
Nah. Okay, we're healing again. Wow, this is a worse boss than Phantoon's patterns for all the Super Metroid fans out there. Oh man. Feels worse than a slow.
Throw.
Yeah, here we go. Kick. Yeah, kick.
Yeah.
One more. Yeah.
One more. Yeah.
That feels so good to get through it. How often does that happen? Really bad patterns like that.
そんなにない。
All right.
Oh.
Feels nice to get through that. Alright, another bonus round for some more continues. We're gonna just mash through this. And there are different inputs for, rock, paper, scissors. But it is going to be random on what they pick. So you just try to mash as fast as possible. Normally continues like that don't happen. See, both of them are out. Scissors. And music is good in this. Okay, next stage. We're in a castle dungeon now. There's actually a vampire in this show. He's got a whole castle of followers. Reminds me of some other vampires with castles. Castlevania, maybe JoJo. So yeah, breaking some breakable walls, punching the boxes over to climb through here. And bringing down the house with those climbable blocks. Look at that. We're waiting for this platform to jump here. There's a little skip right here. Reminds me of 1-2 Mario. Super Mario. Yeah. Wonder if that's developer intent. It can only be. I'm familiar with coyote jumps. There was a hidden otter up there. I'm breaking some of the floor here because there's breakable walls here to make it through that section. And there's the otter swim. Yeah, so cute. Wait here for the climb. Nice grab. Nice climbing. A little bit of fire damage, that's okay. We avoided all those enemies, just going faster.
Nice.
Nice jump. Wow. The platforming looks so fun in this. And that's good. Look at that speed. Nice, bringing down the house on an enemy like that, that's really fun. Nice! Jumping right over that enemy. Could bounce off, the knockback would be really bad, and falling down would have meant redoing an entire section. Climbing again. Yeah, so good!
Yeah.
Here it is, the strongest vampire. I looked up the episode list. Saikyo no Vampire. That's the one. Strongest vampire right here. I'm gonna be checking out the anime with DBK-san soon. We were looking at it. It's very silly. Jump in there and get some kicks. We got him cornered. Let's kick him back. It's over. Well done. There's a few more stages after this. Or is it is the factory stage the last stage?
Last
It's going smooth. Last stage, max. Swittize here. Double. Nice. So that last person didn't even get to play. So that skips, you know, another section. Shaving off seconds of these bonus rounds. Really, all you can hope for. Here, this factory has someone's name all over it, Max. I wonder if that is the name of the final boss. I was looking at some of the last episodes just to get some spoiler-free information. They have like a demon king. Tarchan's got it all. The shonen. It looked like a tournament arc, several tournament arcs. But this is one of the largest stages with lots of wraparounds. There's going to be more breakable floors, lots of these lightning hazards. We might have to do some healing. We'll see how the platforming goes. This climb here, and we're coming up towards... Oh, that's not good. We lost our... Oh, the trolling, the platform. That's some mean level design right there. The bounce back into the lightning. Now Jane's gonna yell at us again.
Very hard trap.
Yeah. Here we go, launching. There is some damage boosting that's going to be like necessary for climbing through here. Similar to what you just saw there, getting shocked and then vaulting. That's going to happen intentionally for a skip later on. Yeah, these bouncers, they watched Sonic level design. They took notes. Some of those bouncers that take you backwards. I'm gonna catch a ride on these moving platforms just to ascend here. There's a good horn. We're getting back to this part, the mean part. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah. Swing into the vault. There's a little healing manga there, yeah, for some, light reading. Yeah, light novel for light reading. We gotta be very careful with the breaking the blocks here. There's some sections you want to fall down, and there's gonna be some parts you might reuse. So these little punches here, instead of breaking the whole thing, because a touchdown punch will break all of it, like a shockwave would go through all the blocks and break them. But this, yeah, little punches just to break a little bit to use the platform. And a little bit of iframe action there. If Tarchan stands still, he'll dodge. He will spot dodge projectiles. It's pretty phenomenal. Here's the intentional damage boost. I'm gonna iframe it twice and get up. Very good. Glide and catch a ride here. Here's the ledge guard king. He's like gotta wait. The patrolling man. Okay. The next one. Good. He's gone. Push these walls. We want to go. Any fall could be like a really big wrap around here. But nice jumps on top of the screen. Kick this guy out of the way. Oof. Yeah, you gotta be careful with these springs because like there's several that are meant. Yeah, so many that are meant to knock you backwards. More healing. Oh, yeah. You see the blend of macho and silly that is just like staple Shonen Jump humor. It's for the fellas. Go! Alright. This is the final battle. There's going to be 2 phases. The first one's going to be pretty easy. That first dash-in is the only movement that we'll see forward of this max final boss. This might be the Demon King with a clone. There's a whole lot to unpack with the anime. But that was phase 1. Every hit is jumping backwards. Easy phase 1. Phase 2, another story. So it seems like he's down, but he gets really mad or some kind of demon power awakens him. He just turns red. He's so fast. We're doing some turnbacks. We'll dash to the other side of touch jump. Some good kicks. Nice.
Hi.
That's time. And that's time. Thank you. Wow. Wow. How you feel? Well done. Oh, that's the score. All the acorns. So that's kind of like the any percent ending right there. Jane's calling you up for not getting all the acorns. So that was Tarcha. Jungle Tarcha.
Acha. Thanks commentary.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. This was so much fun. I appreciate you having me on here for Anime Speedrun Festival. Thank you again. Thank you, DBK-san, as well. Nice flexing at the start of this.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much. That was an amazing run. Very entertaining.
Good run.
Thank you, Norishige-san.
Thanks. Good run, but bad run. Bad run. RNG. Bad run. Thanks for watching.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we're going to go ahead and get set up for Gon by Wandering Mind. Bradder, you have anything you'd like to shout out? Or Norishige, any final words you guys would like to go? Are we all good to go?
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me once again.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Hey all, this is Wandering Mind, Hive, and I am going to show off Gone for the Super Famicom / SNES. And this is a kind of a unique game, and can't wait to show it off. We're going to go fast, and I'm just ready to jump into this because the game... I'll explain, but yeah, so... I'm going to get started here on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so Gone is based on a manga. And for those of you in the West, he did make a guest appearance in Tekken 3. I know that there was an animated series that was based on this. And there's another game called Gone Baku 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 Adventure for the 3DS. So this game and that game were Japan exclusive. And so each level is episodic. So here we're kind of in the, plains, and we gotta deal with a monkey. So I'm gonna deal with a warthog here. And the warthogs can just do whatever they want. So there's no music, there's no HUD, it's just the sound effects and visual effects. And we got tail attack here, 5 hits. Okay, so if you time it up right, you can actually skip that pause. But yeah, that can be a bit tricky. So we have our tail attack, and then we have our chomp attack. Okay, yeah, so if we run out of energy, we gotta recharge and deal with the monkey, and then we got another... Yeah, so that can happen if we, are a bit off in our timing. Yeah, as you can see, yeah, that timing can be a bit tough. Alright, there we go. So, we're gonna go and take care of these warthogs, and here they take 3 hits. But yeah, like the timing for the rhinos can be a bit tricky. And now we are onto our first of several Mode 7 segments where we're gonna chase some animal. And get ready for some music, because this is one of the few tracks that you're gonna hear in the game. So, kind of what I like to do is that normally you would chase... Yeah, alright, yeah, so normally we would chase a monkey. But I'm gonna try to go backwards. So we have holes that we need to avoid, rocks, and trees. But yeah, so getting stopped by any of those 3 can give you a bad time. But yeah, kind of my idea is that I'm gonna weave back and forth, and if I do it right, and if I can just run right into the monkey. And this is the heavy reset point. But yeah, I can either get the monkey right away, or this is gonna take a while. But yeah, marathon luck, what can I say? But yeah, yeah, so I was okay, there we go, that's gonna close into that monkey if it's gonna play nice with me. Yeah, this is pretty unlucky. I don't want the monkey right in front of me because... Oh, there we go, that's what we want. And now we gotta deal with the monkey here. Have it jump back and forth here. Kind of get into a loop. Yeah. You can do a low jump, it can knock back, or it can do the high jump. And there we go. That is level 1 done. But yeah, so we're gonna have a bonus stage, and I'm gonna do nothing. This will let me explain some more things. So we have several attacks. So we have our tail whip, which has more range, a bit slower, knocks back the enemies a bit further. Then we have our headbutt, which is smaller hitbox, knocks the enemies back a bit less, but is generally a bit faster. And then we have our chomp attack, which we are not going to see very often. So, like the rhinos, that's really the one time we're going to see it. And then with the next bonus stage, a few levels from now, we'll see it again. So, I think we have 3 lives that we start out with. You can get more with the bonus stages, and if we die, we have to start the entire stage over. until we get to the boss, there is a checkpoint there, so that's why I have a pretty high estimate with the Mode 7 sequences, and, yeah. So now, level 2, we're gonna deal with a elephant, and we're also gonna deal with some sharks here. But yeah, this is like a very immersive game, like this is easily playable. So now we're introduced to swimming, and swimming can be a bit slow. Alright, gonna get into my timing here. Alright, and they can chomp you. Alright. Okay, let's see here. This is very unfortunate. Alright, gonna wait for the tail here. That's what we want. And that is very unfortunate. Can be a bit tricky here. There we go. So, I'm gonna pick up some safety health here. Normally I would jump over it. But yeah, you saw a little part of it, and totally not Jaws theme. Now we have our maze-like segment, where we're gonna pound and break some blocks here, break the ground, 3, 4. But yeah, I have it all memorized. 2, 3, 5, 6. We're gonna clear a path here, and then we want to get rid of those bats, because they can bother us. There we go. Yeah, that can be a bit tricky. Yeah, like the controls are not the most intuitive. Yeah, kind of getting into there. And now we're gonna do a bit of a running jump. So I'm gonna run, headbutt, flutter. Alright, so what I was gonna do was that I was gonna charge off the bird and kind of give myself a bit more distance. Alright, I was a little bit off on the tail here. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, this game can be a bit random. There we go. Then we have another shark that we're gonna deal with, and usually this level goes a bit better, but the game can be very finicky. And we're gonna deal with an elephant, and we're gonna get a routine here. That we were just a little bit off in our timing. There we go. But yeah, if you're not careful, the elephant can do attack where you get knocked back across the other side. But yeah, elephant revengeance. Yeah, it's just, you know, just a matter of practicing with the game, and the game can do what it wants to do. So now we are on to our next stage, where we dealt with a monkey, we dealt with an elephant, now we're gonna deal with a bobcat. And so with this stage, we have to make sure that we go through the right room, otherwise we're gonna fall into a pit of snakes. We don't want that. But yeah, Gon is so hard-headed, he doesn't need armor to break blocks. Alright, so kind of the waterfall area, and alright, that is pretty unfortunate, so I'm gonna play it safe here. Alright, that is alright, yeah, I'm gonna play it safe, so you can do a headbutt combo. Alright, there we go. So we're gonna fly down. And then we gotta deal with the Bobcat again. So for marathon safety, I am just gonna wait for it. Right. Okay, that was actually really good. Yeah, we want to time our double jump here. And then we're going to do a running jump here. We don't want to flutter too much. Now we're into a cave, and I'm going to time my jumps here. The controls are not the most responsive. And the double jump, so we want to tap left or right several times. Right. Yeah, so a lot can go wrong, but I use the platform as a frame of reference as to when to jump. Double jump again. Then we have we gotta deal with the Bobcat again, so I'm gonna play it safe here. Right, last hit. Or not, alright. There we go. Gonna double jump again. And then we're gonna do our running headbutt jump here. And guess what? We're gonna break more blocks with our hard head. Yeah, you just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And guess what? We got another Mode 7 sequence. I'm gonna try to do my usual thing of we're gonna run in the opposite direction, we're gonna snake back and forth, and hopefully we get this. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're gonna weave back and forth here. Okay, yeah, and deal with everything. So I feel like there are more obstacles that are placed here. So we're gonna do our usual thing where we're gonna... Okay, oh baby! Come on, come on, come on! Ooh. Oh, boy, oh, I was so close. Yeah, that can happen. Come on, come on! We were so close! As you can see here, yeah, it's hard to see things. Yeah. Oh. Alright. You know what? We are gonna run back and forth here. Like this. Right. Yeah, like those things can just show up like right away. And you have very little reaction time. Yeah, like getting hit is very punishing. Usually this goes a lot better. There we go. And now we got our boss fight. Yeah, they just show up. Right. Yeah, so I want to do a little bit of a knock here. There we go, so we want to do that combo. So we got our next bonus stage, and this is going to be the only one that we're going to try to finish fast here. And the only other time that you're going to see the chomp attack. Alright, we want to headbutt because it's faster. Alright, there we go. That's actually really fast. Alright, so next up we're going to have our Polar Arctic stage. And I'm going to use a timer because we got to deal with the wind cycles, where the wind blows every 20 seconds or so. And I have like a timer up. Alright, I'm gonna look at my timer here. Alright, 9. Alright, so... gonna deal with polar bear here. we got some funny polar bear animations here. Yeah, as you can see here, we do not want to get hit by the polar bear. Okay, that's really good. Looking at my time, 48. I'm gonna play it safe here. Yeah, like the blowback can be pretty far. 114. So now we're gonna deal with some killer whales here. And we also gotta deal with a bottomless pit. And getting frozen. Yeah, you gotta press left and right repeatedly. Also, do not press A plus down. Bad things happen. But yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, that can happen. So now we're gonna see one of my favorite game over screens. Like, you ever get so mad that you just break the world in half? Yeah, can't say I have. But yeah, the headbutt gives us a combo. So, if I die again, I'm just gonna do the safer tail whip strat. But yeah, hey, we get to see a game over. Alright, so 222. Yeah, like, this is actually the longest stage usually in the run. 222. Usually, I die while attacking a polar bear. Yeah, okay, yeah, so that can happen. That's... yeah, things can go pretty terribly wrong, and this is usually the case, so I am just gonna play it safe here. Deal with the water. Yeah! Okay! Alright. Alright. 330. Oh, yep. A little bit unfortunate here. Trying to remember where the blowback is here. Alright. Oh, but, alright. Not a big deal, not a big deal. But yeah, marathon run, you can see what happens here. We got our wind draft here. Alright, we gotta make sure that we tail whip. Yeah, this can be a pain. Alright, now we are gonna do some pounding here. And we gotta deal with random ice here. Oh yeah, by looking at the texture, I know where to tail whip. Thankfully, there is a health pickup along the way. But yeah, like, this is the most punishing stage to lose time on. We got our health pickup here. There is no health bar, so basically, how we can tell our health is by how mad Gon gets, by, you know, how he reacts. And if we get on low health, we're gonna hear some intense music playing. Alright, gonna look here. 558. Yeah, that can be a bit wonky. Yeah, Gon has some anger issues. And we want a tail whip here for this part. Alright, wait for the wind. 640. Okay, oh boy, that was a bit harrowing. Alright, do not press A plus down in the water. Oh, that is actually really good. Alright, that is actually really good. So, we met the cycle. So... there we go. But yeah, I follow a specific pattern. And hey, guess what? We got another Mode 7 sequence. And kind of my main idea is that I'm gonna try to run in reverse and hopefully catch up with the polar bear. But yeah, like, you can see how much angrier Gon gets at 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, now we're gonna go back and forth here, and hopefully we get the polar bear to show up. But yeah, like, if you want to run from the front, or it just depends, so... we're gonna snake back and forth, so we only have to deal with ice. And ice will just usually show up where you are. Okay, yeah, so it looks like it's to our left. Yeah, we're having some marathon luck, but hey. And of course, same idea where if we run into the ice, we have to kind of catch up again. This has been going. Gonna try to catch up. Oh! There we go. Yeah, I was running backwards in like a big turn. Because, like, you would think by running straight you could catch up with the animal, but it's not so simple. You kind of have to guess which position, because it will, if you try to run straight sometimes, it will just run away. And now we are in the jungle, and again, if we die, we start the entire stage over, and we deal with our some annoying enemies. We're gonna deal with some more monkeys. Alright. Right, what? 1, 2. There we go. Gonna do a running jump here. Yeah, like the monkeys can just punch you and knock you off. Yeah, just like that. Oh boy! I hope we don't have to pick up safety help. Alright. Now we have some platforms where we're going to deal with some birds. Do a little bit of a jump here. Alright, now we're going to do a bit of a running jump here. Alright, we're just going to fall down. And then we have another jump. Do our charging jump here. Alright, now we want to... Alright, guess what? We got more monkeys that we're going to deal with. So... Oh boy! Yeah, the game can just decide what it wants to do. Yeah, this can just be a bit tricky here. And now we have my least favorite room in the game, where we're going to deal with 4 monkeys. I may have to pick up some safety health, we'll see. I kinda just... Gonna do another long jump here. Oh, that was actually really good. Yeah. Trying to get the monkey to spawn. Now we have our snake boss. And snake boss can be a bit of a pain, and we also got some platforms that we gotta deal with, so... The snake can either swim or charge at us, so I'm gonna set up in position here. Usually, it attacks right away, or it can do that, it just depends. I want to get in position here, so it can either attack from the right, or attack from the left. So I flutter just to get my position without changing or moving. Yeah. There we go. That's actually really good. That's what we wanted to do. Yeah, like, if it attacks from the right, it'll either attack from the left or swim around, but it won't attack from the right twice. Yeah, and we got another bonus stage that we're going to do here. And I'm just going to sit here and do nothing, so... I'm actually pretty happy with how the least favorite room in the game turned out. As you can see, the monkeys can just ignore what you're doing and just hit you, and you kind of have to scroll the screen to get some of those monkeys to spawn. Gonna sit here, and guess what? We have 2 more levels left after this. So we're in some mountains, and Dawn has anger issues per usual, and we gotta deal with some animals. Yep, so we want to pound our way down, and we want to make sure that we go the right way. Otherwise, we're going to go in a room where we're going to deal with some large goats. We do not want to do that. Then we got another one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, and we got some platforms that we're going to deal with. Yeah, you can actually ignore the monkey if you know what you're doing. We want to make sure that we have the monkey keep on going to the right. Usually we want to get him to line up correctly. Yeah, I want him to line up so I can take both. Yeah, we got our anger here. Yep, usually this goes better, but hey, there we go. Alright, now we got a cave to deal with here. Got another one here. Yeah, this stage controlled pretty hard. I may have to pick up safety health. We'll see what happens. We might just have to. But yeah, things can just go wrong, but hey. We're gonna do our jump again, double jump. Double jumping without fluttering is faster, and... Here we go. Yeah, we don't have to necessarily chase a monkey, as long as we know what we're doing here. And we got some rocks. We want to run on some big rocks, and not deal with small rocks. It's random. There are safety health pickups. Yeah, if we get hit, we gotta... And guess what? We got another one that we gotta deal with, but we can see better. And for this, I am going to get some safety help. Marathon safety and all, because we do not want to redo the stage. Yeah, the rocks are totally random, by the way. Pick up our safety health. And we have a boss fight where we're gonna knock some rocks back. But yeah, this game is on the Super Famicom / SNES. And I'm gonna get in position here, and we wanna make sure the monkey doesn't dodge us, and I'm... Alright, here we go. Yeah. It can be a bit tricky. Yeah, like, I mean, it can be a bit rough. I believe one more. Or two more. There we go. And hey, guess what? Coming up, we have our final stage. But yeah, parrying rocks. So, yeah, we got our final stage, and this is probably the most dangerous one. So we're gonna go through some caves and let's go here. We have mode 7 segments, 7 of them, where we're gonna dodge lightning bolts and get into a ball of light to teleport us. And I got a pause buffer because guess what? The lightning is hard to dodge. Yeah, like, I don't know how you're supposed to do it normally. Yeah, just like that. You see that? There we go. So, in each room, there are enemies from each of the stages where you can fight them and get health. It's optional. Ideally, you know, in a regular run, you do not need to pick up any health. We can take 6 hits from the lightning before we die and it's game over. But yeah, this is brutal. And I usually just run to the left for the first 2 lightning bolts. Yeah, very close. Oh! Yeah, you see that? Yeah, the controls and the level design for this game are wild indeed. We have 5 more of these segments that we have to do. I don't know where we are. Don't ask me. So, if I need to pick up health, I want to do it in screen 4 or 6. Because the enemies are easier to deal with. So, sorry about the pause buffering. But yeah, it's necessary. I was not going to get that. Just gotta tell where to go. Yeah, it is random. Yeah, as you can see, not a lot of room. But we only got 1 hit. That's decent. If I take 3 hits, I'm probably gonna go for the safety health. Right. Another screen. I believe this is screen 4. Narrowly dodged that. Was I good? Oh, guess what? I got that. That's actually really good. I believe we have 2 more screens. So, same idea. Dodge lightning. Yeah. Oh, nope. Did not get it. Alright, we have 1 more. The fact that I didn't have to get safety health is actually really good. Last one. So now we are on to our final boss. Yes, we're gonna fight a T-Rex and we need to bonk on it. Right. Oh, yeah, it can be a bit random. Oh, it can combo us. Oh, okay. Alright, get ready, fade to black! And time! What was my time?
That doesn't work.
We have a 40-35 on our end.
Actually, that's decent. I will take that. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of what else I was gonna say. Yeah, so the T-Rex would have done like a pound attack where if it jumped high enough and pound, I could do damage, so I would have to jump. For some reason, T-Rex did not do it on this fight, but that being said, yeah, so this game is fun. It can troll you pretty hard as a speedrun, but it's worth playing casually. There's nothing quite like it. But yeah, I'm glad I got to showcase the run, have like one of my favorite game over sequences, and just show, you know, what this game is all about. Just trying to think of what else to say. So, Moonware was the first one to run this game. I kind of looked at it and improved upon it. But yeah, like, if you want to speedrun this game, you know, it's easy to pick up and, you know, doesn't take that long. You know, just put in some practice, and you can get some runs going. So, yeah, I'm glad I got to show off this game, and don't know what else to say. But yeah, I can be reached. I'm at Wandering Mind SR on Twitter, Wandering Mind on Blue Sky, and yeah, well, this has been Gone for the Super Famicom, and yeah, I'm basically done.
Thank you for your participation, Mind. It was a very fun run to watch. We're gonna go get ready for Kazemitra with Samurai Pizza Cats.
All right, sounds good.
Hey everyone. Just a quick update while we're waiting. We're still setting up the other runner. I just wanted to introduce during that time that we have the Ko-Fi up this year that's raising donations for 30% of where 30% of the donations are going to be helping us get new toys for children in emergency care and in cancer wards in hospitals in local to Kyushu, Japan. So I would like to, try and get a little bit more goals. And, if you're curious, we also have a lot of extra things going off. So we have incentives. For example, if we reach 50%, we get an extra tool-assisted commentary run by AN86 on. And if you're doing donation, don't forget to comment what Digimon you would like to have picked, whether it be Agonimon, Lobomon, Beetlemon, Kazemon, or Kumamon. Those are only available up until the run. So if you're giving support, like the wonderful Toroshin-san, who said, we need donations. I have a donation. Good luck to all the runners, and keep flexing your muscles and gaming skills. Thank you. And yeah, we're going to keep, like Tarchan, we'll keep trying to give a good stretch, and let's keep on not just our gaming muscles, but our brain muscles as well, as we try and figure out and debunk how to speedrun these games, but also figure out ways to do charitable acts. And so your donations go a long way. And Tuka-san's from the Brat stream. Shout out to the Portuguese restream. You guys are awesome, staying up late and really making sure that everyone across the world can enjoy these, no matter what language you speak. We really appreciate that, and I appreciate your support as well. And I'm going to comment in a second here. I just wanted to show this off as we're waiting. If you're curious about other ways to support, there is a Patreon that's available. So you can donate, but you can also become a supporter of Patreon. So when you support, it'll show the sponsorships, and I've actually uploaded a very special link. So if you have access to Discord, you actually get access to the link, which gives you a complete series list. And I'm only going to show this for actually, I'm not going to show it at all because it's got really good information on it. But this is a monthly thing, and what it does, it gives you access to a very special Discord. Let me show the Discord here. So this is just kind of, it's an overabundance of information, but there's pages and pages and pages and pages of anime stuff that just can't fit into the Discord, and that's only available if you're a Patreon member. So for example, if it's alphabetical, so you have Megami-sama. So if you go in there, I have information about who's done runs, if there's a leaderboard, where the game is, and this is only a little bit of information. So I really hope to have a couple more supporters on the Patreon, not just because it helps support the monthly anime speedrun work, but also because it's physically impossible for me alone to speedrun all these games. I need help, figuring out, how to route these games, where to get these games. And some of these games are very old, so they're hard to get. So, I don't have access to these games, or they're lost media, so they're very difficult to find. So I put a lot of work and a lot of effort into making it easier for everyone. The hard part now is finding it and kind of like having people in the group saying, okay, I'll run this game, I want to find this game, and it can be a really fun activity. So my goal is over the next year or two that more of these games get speedrun, and routed, and just all the secrets get found out. 今日はあんまり日本語喋ってないけど、これはもう日本語の説明ちゃんと入ってるし、または目的はもうただお金のエナミースピードランズのお金集めるだけじゃなくて、もちろん寄付するし、みんながサポートになったら、本当にそのゲームの情報がどんどん現れるし、RTA もできると思います。今は現在はアニメスピードランゲームはもう1000以上のシリーズの中で多分300ぐらいが走ったことあります。だからほとんど走ったことないんですよね。それでもちろん海外も、それ立ってあげるけど、日本人もちゃんとこういうサポートになったらちゃんと、日本語説明あるし、ぜひ興味あるよろしくお願いします。もちろん興味があるかちょっと伝わらなかったことありますので、私に DM してください。そろそろ準備ができるので、これはもちろん1年、2年ぐらいの勉強と準備が必要でした。だから何年前はこういうできなかった、正直に言ってはまだ準備中ですね。もう本当に何ヶ月ぐらいの時間かかりました。だからこれからですね。Okay. So yeah, it's not, it's not a huge ask. I don't ask for much. As if you want to do $5 a month, you get access to everything. And you can, if you don't really care about anime, that's fine. I do fighting games, and I also do board game stuff where you can support everyone. And I always show exactly where the money goes. I've been doing esports and gaming stuff in Japan for almost 8 years now. So and I've been esports or fighting gamer since I was 13 years old. So I always try and illuminate to what I'm doing, and information is free. It doesn't cost you anything. If you have a question, I'm always happy to answer. So yeah, I know it's rather than me put a commercial and be fake, I just want to be real with everyone. That's always kind of my foray, and just if we can get 1,000 goal, that's a $300 we can give to kids, and we can show not only that, but some of that money then goes to paying for the research that I've been doing, because the reality is that I actually only did every anime movie I did research on that's ever existed, and every anime, but I haven't done research on every single manga that's ever existed, and that's going to take probably another 5 months. I'd say 5 months to a year of diligent research, which is costly. It's costly, but there's also setting up events and doing mini events, and yeah. So just if it's in your heart, $5 goes a really, really long way. It's not cheap at all, in my opinion. So I'd want to talk about more, but I want to just check in on the runner. If you haven't already, you can also, check out our, make sure you are subscribing to the Japanese restream. They're taking care of, basically staying up way late into the night throughout the whole event and restreaming. everything in Japanese. Again, if you want to learn Japanese, it's a great way is to watch commentary. There are some amazing commentaries out there, much better than the news, and games are way more interesting. And yeah, if you want to learn Portuguese, we also have the Portuguese restream as well. So big shout outs to both of those groups. They've been our partners for a long time. And I can't thank them enough. And I would just say, recommend definitely following them and giving a subscribe to their channel as well. And, you know, it doesn't hurt to give a follow to us well, just so you can get the information. I tend to put the posts pretty much regularly. And now that we've increased our staff, so before the event, we had 5-6 staff. Now we have about 15 or 20. So now we can do a lot more, and everyone's still volunteer. So yeah, again, goes a big way just giving us a follow and just helping spread the word about our community. There's a lot of ways you can help. If you can't donate, just spread the word. That's all I ask. Like, give a retweet, give a like. All right, I'm pretty much done. So Fireball-san, if you want to take me off screen, I said enough. So, and okay, we should be ready in a minute here. We're just having some technical difficulties on the runner side.
Okay, it should be working as intended now. So, welcome everyone. It is Mitra, known as Kazemitra, Korea Mitra, whatever you want to call me. As long as it includes Mitra, I'm fine with that. And today I'm going to be presenting to you Samurai Pizza Cats, while the photo of me is looming and staring right into your soul because my camera refused to communicate with me and just died today. So I could not live stream my pretty face. As for the run itself, quick introduction. You have 3 cats. We will only be using the basic one of the basic ones, and then all others for more important stuff in the game. Also, as the levels are around 1 minute each, my commentary will be the best I can do for every single stage, but I will not be able to cover everything. Okay, I think we can start. So I will start the game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go! So you will see me using the flying cat for most of the run. The main thing we are going to do is to grab 2 Ninpo upgrades in every stage, or almost every stage, because some bosses we are going to do without it. So each cat has its own unique ability. This one is obviously, as you can see, flying. We will also use we'll use all of the cats, but the main one we will only be using for fights basically. So this is the upgraded attack, and as with the glitchless cats, the main thing you want to do is to avoid glitches, because it's not really as easy as it seems. Mainly because unnecessary movements during casting your Ninpo may cause you to attack additional time, and we obviously do not want to do that. So as for level 2, we are going to avoid the Ninpo drops or grabs, because this boss health is very weird. We are actually going to hit it 5 times with the shuriken and hope that we can get the timing right, because if we don't, after the 4th hit he will just go back and we'll have to wait until it reappears on the screen. For many things it might seem I'm doing them more sloppy, but the thing is it is really hard to do them correctly. Yeah, so I missed that, I had to wait a little bit. It's fine, but it's really hard to get the correct timing there. You basically have to mash through the shurikens. Here we will have this little flying egg that I still adamantly refuse to treat as egg. It didn't give us the Ninpo upgrade, it has 4 possible drops. So you always want to grab the Ninpo so you don't have to go back and re-grab it later in the stages. This comes in handy here where it saves around 2.5 to 3 seconds. And then in stage 6 where it is basically a run killer if you do not get it, but you have 2 eggs there. So quick re-grab. And we are on our way to the boss. My favorite part is that in glitchless you have to wait a little bit after coming into the boss scene until you start the attack, because if you do that too quick you can actually activate the glitch that auto kills it. So you have to be very careful. Okay, a little bit of safe jump there. Level 4, not much happening here. Besides, we will try to get the correct timing on the boss. Because if I do not land the first 2 hits correctly, I will need to wait for him to jump 4 times in total. If I get the first 2 jumps, it should be 2 cycle at the very least. So let's see if I can land that. The music in this game is great. I absolutely love this music. Okay, let's see. No, I missed. So you have to wait. Okay, 4 jumps and then 2 Ninpo attacks. Obviously waiting a little bit in between, so I do not activate it one more time by mistake. Now on to level 5. This is the second stage where we will not grab any ninpo whatsoever. We will need only 2 or 3 shurikens and our bare hands. Obviously, since our samurai pizza cuts are all made from metal because they are actually robo cuts, it should be okay and their pulse should not hurt too much. Yeah, the movement is a little bit funky here because you just start running after double tapping, but sometimes it doesn't work as intended. Sometimes you save your speed throughout the jumps, sometimes you don't. So I have to wait a little bit here to destroy this projectile as well, so I don't get hit. Overall, pretty clean fight. Now on to level 6, where I would be very glad if I could get a ninpo drop, because otherwise this fight is not going to be very good. Because for some reason I cannot do this correctly to save my life whenever I do not get that drop. Okay, so we kill that spring to not overload the sprites and get this ninpo here. And now pray that we get at least one drop here. No. No. Okay, so you are going to see me absolutely obliterated by this duck underwater. It's alright. A little stop here. Fun fact, you can actually destroy that wall. I think everyone is learning that only after looking at the speedruns, because I don't know anyone who knew that before. I'm just going to play it safe. There goes my safety. Like, these bubbles are so bad. At least I didn't die. It was terrible, but it was definitely not the worst fight I've ever had. Okay, level 7. A little bit of a fun house. So for your first playthrough, you will take the wrong door for sure and then get teleported back. We grab the first info here. Since this is a speedrun, fortunately we know the correct route, so we will just get the second one in a second. So as you can see, those two ladders were connected, so we had to take the correct one, and we will jump here, find the secret door and the second info upgrade. And now again we are going to pray that I can land the correct frame for the 7th boss, because for some reason you can hit him while he's materializing. Okay, I landed that. I'm actually very surprised. 2 attacks. We need one more hit. Oh, 2. Okay, so apparently I missed one hit. I cannot count to 2. Okay, that's the lesson I'm getting from that. So we will try to make him... Okay, it almost worked. So what I was trying to do was to make him jump onto the ceiling to stop bothering me. Unfortunately, he came back. Okay, yeah. So this jump you have to do very fast, because otherwise you get hit by the projectile. One of my most hated jumps in this game, for sure. Okay, I will swap to the flying cat, because it makes the setup easier for this boss, as once again we are not using ninpo here. That's actually perfect. I'm very glad. Okay, level 9. Probably my my favorite stage for some reason. I don't know why. There's so much to go wrong here. Well, not necessarily, since, as you can probably notice, the platforming in this game is not very difficult, but you can still lose time quite easily during the run. Especially here, because you need to gain your running speed there, and you can very easily just not get it, or rather get it and then get hit right after. Okay, the hardest part is already done. Now straight into the boss room. Okay, I lost my speed there, because again, for some reason you can sometimes jump and don't lose the speed, and sometimes you do. Really weird. Now onto the gimmick, another gimmick. If I jump here, I land faster during the start of the fight, which will allow me to catch this very nicely. If I didn't miss that. 8. 2 levels left. Now level 10 is definitely the hardest part. Both for the platforming and the bosses, because there is a lot of mashing. Not in many spaces, but a lot of mashing. Okay. So let's grab the first info upgrade. And here, since I am... I missed... okay. So what I was trying to do was to swap the cuts mid, and since it was mid attack, I would normally activate the auto attack glitch. So before hitting the second bird, I would have to attack once more in the air to get rid of that glitch. Here I want to hit the enemies in a correct way to not despawn the ninpo, but I overloaded the screen and it disappeared. Okay, I have enough health bar to just go in. And now onto the bosses. So this one... this one, I feel like treat it as a cycle, and if you miss it in the beginning, you just lose time. You have to time your fourth jump very well, which I did not. And I got hit. Okay, 1 level left. And this is also a stage where we do not grab ninpo upgrades. Now, big thing here is that we we don't want to do that. That's the first main thing. So I'm actually going to swap for the main cut, because as long as you are the main cut, you passively regenerate the health bar, and you cannot pick up any upgrades here, or not upgrades, refresh rather. So I'm just going to play it safe, because I will need the health bar. A very sloppy menu. And the reason you will see in a second, because normally this boss would have 2 stages, and the second one would be him flying through the air. But if I fly once he moves, he just stops immediately next to me, and by doing that I can hit him, and obviously I can miss it as well. So for that I will shurikens. Time is up when the screen gets black, so in 3, 2, 1, time. That was the run. Now this ending casting is quite long, so you will still hear me for like 3 to 4 minutes trying to do my best to talk to you, or if you want to cut me off, that's completely fine as well. That's pretty nice. Yeah, there were some mistakes here and there, but then again, it is really hard to get everything, just because a lot of this run revolves around the timings and the bosses, and if you miss the cycle, you just get hit and lose time. You can say that. Yeah, now I can see the similarities now that you mentioned that. But obviously, Samurai Pizza Cut is the better game. This is the best game on the NES, and don't even try to prove me wrong, because you know my inner child will never agree that this is not the best game. This was my favorite game when I was a child. It's also my first speedrun. I absolutely love this game, even though I was never able to watch the anime. So I learned only very, very late that there was an anime. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me and helping me with the setup. course. So thank you very much once again, and good luck to all future runners.
Thanks for having me. Hello everybody and welcome. My name is Tornite and this is Pokemon TCG for the Game Boy Color that has received a renaissance on the Nintendo Switch via Nintendo Switch Online last year, and we will be doing an 80% glitchless run of this entire game, a wonderful game, a relic from the 90s that has been brought back and been getting through a bit of a renaissance for the last couple of years. So we are just going to go straight into it because this is we're going to go through a very long tutorial that will basically give us a chance to essentially explain the game, because once we get the ball rolling, it's going to be a very high-paced type of speed run. So we will, first of all, very important, start our name. So we will just go with this being Anime Speedrun Festival. We will just call ourselves ASF, and this will be our name for the rest of the run. So if everybody else is ready, I am ready to count down from the top and start this speed run. Right. We will go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and begin. Okay, so the Pokemon trading card game, this version of the game was released in 1998, and it featured the first 200 or so cards, essentially the first 3 sets of the game, which are base set, fossil, and jungle. So in essence, this is essentially the trading card game equivalent of Pokemon Red and Blue, with a very similar story to it. There's 8 leaders that you have to collect their badges, or in this case, their medals, and you basically go through the Elite Four, in this case called the Grand Masters, and become the champion. Simple as that. Couldn't get any more simple than that. But this game, it's a little bit different than from what you may think of what Pokemon is. So the way to actually play this game is basically, for lack of a better word, this similar to how you play on the RPGs. You play Pokemon, you evolve them if possible, and you knock your opponent's team out in order to win. So the way this game works is that the aim of the game is to collect prize cards, and every duel has a set number of prize cards, whether it be 3, 4, or in the set of bosses, 6 prize cards. You knock out an opponent's Pokemon, you collect a prize card, and you win by being the one to collect all the prize cards first. Or if you knock out all of your opponent's Pokemon before you get your final prize card, you win automatically. So that's essentially what we're going to try to do. Might not be the case in every single instance, because this is some of these fights are very RNG reliant, and there's sort of a lot to sort of get into it. Now, as you'll see, the coin flips are going to play a big factor, and I'll explain how coin flips may not be as random as you might initially think. We'll get into that a little bit later. So this game, when it comes to the Pokemon trading card game back in 1998, it was a lot more simple than even the RPG counterparts. So the way it works is that instead of you having the more than dozen Pokemon types that you associate in the game, you only have 7 Pokemon types. Grass, fire, water, lightning, fighting, psychic, and colorless. Colorless is essentially the game's version of flying and psychic. Flying and normal type Pokemon. So, by the way, we are going to go through this. If I mess up this, anything about this tutorial, because this is a scripted tutorial with very clear instructions, it's actually going to be a bit of a time waster a little bit. So if sometimes you see me kind of stop myself trying to focus a little bit more on the game, it's because if I mess up even just one input, it'll reset the whole thing. Not the whole thing, but it'll restart the turn. And that's why in TCG we actually skip the tutorial. We have the option of skipping the tutorial, and we can we essentially start the timer at 8 minutes and 3 seconds if we do so, just because the tutorial is long. And you need to do like a strange glitch in order to skip through it, which we're on a glitchless run, can't do glitches. But yeah, basically, so the way the types work, there's only 7 types in this game. And you may notice, okay, so what happens to stuff like poison or bug types or ghost types? Well, they essentially get consolidated and grouped into other types. And that's where type advantages play a little bit of a different role than back in the day. So you have, for example, you have a fighting type like Machop. He's weak to Psychic, but you take another fighting type, say Rhyhorn, who in the regular RPG games, he's not a fighting type. He's a rock and ground type, and they are weak to grass and water. So in the TCG's case, instead of, even though he's a fighting type, he's actually weak to grass. So you have to take into consideration every single Pokemon's own type advantages in order to actually make sure that you get that you actually do the proper matchups. So one thing that about this game that makes this very interesting is the fact that the game is essentially an open world. You can basically challenge any gym that you want in any order that you want, provided that you meet that gym's requirements, or not gyms. In this game, they're called clubs, but it's essentially the same thing. So that's what, and not just that. It's not just an open world, but also travel is instantaneous, meaning that you can essentially do any kind of route that you want, so long as that it makes sense. And you'll actually not be losing a lot of time. And that's kind of where part of the beauty of this game comes in, is the fact that routing is very fluid. It's left up to the runner's imagination to be able to think of what makes sense for their specific goals, what they want, and partially also for what type of deck they are about to build. So deck building is a very important aspect of this game. Of course, it is for any card game, but very important so for a speedrun of this game. And there is no bigger moment in terms of making sure that you get the deck building aspect correct than the very first moment of you getting to pick your own deck. So there are 3 decks in this game. They are based off the Kanto starters, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle. And each of those decks, they have their own unique properties that can make them good and can make them a little bit different from each other. So we are going to be running Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur has been a more popular deck used by top runners in the last couple of years. Shoutouts to Pinecone 606, who basically revolutionized the use of Bulbasaur, because Bulbasaur has some exclusive cards that the Charmander deck, which is the deck that was basically the dominant deck for speedruns throughout its entire history up until like 3 years ago or something like that. It has the Bulbasaur deck has Pokemon such as Hitmonchan and Electabuzz. Those are 2 cards that are going to be very important to us for the vast majority of the speedrun. Charmander, that's not to say Charmander and Squirtle can't be good decks. In fact, they're still very, very good decks. Charmander has a lot of utilities with the specific amount of trainer cards that it has. Trainer cards are basically cards that are not Pokemon cards, but you use them to help to basically either get specific cards, get energy prices to be able to power up your Pokemon and allow them to attack. And the Charmander deck has cards like Computer Search, which is an absurdly overpowered card. It allows you to basically pick any deck that you want, or any card that you want in your entire deck, which I don't need to explain how good a card is. If the effect is you get whatever card you want in your deck, and all you got to do is just discard 2 cards. So Squirtle also has a lot of the elements that the Bulbasaur deck has. It's just that we don't use Squirtle a whole lot because it doesn't have as many good trainer cards that the Bulbasaur deck has. But that's not to say Squirtle is a bad deck. The number 6 on the leaderboard for this game is the Squirtle deck. So you can choose whatever deck you want, and if you do a lot, you put in the time in, you'll be able to actually do you'll be able to get a great time if you just work hard enough at that specific deck. So we are going to be, first of all, we're going to be going through our menu to skip all the animations, and we are actually going to do a very, very tricky manipulation of the RNG, which hopefully, if everything works out well, the reason why we reset is because we want that global frame counter that plays from the moment you turn on the game to be able to actually give us one specific count hit. So let's see if this works. And okay, did not work. So what we are trying to see is we are trying to get a computer search, which the Bulbasaur deck does not have, or a duck trio, which will be our win condition for the end of the game. If this attempt does not work, then we can just continue on. It's not a big deal if we miss it. And the reason why I want to kind of show this off, because it is, oh, perfect computer search, awesome. So I was very nervous about whether or not this was actually going to work. So the reason why we do this is because computer search, like I said, very overpowered card in the game. And what just happened was, so basically, hold on. Oops, there we go. So what happens is, in the game, everything is dictated by that frame rule that I did mention, and everything is, when I say everything, I mean everything. From what type of booster packs you will get, and what type of fights that your opponent will give you, what cards they will have in their hands, to even the coin flips. So, coin flips are, for the purposes of the speedrun, they are random. But everything is actually predetermined. The thing is, we don't actually know what the result of the coin flip is until we actually see it. Once we actually see the result of the coin flip, it will always be constant. You can restart the fight, you can restart that turn however many times you want, and that coin flip will always stay the same result. Now, and the reason why it stays like that is because that global frame rule, it actually gets changed, it actually gets frozen the moment you start a fight. But the only way you can unfreeze that frame rule during a fight is through a number of actions. Like, for example, if you were to say, let's see, oh, this is our first fight. We finally actually start the run proper, and we actually get a first turn win, which is absolutely phenomenal. And this is actually what we want to hope for a lot of these early fights. We get a second duck trio, which is, wow, this is already off to a phenomenal start as far as the kind of cards that we want. So basically, what I was saying, going back to the frame rule. So everything is dictated by these frames, and in battle, those frames actually are frozen. But if you do actions such as shuffling the deck or flipping another coin or anything that will basically kind of disrupt different cards and everything, that will unfreeze that global frame rule by 1 frame. And if we happen, and it'll essentially re-roll the dice, for lack of a better word, even though there's no dice. It'll basically make the coin flip random again. So if we see it as a situation where the coin flips are going to is unfavorable, and we have a way to sort of unfreeze those frame rules to be able to actually get something going, then hopefully I'll be able to show that off. And we're just kind of going through some of these fights. These fights early on, they can be a little bit difficult because as you notice, we're actually going through a Hitmonchan only deck early on. And that's because Hitmonchan is an incredibly powerful card. But one of the issues with doing a deck like this is the fact that a lot of the fights, they have a Pokemon that actually can resist fighting types, such as Hitmonchan. So what we want to try to do is avoid fights that can give us a lot of trouble. Avoid fights that'll give us those kinds of potential problems. So we want to try to see, and we're about to actually see how good plus power is. There we go. Instead of it taking 2 turns to be able to beat this Mankey, we're going to beat it in 1 turn, which will allow us to actually get by relatively fine with this fight. Michael is one of the hardest fights in the game, and I'm very, very lucky that we actually are going to have this very, very difficult fight. What makes Michael so difficult is the fact that he has a lot of very powerful Pokemon, Hitmonchan and Electabuzz and Hitmonlee, but thankfully, because of computer search and using that Mankey, we actually have been able to get by actually relatively quick. So this route that I'm actually using, if you notice the type of booster pack that we're getting is this one, Coliseum. Oh, that's another duck trio. That is fantastic. We got 3 duck trios total. That is already enough for me to feel comfortable about the end game. The end game is going to be very, very rough, but thankfully with 3 Duck Trios and a computer search, it's going to be a lot more manageable. So those Coliseum packs that we get, there are 4 booster packs that we get at the end, and I'm actually going to reshuffle this because the shuffling, reset this because the shuffling is taking way too long. Usually that's kind of an indicator that the fight probably might not go as well as you would hope. Let's see. That is a flying Pikachu. That resists flying, so we are actually going to reset. Jennifer is one of those fights where you don't want to see that flying Pikachu because it resists fighting, but everything else is fair game, and that's another flying Pikachu. Jennifer is one of those fights that can be very, very difficult to overcome just because of that flying Pikachu. There are ways to go around it, but they're non-Hitmonchan strategies, and thankfully we got plus power, which makes our next attack do 10 more damage. And you've already seen that a couple of times where we beat that Mankey in the last fight, and now we beat that Surfing Pikachu just now thanks to the power of plus power. So we saved a turn, and 1 turn is all it takes to either win a fight or just make it completely unwinnable, or at the bare minimum, like huge slowdown. So those Coliseum packs, those cards basically give us the best the best types of cards in the entire game, whether it is from a, what do we call it? Whether it is another Hitmonchan or Computer Surge or Duck Trio or Scyther or Electabuzz. All those cards, they are phenomenal to have. And let's see, are we in trouble? Hopefully not. And these cards are, the way this specific route works is that we basically are trying to get a lot of the early cards from booster packs. So we do fights like Jessica and Heather and Michael. Are we in trouble? Actually, no, we are not in trouble. We actually got really lucky because the coin flips, that Jolteon would have beaten us if it just landed just 1 more coin flip landing hits, but thankfully there were 3 total coin flips, 3 straight coin flips that actually ended in tails. That is a 12.5% chance of that happening, so very lucky for that. So we are just kind of just rolling on through. A lot of these early fights that we have here do give Coliseum packs. There are 4 packs in the game: Coliseum, Mystery, Evolution, and Laboratory. We really don't care about the other 3, the last 3. We just want the Coliseum packs. And ooh, we have been rolling by. This has actually been a great start so far to this run. So that is Coliseum again. And do we get something? Not a lot of great cards from the last couple of fights, but that is fine. We have our trusty Computer Search, and we have plus powers. We have enough good cards to be able to have a decent early game up to this point, and we're now about to actually encounter our very first boss, Isaac. So you're gonna notice one thing about boss AI a little bit. The AI cheats, and by that I mean the AI has some very, very funny tendencies and a lot of bizarre things during matches where it will do just about anything to try to make the fight unfair. You will never be able to beat a boss on turn 1. The reason why is because they are programmed to always have at least 2 Pokemon that they are able to set onto their bench. And it does become a lot more complicated once you do that, because if you can't beat a Pokemon on turn 1, if you can't beat an opponent on turn 1, then you're always going to be fighting that possibility. Oh, we're actually going to not restart the fight, but at the very least, see if we can get out of this potential jam. Because that Magnemite, if that self-destruct had actually gone through, we would have lost because it does 40 damage. And that is kind of the unfortunate part about doing this type of fight, is that... are we in trouble? Yeah, we are in trouble. So we are actually going to reset the fight. That's kind of one of the unfortunate things a little bit about the Hitmonchan deck, is that it's very aggressive. But at the same time, you do invite the possibility of some fights being taking a little while and just don't end up being good fights. So this is what I mean by boss AI. It'll always seem like the bosses will just have that one fight, that one card that they just need at the right time to either win the fight or just waste a ton of time. But thankfully, we should be in pretty decent condition if this Magnemite does not paralyze us. It doesn't, so we are actually okay. I don't want to say we're home free, but we are close to getting this win. So one thing you notice, that Electro could have tried to add some more energy cards, but it didn't because the AI knew that Pokemon was about to get knocked out. And sometimes the AI will, if it knows that their Pokemon are actually about to get knocked out, they will completely abandon that Pokemon and they will just start setting up Pokemon for the rest of the run that they have on their bench. And what they'll do is they'll just start giving energies to other Pokemon, even though they could have tried to do something with it. Let's see. We have a plus power. We do. And we beat Isaac. That was a little bit longer than what I hoped, but it's fine. This run is still in pretty good shape as far as being able to get as far as being able to get a really good time. We've had a really good start, except for that Isaac, which took a little bit longer, but it's actually been a very solid run up to this point. So what I was saying, going back to what I was saying about the AI basically abandoning their Pokemon, there are ways you can actually manipulate and use that type of behavior to your advantage. So sometimes what we like to do is we would give up on a fight, or not give up on a fight, but we don't use our full power against Pokemon. We use a weaker attack. And in doing so, the AI will think, well, gosh, we might be able to survive next turn. So I'm going to add some extra energy cards to it. Little does the AI know, we actually purposefully held back in order to be able to give a much better attack. Sorry, I can talk. In order to be able to make the AI waste a turn, and by doing so, then we basically set ourselves up to have a really good run. Or not a really good run, but at the very least, give us more winnable fights. So we have ourselves Chris. Chris says, bit of a tough fight at times, but we were fortunate enough to be able to get some good trainer cards like Full Heal, which gets us out of paralysis, and that is another win for us. The reason why we're not going for a lot of these bosses is that some bosses require you to do a number of things in order to fight them. Some of them include you have to fight all of their trainers, their minions to be able to attack. No, not this fight. We're going to fight her first. And that is the case for the fighting, the water, and the lightning club. You have to fight all of their underlings and beat them in order to actually win. So that is kind of what we're doing. We're basically doing a lot of fights where instead of the bosses early on, we're just going to be able to tackle some of the other fights much later on. And ooh, that is very bizarre. I have never seen... Okay. This can be quite tricky. I've never seen... Sarah is usually the easiest fight in the game, and we are in quite the predicament. So we have another plus power. There we go. Okay, crisis averted. Oh, the Pokemon TCG Discord will have a field day with that fight. Some of these fights, I will say, some of these fights, like I said in the past, some fights are easy, but there is no fight in the game that you can say is 100% a guaranteed victory. Some fights, whether the RNG is favorable or not, sometimes they can troll you a little bit and give us moments like Slowpoke evolving into Slowbro. So sometimes that's how TCG likes to operate. But it's all fine. We are actually still in a phenomenal shape right now. But we are going to be doing something a little bit different. Usually we will only do one Pokemon, or at least one Pokemon type in a fight, but in this instance, not so much. And the reason why is because this fight, Amanda has two Pokemon that will make this fight very, very unfair. But thankfully, we actually just won, because we actually got a very favorable fight. So what you didn't see was the fact that Amanda has a Scyther, which is her ace, but the bulk of her deck is actually Jigglypuff. Try that one on for size if you're for a Water Club trainer. And we basically use a Charmander as a response to Scyther. We use Hitmonchan as a response to Jigglypuff. But then you have Pokemon like Poliwag, which can make things a little bit trickier, but thankfully we only just ran into a Poliwag, and Charmander, thanks to that potion, we were able to get a much needed quick win to sort of set everything back in motion. So now we are actually about to go for our second boss fight, which is Gene. He is the Rock Club leader, and if you want a very easy way of winning this fight, it's going to be using Scyther. Scyther resists fighting, and he actually does not have... he barely has any Pokemon that can even hurt Scyther. So that's what kind of makes things, makes this fight a little bit more manageable to do. But the one problem here is... There's actually two problems. Number one is the fact that this Rhyhorn can actually basically put us in a never-ending state of paralysis, or what I'd like to call the Leer Lock, which basically means that what it means is that Leer, if you flip a coin and it lands heads, your opponent cannot attack. Now, there is a way to escape the Leer Lock, which is basically as using your Pokemon and switching to another Pokemon and then switching back to that Pokemon in order to win. Now, thankfully, we had something called a Mysterious Fossil, and what it does is that it's not a Pokemon per se, but it's a trainer card that can act like a Pokemon. And by doing so, we are able to switch into a Mysterious Fossil, and we're able to switch back into Scyther in order to escape the Leer Lock, and we're able to beat Gene with very little difficulty. But now, we are actually about to encounter our rival, and our rival, Ronald, which you saw at the very beginning of the run. He has an exceptionally special fight. In fact, he is so special that we have designed a very intricate way to actually go through with this fight. So you notice that I have made a special deck of Magnemites, and just Magnemite. You'll see why Magnemite is such a powerful Pokemon to be able to beat to get through Ronald, because we lose. We are going to lose on purpose, and the reason why is because losing is actually faster than beating Ronald. The reason why is Ronald does not know how to play the game. Ronald just designs his deck out of almost seemingly random cards and will just basically do whatever he wants. His AI is wildly unpredictable, and because of that, we designed a way to be able to give us the best chance to end the fight as soon as possible. Progress does not get affected if you win or lose to Ronald. The only thing you get out of beating Ronald is that you get a special promotional card that, for the purposes of this run, will not matter one bit. And so for this fight, and actually for the next fight, believe it or not, we are actually going to do the exact same thing and lose on purpose. But don't worry, we will have our revenge on Ronald. Might be a bit of a spoiler as to what the end game will be like. Could be a spoiler, I don't know. Guess we'll find out later on. But for now, we are actually going to go through the Water Club. The Water Club is... We've already basically been going through some of the fight, like Sarah and Amanda and now Joshua. And so now we've done the required fights in order to beat the minions here at the Water Club. And so now it is our turn to beat the leader, Amy, with our one and only Electabuzz. Bit of a shame that we didn't pull a second Electabuzz, but we can definitely win with another one. We just have to make sure that things are in our favor just a little bit. Which this opening hand is... It's not great. We'll see how the rest of the fight kind of goes. But I believe that everything... This can still be a problematic fight. But we just have to make sure that everything kind of goes well. We just need to make sure... we have a... Perfect, we have a Mysterious Oak. And... Okay, we are going to reset because that is... Okay, so do you notice that that is going to be a Tails? What we did, we just reset, and now... Because you're basically resetting every single time. If you reset every single moment, it is always going to turn out Tails. But because we used a coin flip, and we essentially gave make the coin flip go in a different direction, we now have the ability... let's see, are we in trouble? We'll see. Okay, no, we're fine. So basically, that coin flip was always going to be Tails, but because we used Pokeball, which involves doing a coin flip, we now essentially made the next coin flip be completely random, and it went in our favor, and we were able to win. And that is another good... I think that was a 2-minute fight against Amy. That could have gone a lot longer, but this has been like I said, this has been a very, very easygoing run so far. And I am loving some of the love that we've been getting. The love that this game has gotten over the last year or so. It has been such a breath of fresh air. We've gotten new runs from people all across the world. An influx of Japanese runners actually getting this, actually playing this game for the first time, and it makes my heart really happy to be able to... We're actually going to reset this fight because this is actually very not so good. And it makes me very happy seeing the influx of new people coming in. We got over 100 different runners playing with a run of this game, and it's been such a fantastic journey getting to this point. It's been on a lot of different marathons. The amount of support and a lot of research that has gone into making this run as great as it is immeasurable, and it's all thanks to the wonderful people who dedicated years and years of research of this game. And I just want to give a special shout out to the Pokemon TCG speedrunning community. I came into this game about 2021. My first, just kind of give an example of, what type of game this is. I started running this game at 1 hour and almost 40 minutes. And thanks to the help and support from the entire community, I've now, actually, a couple of days ago, I set a new PB at 52 minutes. So that kind of gives you an idea of how good one can improve at this game. It seemed like a lot of random, a lot of, luck-based stuff that's been happening. And while luck does play a role, but but this game invites creativity. It gives the trainers a lot of abilities to try and think of something outside the box and try to see if something can actually work. And I've been able to do that to make sure that these runs are about as consistent as possible, even taking into account all the luck and everything that comes with a card game speed run. So, and by the way, the love of the trading card game community has also been wonderful. There's a special, the Pokemon Company released a special animation. Ooh, that is a loss from Ken. By the way, I should mention, Ken is our next boss fight. He is the Fire Club. He does a lot of colorless Pokemon for some reason, and so we are basically trying to make trying to use Diglett and Dugtrio to be able to beat a lot of the Pokemon like Jigglypuff and Chanseys and whatnot, and Tauros and those kinds of Pokemon. This is going to be a similar fight in our next fight against Murray, which instead of fire types is going to be psychic types. But going back to the earlier point that I was saying, the Pokemon Company actually released a cute little animated series last year that basically shows a lot of the heart and what makes the Pokemon card game so much fun to be around. It's a fantastic community, and I am so happy to be a part of it, even in a very small and niche way, such as speedrunning it. And that is it. Dugtrio really makes a lot of these fights a lot easier to go through. But now we actually are going up against our next boss, who is going to be our 5th medal, Murray. Like I was saying, Ken also has, like Ken, Murray has a lot of colorless Pokemon, meaning Pokemon such as Dugtrio and Hitmonchan can beat it really easily. But there are two things about it. Number one, there's a lot of stalling tactics involved, and we're actually going to see if we need to send reinforcements. That is going to be a tail, so we want to reset the game before the game has a chance to realize that it is not actually doing that it is going to be a tails. So the stall tactics I was mentioning, that's part of what makes the fight a little bit more difficult. But at the same time, let's see, that is actually going to be heads. Perfect. So that Mr. Mime that you see right there, that Mr. Mime has a Pokemon power, which is essentially a passive ability that you can either activate or it's always going to be active, called I forgot what it was called. It was Invisible Wall. Yes. Basically, any damage that it will do that does more than 30 damage will actually do. Sorry, minor misclick right there, but any damage that does 30 or more will actually be negated. So Diglett is a bad matchup against it. But if you were to say something along the lines of this could be quite problematic. Let's see. That Kadabra can do a lot of damage, but we're actually... Never mind. Actually, we're fine. Never mind. We're actually fine. It's not going to be an issue now. So that so Diggle's a bad matchup with Mr. Mime, but we put Hitmonchan in because Hitmonchan can do 20 damage on Mr. Mime, which is exactly what we need, and it will go down in 2 hits. The question here is, what comes first, Mr. Mime or us beating Murray? And Mr. Mime came out first, but we were able to beat it in surprisingly quick fashion, because Murray's a fight that can really go horribly wrong. It could go, a really bad Murray can go easily 3 minutes, and thankfully we were not, it didn't go that poorly. Need a little bit of help with Hitmonchan and the coin flips going our way, but thankfully we now have the privilege of losing to Ronald a second time. But This strategy is going to be a tiny bit different in the sense that we have a Pokemon, this version of Ronald 2, has a trainer card called Energy Removal. Energy Removal, what it does is, it, like the name says, it removes an energy card from one of your Pokemon. And there's a funny little AI quirk with this specific version of Ronald, and this specific version of Ronald only, is if you were to use the Magnemize strategy, and you were to equip an energy card that is not Lightning, the AI, for some reason, even though it could have energy removal, if it does have it, it actually will not use it, thinking that it's not going to do anything with that energy. So that's a little bit of a way to be able to save a little bit of time, or rather avoid losing a lot of time as a result. So we basically are approaching, we're now more than halfway through the run, basically. And what we're going to do is basically get through the final set of trainer cards, a final set of bosses, I should say. And let's see, could we be in danger? We're actually not. So we actually are going up against the leader of the fighting club, which is Mitch. There's actually a number, this one is actually very interesting. There's a number of ways you can actually approach this fight. Mitch has a lot of very powerful Pokemon that can do a ton of damage. And so one strategy is to use a Mewtwo, which is a pretty risky strategy, depending on how your opening hand goes. So we could be, I don't know if we're in a world of trouble yet. It depends on what it depends on what's going to happen next turn. If Mitch has a plus power, he does not. Okay, perfect. So that could have gone very, very poorly. Mewtwo is, I would say, one of the two riskiest strategies to beat Mitch, but if everything goes right with Mitch, you can actually get a really good time on him. And so the way we beat Mitch with Mewtwo is that we basically give ourselves the opportunity to attack on turn 2, even though Mewtwo requires 3 energy attacks. It does have a move that allows it to scoop up any energies that are in the discard pile, which essentially, like, if you equate it to like Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like the graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh. And we have a Professor Oak that gave us the opportunity to do that. And so I'm just kind of trying to set up our deck to make sure that there aren't any cards that we might need. And so other strategies include using Abra and Kadabra for essentially the same reason as Mewtwo, being able to do a lot of damage, but it is frail, and so if you don't get it, if you don't have good trainer cards and you're going second, then that's where it kind of becomes a little bit of an issue. But we are actually going to use the Kadabra strategy for this fight. Rick, he is believe it or not, he is the leader of the Science Club. That's right, there are so few types in this game. The Pokemon card game, when they were designing this game, they had to design cards in order to actually meet the required 8 gyms or 8 clubs to be able to pull this off. Actually, hold on. So this is a bit of a risky strategy, but we are actually going to see if we have something that could potentially give us... Okay. So one thing, the unfortunate part is that we had to basically give up our Kadabra, because we're actually going to lose, and we're trying to see if we can potentially still win this. And is this a loss? It is a loss. Okay. So we're just gonna reset the fight. That's kind of the unfortunate part, and sometimes in the speedrun where you think you have a great set of cards, and it turns out it just wasn't in it for you. And sometimes the heart of the cards, they just fail you. But we're gonna try to see if maybe we can get that Mewtwo to go down. It's not. But what we'll do instead is see if we can waste away the heads. That tails, it is not. So we're actually gonna miss another loss because he will almost certainly have something for that Abra. We have computer search, so that actually is a bit of an easier thing to go through. That is and so basically, we just want to get Kadabra and get rid of that Mewtwo. That's kind of what the essence of this speedrun. And thankfully, we can finally rest easy. It's taken us quite a while to get to this point. We finally beat Mewtwo, which can be a little bit of a tricky fight, but thankfully, we were able to beat the first fight of the game. Let's see. So now it's basically a game of who is going to, whether or not Rick can get anything that will get his deck out of a predicament. And for the moment, it looks like we are potentially in a safe spot because we have a second Abra, and we could potentially still have another Kadabra waiting in the wings. It depends on what's gonna happen, but we might need that second Kadabra because that Porygon did something called did a move called Conversion. And what Conversion does is that it'll change a Pokemon's weakness. So instead of Kadabra being weak to Psychic, it's now weak to it is now weak to Grass, which Grimer is. But thankfully, we'll have the second Kadabra going, and we are going to get this ball rolling for the rest of the run. We are entering, like I said, we are actually entering closer to the end of the run, I should say. Trying to think. There are, doing quick math in my head, there are 8 fights remaining after this one. And we have a Coughing, which we are hoping we actually get poisoned instead of Confusion. We actually didn't have an encounter statuses outside of paralysis a whole lot, but basically what poison does is after every turn you lose 10 health, which can stack up very quickly. Confusion is very annoying. What Confusion does is if you want to attack or even want to switch out Pokemon, you have to flip a coin. If it lands heads, the action goes through. If it lands tails, not only is the turn automatically over, but you also hit yourself with 20 damage of your own type, meaning Kadabra would be taking 20 damage of Psychic damage, and that can be real problematic because Kadabra is weak to Psychic. So instead of 20, it's actually going to do, it will actually do 40 because every time you hit for weakness damage, it'll actually do twice as much. For resistances, if it resists a certain type and it gets hit with that move, is how much damage that'll do plus the minus 30. So if something hits you for 50 damage, but you resist it, it'll do 20 damage because 50 minus 30 is 20. So now we have Brittany. Brittany is one of the more unique fights in the game, only because Brittany has one of every type of Pokemon type that exists. And what it'll do, it'll spam a lot of Pokemon that'll be very annoying to go through. However, the deal with Brittany is that because she has one of every type, resource management is very difficult for her to contend with. And so we're just fortunate that we can... Okay, so that is going to be a heads. Let's see if we can actually beat this. Let's see if we can beat this Magmar in one go. Unfortunately, it's not. But we're still in a really darn good position to get this win next turn. So if we can flip the coin, it is... Okay, so Smokescreen, what Smokescreen does is that it it basically forces us to have to flip a coin if we want to attack. If we land, if it lands heads, then our attack goes through. If it lands tails, the turn actually ends right then and there. But thankfully, Brittany is over, so we only have 2 more fights before we get into the Pokemon Dome, which is, like I mentioned earlier, it is basically this game's version of the Elite Four. And so that is going to be where our toughest challenge yet. And let's see, we actually don't have a ton of energy cards for this minor portion before we get into the Pokemon Dome, but it is still fine. Because let's see if we can potentially get something going. We have a way to be able to attack first turn, and okay. So what we were trying to aim for, we were trying to see if we can get a plus power to be able to beat the Oddish on turn 1. Unfortunately, we did not, but we'll take a turn to win because we have a full heal. So I was not worried if we didn't get the win on turn 1. So now we are just only minutes away from entering the Pokemon Dome. We have one final badge to go through, and that is the Grass badge. And the Grass is another club where we have to beat all the minions before we can actually challenge the leader. But this one's actually really funny because the leader was never in the Grass Club to begin with, and the only way to have her appear in the game is if we were to beat all the minions, and then they'll tell us where she is, which is at the top left portion of the map. So we actually have a plus of her to begin with. This could be a very quick fight. This might be our quickest boss fight yet. This is partially what makes the Charmander deck very manageable, is the fact that you get a lot of fire type Pokemon, which allows you to challenge this fight significantly quicker than what I'm doing, than where I'm at my run. Usually they would hold it off as like the first or second gym for a Charmander run, but on Bulbasaur we're actually going to leave it till our very last metal, and we had a very favorable draw on turn 1, allowing us to attack and to be able to make our attack stronger with plus power. So yeah, that is it. That is actually all 8 badges, but we're not done yet. We have the Grand Masters to contend with, and all of them have 8 legendary cards that are actually never printed in the game. And you'll kind of see that in a moment that we actually have the opportunity to do so. The reason being is because these cards, they have effects that never took into consideration the original 1998 rule set of the game. It introduced elements of randomness that would only be able to easily and efficiently be able to be made with computers, not in a physical card game. So Courtney is our fire leader, and her ace is a Articuno. I'm sorry, not Articuno. Articuno is much later. Moltres. And as you see that Moltres, yes, for a split second. Moltres, what it will do is when it's played, it is actually going to have Courtney will be able to acquire 1 to 4 random fire energy cards and add it to her hand, which it's kind of annoying to have to contend with because she will always have resources to be able to attack. But our answer to Courtney is Dugong, or depending on how the rest of your deck is built, could also just be Articunos. We actually got a lot of Articunos throughout the run, but we actually have been having a stellar job with getting the necessary evolution cards. So we are actually just going to be doing just the fights with this Dugong deck. That Magmar, that is the same Magmar that I mentioned earlier that has Smokescreen. It is a massive time waster, and we are fortunate to have actually beaten Courtney in surprisingly straightforward fashion. So that's a fight that a lot of the speedrunners actually do not like to deal with, because if you have to reset that fight, then you actually have to, then it's like a 40-second time waster, because you actually have to go through an unskippable cutscene introducing all the Grandmasters. But we beat Courtney on the very first try, and so now we're editing our deck for the very last time. Because we now have our 3 deck trios. That is what's going to propel us to victory for these final 4 fights. So, Steve, as you'll kind of notice, you see the lightning, you see the yellow color scheme. You kind of already guess what his ace is. It's Zapdos. It's not the Zapdos. It's not this Zapdos, not this one. However, this Zapdos is very well. There it is. So what I was going to say is that Zapdos that you just saw right there. You kind of just notice what it can do, but it has a special ability where when it is played on the field, it will do 30 damage. Actually, no, we actually want to try to attack. It will do 30 damage to any random Pokemon on the field, whether it's his Pokemon, whether it's my Pokemon, who knows? So we are always at the mercy of that Zapdos until we get the trio. But thankfully, this could still potentially be a problem if we don't get a... Could be a problem. We'll just wait. Okay, we'll see what he does. Okay, that Zapdos could have actually ended the fight right then and there, because Zapdos, that specific Zapdos has a move that does 100 damage, and even though the trio resists lightning, he has a second legendary Zapdos that can also make the fight very annoying. But essentially, that Zapdos can do 100 damage. Even though the trio resists lightning, it'll still do 70, which will one-shot our mole friend right here. So, thankfully, once we have the trio, for the most part, you kind of essentially won this fight against Steve. Steve is just very annoying sometimes when it comes to speedrunning, because he will just spam that Zapdos like it's nobody's business. But like I said, once you got the trio out on the field, it's game over. So that is Steve. Now comes the hardest fight in the game, and I'm not kidding. Jack. Jack has that Articuno that I was mentioning. And his deck is comprised of literally everything that a speedrunner hates in a fight. It has Lapras that has just enough health to be able to... Okay, that is actually going to be heads. Accidentally reset it out of fear that it was going to be tails. Where is our deck trio? There it is. Perfect. So we have our Lapras that can do quite a bit of damage. And it is confused. So, okay, this is interesting. So we want to... Okay, this is fine. So, he has a Switch. Okay, so not a Nintendo Switch, just the trainer card Switch, which, as the name implies, it will actually do a lot of damage. Or switch in that Lapras that was actually going to KO us. But thankfully, we evolved and we actually got out of that problem for the moment. And we got hit with confusion again. Yeah, Lapras is extremely annoying because it can do... Do we have a... We do not. Okay, so we're actually going to... Well, let's see if we can actually... Our attack goes through. Oh, it does. So Lapras, very annoying. He also has Dugong, which as we saw with the Courtney fight, very powerful indeed. We're actually going to see if we can avoid getting out of this potential problem. We need a full heal. And if we don't get one right now, right this second, then we essentially lose this fight. Yeah, we lost this fight. So basically, he has Lapras. His Articuno can attack, paralyze us actually. Can hit us with paralysis throughout the fight, and it can be quite annoying. Because he has a trainer card called Scoop Up. What Scoop Up does is basically send one of this Pokemon that he has, where he has it out on the field or on his bench, and start and be able to add it to his hand and place it on his bench again. And the Pokemon power is not something where you can only do once per turn. It'll do it however many times he has the ability to do so in that turn, and we got hit with Confusion again. That is not fun, but we do have thankfully, we have our trusty full heal to be able to get us out of that jam. Okay, so he also has Chansey, as you may have noticed, and Chansey can do quite a lot. Let's see, we're gonna do Energy Rumble here to avoid basically going back into that thing I was mentioning earlier. If that Pokemon was going to be knocked out, then all it does is basically the Jack will just avoid putting any more energy Pokemon, even though it actually could have been useful for him to try to do that. He just did not. He just chose not to, and we get Confusion again. This is now starting to be very problematic for us. Do we have the ability to try to win here? Gonna be very difficult, but we just have to see if we can actually pull this off. And this is why Jack is one of the hardest fights of the game. Let's see. We have... Okay, that will count as another loss for us. So if you kind of notice, yeah, this fight can be extremely annoying. We haven't even seen the Articuno yet, then, because that Articuno, he actually has two versions of Articuno. The one that can freeze us, and one that can also do a ton of damage. And ooh, that is actually, he actually has Switch, meaning we want to, let's see, how can we actually, do we have a Pokeball. And we have a Duck Trio. So we will just simply evolve to avoid having to deal with the issues that come with a fight against a Lapras. And that is getting knocked out on it with one move. And oh, finally, we finally have Confusion land our way. So we have, let's see, we can get rid of the Mysterious Fossil and the extra. Yes, we can get rid of the Fossil and the extra Diglett to give us a plus power, and that will be... Oh, there's the Articuno, and thankfully the Articuno missed the coin flip to be able to attack us. Let's see. Do we have... We have a Gust of Wind, and we can try to... Let's try to see if we can take out that Seal. That Seal can still evolve into Dugong, which will spell disaster for us if we are not careful. And thankfully, we avoid Confusion again. Let's see if we can get another plus power. Unfortunately, we did not. So now we're just at the mercy of this coin flip. Lance Tails, thank goodness, because otherwise that could have been really bad. But we now have a second Diglett and a second Duck Trio, so not as bad as it could be. Alright, and if everything goes well, I think this fight is essentially over. We just need 2 more turns of things not going wrong. And that will be... But we still have 2 more fights after this, but significantly easier than we would just encounter. But now, and this is why I said this is the hardest fight in the game. And it still could have gone even worse. That's the kind of the unfortunate part. Rod has his legendary Pokemon, which is not even a legendary Pokemon. It's Dragonite, and Dragonite is really not gonna do a whole lot. In fact, there's a good chance you might never see Dragonite in the game. So let's see. We don't need that. We don't need a second one. We don't need Pokeball, so we have a Fighting Energy card, which is perfect. He has a Charmander. Yeah, so Rod's deck is the... If you remember Lance from back in the days of Red and Blue, where he has a dragon deck per se, but the deck is actually just Pokemon that you can make the argument could look like a dragon, and is stuff like Charizard and Dragonite and Charizard. I'm sorry, not Charizard. Gyarados, I should say. But the thing is, in order to get to those types of Pokemon, you need to evolve, and Rod and those Pokemon are extremely weak. And Rod is the easiest out of the 4 Grandmasters, so we were able to beat him relatively easily. Now we have to deal with Ronald. And this, we might have to reset because Ronald has two of every single legendary card in the entire game. So we're actually going to reset because this is essentially a dead hand. Because we want to try to get a way to get a Dugtrio. Once we get the Dugtrio, we're essentially home free. Okay, so he has a Moltres, and he might have another legendary bird. Actually, he does not. Sometimes he will open with 2 of the legendary birds, and it can be quite annoying. So he has a... Okay. So what we are actually doing right now, we use a move called... a trainer card called Energy Search. What Energy Search does is it allows us to search through our deck and get any energy card that we want. But we're actually not going to do that. We're not going to do its intended purpose. What we do with energy removal is we essentially scout out what is the top of our deck. And if the top of our deck is something that we like, then we will actually reset the game, because resetting doesn't do anything, shuffle the deck or anything of the sort. So we basically... Okay, that is both were tails. But let's see what could be a threat. Actually, nothing is a threat up to so far. Moltres is the only quote-unquote threat, but that's only because we can't do anything to physically harm it. At least not right now. That is going to be another tail. So we are going to at least do a tiny bit of damage. And wanted to make sure that that coin flip was going to be a tails. We're going to do a tiny bit of damage with that plus power, but essentially not going to do anything. So we're just now... It's now a waiting game as making sure what's going to come out first. Is it going to be our... Okay, this is going to be a... This is going to be, unfortunately, another reset. Because we just aren't able to get that, the trio out. And every turn that we waste in not getting a trio, it's just going to make the fight a lot more difficult. Because Ronald will just keep resetting and keep adding stuff to his bench. Okay, that is going to... we have really been unlucky with a lot of these coin flips, but if everything goes well, we might be able to still salvage this. So we have... Let's see. Can this... Okay, oop. That was actually going... That is actually a heads. Okay, so this actually will be fine. So actually, okay, this is fine. This is great. We have Moltres, but because we have our or the trio now finally, I don't want to say the fight's essentially over because he has nothing that can actually hurt us. So he may have Zapdos and he may have Articuno, but there's a really funny thing about these fights. Zapdos and Articuno actually cannot attack. They actually can't because Ronald forgot to add lightning and water energy cards. He forgot to do that, and because of that, he actually is only using the Zapdos and the Moltres as damage sponges. So if you notice, he never has those cards that he needed. Do we have another Gust of Wind? We do. And all right, that is it. Perfect. Alrighty then, we are actually about to come up on time very, very soon. We just need to do. We need to be able to actually get our prize, which is one copy of every single legendary card. And you kind of see there's the Articuno, you saw the Moltres, now you're going to see the Zapdos, and now you're going to see the Dragonite that we never saw because Rod doesn't know how to actually build a deck around that Dragonite. So we were going to be starting coming on time in 3, 2, 1, time. All right, that is Pokemon TCG. Hope you guys all enjoyed it. Thank you so much to the Anime Speedrun Festival community. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. And I want to also give a special shout out to the Pokemon TCG speedrunning community for all their help throughout the years and all the support and their feedback. And also a special shout out to our Japanese restreamers and our Brazilian restreamers. I'm gonna try my best, but I want to say arigatou gozaimasu and obrigado to our Japanese and Brazilian restreamers. And for those who don't know, I'm just basically trying to say thank you in their native language. Hopefully, I didn't offend you guys. I just wanted to show my appreciation to the hardworking people that are not just streaming, organizing this marathon, but also the people who are doing the restreams all across the world. Thank you so much, and I greatly, greatly appreciate being a part of this.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Fellow anime speedrun fans, hello. My name is Casual Speedrun, and I am very excited to be here for the first time, bringing you Lupin the Third, the shooting. Of course, dressed up as my favorite Lupin, that's Green Jacket Lupin, the classic Lupin.
Looking handsome as heck, bro.
Thank you, Mr. Nuggets, and you too. I don't even actually see you right now, I just know, because we have met in person, and so I just know, and I never forget a face. As you can see, I am in Japan land right now. This is the Great Wall of Japan behind me. This game has a warning at the beginning that says you can only play it in Japan, and so I decided to make the long trip across the Pacific to hang out with DBK-san. And yes, it's not as famous as the Great Wall of China, but it's pretty nice in its own right. The Great Wall of Japan. There it is.
So true.
All right. Now, Lupin the Third, the shooting, is just a pretty standard rail light gun shooter, except we're using a mouse. I could not find a Sega Naomi system that had the game in the US, or I mean, in Japan. I couldn't find one. So we're actually using an emulator, and you can see the mouse on screen. Basically, you're just trying to go as fast as you can to get through all of the levels, and that means shooting everything as fast as you can. The faster you shoot, the faster it pulls up the next wave of enemies. The faster you shoot them, the faster you get the next wave, and so on and so forth. You will also be seeing an optimal failure. We're actually going to fail a level intentionally. I'll point that out once we get there. But we're actually, one more note, we're going to be playing as Jigen instead of playing as Lupin. It's actually a little bit faster just because Jigen's pistol, the revolver with 6 rounds as opposed to Lupin's 7, is a little stronger. So for those late game enemies, it's going to make a pretty big difference to be playing as Jigen instead of Lupin. Without any further introduction, I think it's time to get into a little bit of Lupin gaming. What do you say?
That sounds good, man. Just give me a good countdown and I'll start the timer for us.
Okay. All right. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, and let's begin. So we're going to skip all these cutscenes. We're now on the Venetian Express. And like I said, we're going to try to dispatch every enemy as fast as possible. These guys in the orange are, for some reason, I'm not sure why they're there. They actually never shoot at you. You just kill them for bonus points. We are going to try to
scare you, man.
Yeah, he's just peeking. He's peeking, and I don't like it. He's taking a look at me, and I don't like the way he's looking at me. So we're gonna try to shoot them. I'm actually gonna try for a top score. This game, even though it's on emulator, keeps your high scores in classic arcade cabinet fashion. And we're gonna try to make it so that we can make ASF the high score here. We're gonna make it 3 initials, ASF.
I would play this on the arcade. It looks super good. I mean, it's the cartoony features. I mean, as a kid, I'm definitely walking up to this bad boy, and I love rail shooters. I used to play those deer hunting games, but this is even better. Dude. Anime style. That's what I'm talking about. So you gotta remind me a little bit, Casual. I don't know much about Lupin. Everyone keeps saying he looks like a monkey. He just looks like a 70s pop star to me. I'm not really too sure what's going on.
Why not both? I missed the last guy. Okay. So, like, right then, just then, if I had got that third guy, the next wave would have just popped up right away. And that's what we're aiming for here, is go as fast as possible. Lupin is what you would call a gentleman thief. The classic gentleman thief of all anime.
Oh, okay.
Alright, this guy's pleading for mercy, but then pulls out a gun, so we're gonna just blast him in the crotch. There we go. And that's the first level.
Oh, my.
Had to do it to him. Unfortunately, he just had to point it at us.
There's so many colors and just explosions everywhere. I can't even keep up. This is
it's
incredible.
Sensory overload.
It is, dude.
I can't even imagine what it'd be like playing this on an actual arcade machine. That would just be incredible. There, okay, that's a perfect. See, because like the camera pans over there, expecting there to be enemies. There's still these rocket cars, but they're gone, of course. So that just means we're saving time.
This is exactly what my zoomer brain needs. Like bright lights, flashing, sensory, lots of gunshot noises. It's perfect for me. I love it, and it's anime, the best type of media out there.
That's right. Okay, now like I promised, I'm gonna make a quick save right here and go for an optimal failure. Gonna see if we get it. and then mash to skip, and if we just mash it... Okay, hopefully... Yep, that worked. Good. Okay, we actually just skipped that level instead of stealing all the jewelry. Again, it's actually much faster to just fail on purpose, and if you do it just right, on single player, it's iffy whether you're going to get it or not. But on two-player, interestingly enough, it's a sure thing. If you fail, you're always going to get the skip. There's also another level later on that you can fail intentionally with 2 players and skip, but you can't do that with 1. So we're actually going to have to play that level all the way through. I lovingly call that level Indiana Jones number 2. You'll see why. Anyway, I guess we can talk a little bit about Lupin and Jigen. So, of course, they are master thieves, along with the rest of the crew. Our beloved Fuge. Everybody loves... I had the hugest crush on Fujiko as a kid. Who didn't when they were watching this show?
I mean, who wouldn't, man?
Lupin is the leader of the gang and the eponymous hero, and Jigen is his sharpshooting sidekick. And
this is a series that took place way back in the 70s, correct?
That's right. Lupin has also got some of the best, in my humble opinion, some of the best anime movies out there.
I could see it. I mean, if it's anything like these games, I mean, there's tons of action, the damsels in distress.
Oh yeah.
The sweet beards, the hairdos, it's there.
That's right. I actually considered, because I've got the beard going on, okay, we're 1 hit away, so I need to be a little more careful here. So we're steering through the streets of San Francisco right now, for some context. I was actually considering doing a Jigen cosplay just because my yellow tie didn't really... it was a little kind of gnarly looking, and my black dress shirt unfortunately succumbed to a juice stain from this morning's breakfast, and I couldn't use it, so no tie this time. Darn. Okay, that's alright. We just start from the quick save. We have to quick load right there because we took another damage.
You know, this looks exactly like San Francisco, except there actually needs to be more traffic.
That's right, and we're driving in the wrong direction because everything's a one-way.
That's true. Say, so this isn't just a rail shooter. We also get driving. I mean, what else do we get to do? Do I get to pay my taxes on this arcade machine or what?
Actually, if you wait until level 8... No, I'm just kidding. That would be pretty interesting, though. Can you imagine?
They will hand you your W-2. You can sign that bad boy and send it off to the IRS.
Yeah, and the more you maximize your deduction, the closer you get to the high score. That was interesting. We kind of just cartoonishly bounced over that car, so I'll take that for sure. The physics are immaculate.
Oh, this is actually how everyone drives in California. You're seeing it here first, folks. If you're in California, this is exactly how everyone's going to drive. Helicopters and all, bouncing over each other.
It's just like the real thing. We actually do get to fight helicopters pretty soon, so...
With a pistol, I hope.
That's right.
It needs to be as realistic as possible. Only in my arcade game. This is the best missile defense I've ever seen in the history of mankind.
That's
right. We
right.
have computers for it, dude. We just need a sharpshooter.
Yeah, forget about the Star Wars program, man. This is all we need. Jigen with pistol.
That's insane. You were mentioning earlier that the sensitivity on this game can be a little bit interesting when it comes to the sides and where the bullet's actually gonna project,
so
correct?
When I first played this game, there's an in-game menu for managing the light gun, but for some reason I wasn't able to access it before. I think my FN keys were just like weird. I'm not sure if it had something to do with Razer Synapse, but I have since figured out how to fix that. And so now we're actually shooting relatively accurately. However, if you watch when I shoot on like the far left or the far right, you'll see that if it's on the far right, it fires a little to the right. If I'm on the far left, it fires a little to the left, right. There. Okay. On these, we actually want to take our time a little bit just because it's much faster if we get it on the first shot. We kind of want to wait for the camera to stop panning. Okay. We didn't get that one. That's okay. But yeah, if you miss or if you shoot a little bit early or a little late, you're not going to get the insta-kill, you're going to have to just shoot him dead.
This arcade game looks pretty good for the time. I feel like the graphics actually are holding up pretty stinking good.
Oh yeah.
What we're looking at. Like, it's actually a beautiful looking game.
it's kind of that timeless look, you know what I mean? Whereas, you know, not to get controversial, but Silent Hill 2 getting the remake and not Silent Hill 1, now that's a look that didn't age well as Silent Hill 1, in my opinion. I mean, look at my boy Harry. He needs that remake so much more. So much more. He's crying for a retexture. My man's like 3 polygons and some lead paint.
So what's going on here? Are we fighting zombies, or is this the apocalypse? Did we teleport in time?
We are fighting vampire butlers and leprechauns, as a matter of fact. There's a leprechaun.
What kind of trip are we on right now? What are you saying?
The good kind, we had the leftovers from 420, and we took them all. I'm gonna make a quick save real quick. And of course, in traditional, you know, rail shooter light gun fashion, we have to kind of prioritize our targets here so that we're not just letting them all get... I missed the reload. It's okay. I'm gonna have to quick save again right here. We actually want to... Actually, no, I've only got... I was gonna say I want to ignore the vampires and just shoot at the vampires. Ah, she hit me anyway. But our health is so low that we can't really afford to do it. We're gonna have to be really careful here so that we don't get hit by any of them. Okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, quick save. And of course, the quick save is just for the sake of the marathon setting, because nobody wants to... Well, I mean, maybe somebody wants to see me play this over and over again, but this level is really hard, especially when you only have 1 life. What you might even want to do, if you're going for the most optimal run you can do without a worry about safety, you might even want to try for a failure so that you can, at the very beginning of a level, so that you can retry with full health. Okay, I'm going to quick save right here now.
So Lupin is a thief. What exactly is the goal? What are we stealing in this run besides the sweet lady's hearts?
I was just gonna say
already doing that.
Her heart. Yes, I like where your head's at. Okay, the final boss here for this level. You can actually kind of just shoot at the very beginning, right in between them. For some reason, that works. I'll take it. Okay, now we're in Indiana Jones Part 1. I got the Indiana Joneses mixed up. So this is Indiana Jones Part 1. We're running from a giant boulder, and well, I mean, we're running backwards, actually, now that I think about it. And instead of just running, of course, we have to shoot at the boulder. Yes. I don't think you actually have to shoot any of these bats, but we don't really have anything else to do, so why not raise that score a little bit, huh? It's for ASF, guys.
Yeah, I need more flashing lights. I need more chaos.
Yes. More noise, more enticing the other people to come over to this cabinet machine, this arcade machine. And here comes a battle tank for no reason. Yep, there it is.
Let's go.
Yeah, I got a real kick out of this game. I was hunting for games to submit to ASF, and you know, of course, I saw this and I was like, say no more. This is the one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you're kind of known for finding a lot of more, I guess, obscure type of lost media type of games. You do it pretty frequently over at your channel, where you'll find some games that no one really knows about and just completely route it yourself and just go through them.
I'd say that's my favorite thing to do, yeah, is because I enjoy the routing more than anything for most speedruns. Here we'll have to do a continue. I didn't think I was going to get the hit there, so I didn't do a quick save. I'll make a quick save. Well, actually, no, we have 3 health now, so it's no big deal. But yeah, I really enjoy the act of routing more than running for the most part. I run some games that are really popular, like Resident Evil 4 Remake and like the Fallout Anthology. But I do also, besides just routing, I really enjoy documenting really obscure games that otherwise get no love. Okay, so we're forced into a 2-cycle there. That's fine. We almost got the 1 cycle, which is insane. I've only ever got that once, actually.
The Booba Goblin sketch you,
there it is.
bro.
The Green Goblin. Don't tell Harry. Okay, now we have a quick reaction test right here. We cannot miss and we cannot take too long. We got 1.41 seconds to deal with this here. Who's it gonna be? I bet it's red dress. Nope. So if you miss or you're too slow, you will actually have to watch a really long animation while they're shooting you. So we really don't want to miss.
Oh, here we go.
Is this an arcade game? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. These girls just ain't loyal, man.
They're breaking my heart.
Okay, I think one more. Okay, sub 1 second. That's no big deal. We've been getting 0.7s regularly. There it is.
We're just taking our time with these mannequins. It's alright.
That's right. You kind of have to because, well, I mean, it's quick reaction, right? But you have to balance it as best as you can because again, if you shoot too early, or you miss, goodness forbid you miss, you will actually just have to watch them shoot you for like 5 whole seconds. Okay, we're looking for just the tanks. These guys don't matter. Okay, bring on the tank. Okay, right
Does this arcade cabinet follow any semblance of a story, or is it just purely just minigame after minigame of just various items to shoot at? Because we've done cars, goblins, vampires, mannequins.
I would say it does follow loosely many of the different plots. I can't believe I missed that tank, by the way. It follows the plots of a few of the Lupin movies. Like at the very end, you're going to see Lupin versus the clone. When we are fighting Mamo. So I'd say generally yes, it does follow a cohesive. Well, no. Sorry, not a cohesive plot, it follows a few cohesive plots. Okay, we've got a full 3 health, so we really shouldn't need a quick load at any point here. Now, of course, optimally what you want is just a single segment run, but we've already had to use a quick load a few times on the vampire level, because I just had a bad setup with health going into that. You really don't want to go into that with 1 health. I'm gonna quick save here just in case. This level can get really toxic really fast, especially if I did only have 1 health.
With a brave helicopter pilot just flying through buildings like that. One of those wings gets clipped, that thing's going down.
I know. And what are these bullets made of, by the way? They're shooting down helicopters. They're destroying vampires. So, by my calculations, they are made of wood, yet somehow big enough and fast enough to destroy a helicopter.
It's the power of anime.
It is the power of anime, indeed. This guy gets sliced in half. Whatever you do, regardless of what you do, doesn't really matter. We're actually shooting at the missiles there because you can't really kill that helicopter early. It doesn't matter what you do. You're pretty much always just gonna have to watch that cutscene. Or, well, I say have to, but I'd say it's definitely a pleasure to watch. I'm gonna quick save here just because this level can be kind of a little bit hard if you're not being proactive and shooting guys before they get right up to you. It gets a little bit hard because once you get hit once, that's when it piles on, and then you're gonna game over. Pretty much.
Man, that must be really intense that they expected people to go into the arcade and get this far on just the 3 hearts.
Yeah, although I've always found personally, I've speedrun a few light gun games, and I always find that it's so much easier on an actual machine with an actual light gun. I don't know if that's just me, but maybe I'm just trash with mouse. That's a very real possibility considering my performance in other games. Anyway, let's not miss this because it's an instant game over if you miss, if you shoot too early, too late, or miss. So we actually want to shoot at like 0.14, so we're going to time it just right here, hopefully. There it is. And there goes Mamo. Alright. And that's the second to last level. Time's coming up as soon as we shatter the glass on this final shot. We only have to fire once. In advance, thank you guys so much for having me. Nuggets, man, thank you so much for joining me. And a big shout out to everybody at ASF. Shrimp, Glitch Gamer, DBK, everybody who's doing commentary, everyone who's doing setup, everyone who's in the chat, everyone who likes anime and speed running. All right, time's coming up in about 3, 2, 1. Time. And that's that.
All right, let's go, dude. What a good time. I got 1748 on my side. We're going to the moon.
Yes, that's right. Mamo stock to the moon, baby. Mamo, you can finally rest now. And this is, of course, the tragic cutscene for a very tragic villain.
Rest in peace.
No, Mamo.
Rest in peace. That was a fun run, dude. Lots of lights, lots of sounds and noises and everything. All I needed was the Family Guy compilation and Subway Surfers underneath to really,
That's right.
really sensory overload me.
Oh, of course, last but not least, one final salute to ASF. Thanks again, you guys, for having me. Thank you so much. This has been a real pleasure. And I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning watching the runs, starting off with Nylon. Be sure to stick around, guys, for Loneliest Cubone coming up next with Inuyasha. I'm super excited to watch that as well. Some of my favorite anime being represented here. Really cool games. Again, big thanks to everybody organizing this, everybody doing commentary, everybody working on it. And I hope you guys have a really great remainder of ASF. Thank you again for having me. I've been Casual Speedrun, and I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you very much, Casual Speedrun. It's a pleasure having you on here. We're going to start getting ready for the next runs, everybody.
Countdown. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, this is Inuyasha Feudal Combat. Doing all characters percent, normal mode. Doesn't really change much except for the block rate. And I have Nylan, who we saw earlier, do an amazing run.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Nylan.
Nugs.
Yeah, he's probably swapping out, but he'll be here. Yeah. So we're starting with Shippo?
Yes, because in my experience, Shippo is the hardest character because his combo is very RNG dependent.
I would agree. It's definitely tough. It's a one frame, so if you're just mashing it, it's RNG. You're just going for luck.
Hopefully we don't see how acrobatic he is, but
yeah.
Yeah, but we're good to go whenever. Cubone, all you gotta do is count me off and we can get this thing going.
Alright. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, we're off. Yeah, as Cubone said, Shippo's combo is pretty tough. He has this like head bonk combo. You're gonna see him do it a lot. If the trick fails, Shippo will bounce off them and like fall into the ground with the recovery animation. If he lands the trick, it'll look like Shippo will just headbutt over and over again, without any recovery. And then the backup kind of version is to transform just to be like extra safe. That happens if you do it early, and it's like better than falling on your butt, basically. But perfectly, it does that where he just immediately goes into a headbutt instantly instead. Both are very good. And that's good. Shippo's nice because, honestly, because it's a 1v1, right? Like, it takes the team part of the game out for the most part. Which can make the game less crazy. Nugs, did you play a lot of Shippo? Or any, really, that much? I think you have a record with him, though, right? Like, not like a record, but...
Yeah, I did. I did. I started trying to do some Shippo stuff. I did these balloon bouncing strats and the transformation. I thought about doing the Foxfire strats, where Shippo will actually just send out a lot of different items, which if Shippo actually releases the horse, it does an immense amount of damage, but I didn't want to grind that kind of RNG, so I just stuck with the more safe, consistent-ish strat of just ballooning on them.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing it here, but like when the enemy's near a wall, they tend to get flattened against the wall, and he's really good. Shippo's like really good when that situation's in the case. If he's in the middle of the screen, it's not that great, but what Nugs is saying is also really good for that type of thing. Like if you're in the middle of the screen, most of Shippo's combos kind of suck, but if he pulls a horse and it pushes him all the way to the wall, not only will it do crazy damage, but it'll kind of set him up. It is random. He has like 3 to 4-ish items, and like the horse feels like a 20% chance. Feels like pretty low. But it's really strong.
This is the first level that shows it off, but there is like, what's the word? Hazards, like these rocks.
Terrain hazards.
Yeah, thank you. And if you can knock them into any of them, it does a good amount of damage.
Yeah, I think these boulders, when they fall on them, do like 30-ish% of a life bar, which is quite a lot. So it's great to get that extra damage. It's basically like a full combo for Shippo on top of whatever he's hitting with. There aren't that many, as you can see, that are mostly on the top of this stage, and the first 2 are really easy to go for, but then afterwards you usually get spun around, and it's not as easy to prep for those as it is at the start of a round.
Yeah, Shippo's an interesting character too, because Shippo is the only... there's the horse, let's go, we get to see it. But Shippo's one of the few characters that actually, that doesn't have a partner, so it's kind of nice that you don't have to worry about switching the team formation, but it's also kind of bad because you don't get any extra chip damage or anything with a partner for a stun lock.
Yeah, there's like positives and negatives, because in this game, generally speaking, you have to you kind of share lives with your ally. So a conventional strat you'll see later on is like kind of taking out one of both of theirs and then killing one of them, and that'll like end the whole thing. Shippo just kills one dude 3 times. So like in a way, it's like, I mean, it's faster because you're killing one guy, but it's also kind of slower. If your ally really like works with you, you can kill both of them really quickly and then just kill the other one a second time, and it's like faster than him. But Shippo does have a much shorter story mode, so we're gonna see it end not that far from now.
He only has the 3 fights, and this is the hardest out of them all, in my opinion. Just because
definitely
is quicker.
Yeah, he's quicker. He guards like a lot more than the other two. It's kind of like the difficulty was set to like, you know, first round and second round kind of feel like first and second round for like an Inuyasha. But this third one feels like they set it to like final boss level, where they were like, yeah, this is the final fight. So they just went from 1, 2 to like 7. So yeah, it's pretty scary.
Plus, Sesshomaru has a poison whip that he likes to do.
Yeah, he also likes jumping, which you saw kind of gets him knocked back often. So it doesn't let us combo as much as we. There, it worked out.
Plus, clearly he loves blocking, but still not the worst at it in the game.
Yeah, luckily he likes attacking, so he can't block while attacking. So he'll oftentimes get hit. He doesn't have like the fastest moves, honestly. His claw is good, but a lot of his sword moves are very slow, and you're seeing him do them a lot. So he's kind of getting beat out by Shippo's headbutts.
Yes, this game's very deceptive in terms of like how important positioning and timing is. Because if you can get right in that timing, you can see how it had like kind of lightning parry. But if you're positioned right, so like Shippo's small, and if you time it right, you can kind of miss some of those hitboxes and then get in there really quick again.
Yeah. Similar to what you were just mentioning, like jumping into hitboxes. Like during the headbutt, that sword swing landed, but from the ground it won't. So really impacts things.
And Shippo's done.
Hello, Shippo. You'll see a lot of clashes, which we were saying before as well, and Shippo's pretty good at getting those because the attacks are pretty quick. Inuyasha is really good at winning clashes because he kind of just goes swing, like pretty quickly. So even if he does clash with somebody, he probably just outright beats them after. Unlike maybe like Oroku is a good example of somebody who loses a lot of clashes.
Also, I hope y'all like Sesshomaru because he's up next as the playable character.
Heck yeah. Big fan of Sesshomaru. He has kind of half and half. Like some half of his fights are like solo, and then he gets a little bit of fights where he's not solo. But pretty much just solo most of the time.
Yeah, so Sesshomaru has actually taken probably one of the most differences in terms of routing from when I started the game and now. It was definitely a lot tougher to use Sesshomaru, and we relied a lot on timing and I guess kind of like spacing in the RNG of trying to make sure like the correct moves were going to be used versus now.
Yeah, Sesshomaru has like very peculiar moves. Like he has a bunch of really fast, like his Poison Claw move, and a bunch of extremely slow moves. And his damage is pretty good, but it's definitely not exceptional by any means, especially compared to his brother. And then he has, you know, his like air move. His air moves are insanely good. The whip in particular is used in the record strat, but it is very tight to loop it. So we won't see a ton of it. You may it's possible you might see a little bit of it against maybe Demon Inuyasha. It's not too hard to use against him specifically, just because the stage you're fighting him on has a lot of poison walls. And it has a lot of range to it, so you can kind of keep him far away from you. But other than that, if we get like a good like loop of this sword string you're seeing here, it actually deals quite a bit of damage. Poison Claw's a bit tough because it's like it's really fast, but it's unsafe after you hit it. So you kind of hope they won't stop you.
Runs right after the one I'm talking about.
we go. Beat up Koga again. I'm kind of upset that Koga gets beat up so much in this game. I just loved him in Inuyasha. I loved his character. I thought he was so cool. Like sticking shards in your legs to just become a tornado is just so cool. And they just did him so dirty in this game.
It's weird that he doesn't have his own story with how much he's in
That's what I was
these.
about to say.
Yeah.
And here
He should've.
comes Kikyo.
Let's go. The one true love. Kikyo stands, rise up. All right. I know there's a lot of Kagome lovers, but we're the Kikyo fans.
You know, if she wasn't very evil, then maybe it would be a little easier to stand by her.
Hey, man,
I like her a
lot.
lot, but I think it's tough when she's just like evil. So.
Or when she's firing arrows at me.
Right.
She
I
can
see your dodge is
infinite
cool.
loop that.
The arrows in this game are so brutal.
Yeah, those arrows are very brutal in this game. They don't just hurt you, but they hurt your soul. Like you get hit with one, you're like, oh, here we go. Let's see how long this is gonna take till we get to attack again. But looks like we got a pretty good loop so far.
Yeah. The arrows are definitely why she got pinned to that tree for like 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Because they're a problem for sure. You can kind of get around them a little bit with like a bit of blocking and stuff in this game. It's not used that often to block, but against her specifically, it comes up a little bit.
Yeah. Gome could never.
Never blocked or not?
could never game out like Kikyo does in this fight.
Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty
Also,
decent.
Coming up next is, I believe it's the Kagura fight.
I believe so. It's a little tricky, but it's not too bad.
Well, in this fight, Kagura is actually on your side, which makes
Yeah.
no sense to me.
Yeah, they just made that up. They had to give him a team fight somewhere for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically the common goal after a while, if for those that have seen Inuyasha, they do share the common goal where Naraku's got to go. But as for the side by side, yeah, it's a little scuffed.
Yeah, it's not quite the expected team on both ends. Like, of course, Kaku's often mind controlled, but it's a bit tricky to say that this would happen this way.
Yep. And this is one of these stages we first get to see the miasma gas, which actually can work to your advantage if you can get Naraku over, because it'll do a little bit of that, like, bleeding on his health poison.
Yeah.
And Naraku does it himself.
Yeah, might walk over it. Like, so it deals a lot of damage per frame, and on top of dealing a lot of damage per frame, it also can really it could expand like that and become a big problem for your own team. Like, what's gonna happen to Kagura here?
Rest in peace. Love her.
Hopefully I dodged that.
Well, I think you lost because of Kagura, though, right?
The side hero can die. It doesn't matter.
Then yeah, you're fine.
Like,
so we'll
it's
see
so...
the clutch up. Kaku's posted up, dude. He's trying to run defense. That's crazy. That's crazy. No, not the bees. Oh, no. Naraku's like LeBron in the fourth quarter, dude. This is getting insane.
Damn.
And I died.
It's all right. It is tough. Any Naraku fight's bad, but especially this one. Oftentimes Naraku doesn't have much of an ally. This fight's pretty unique in that he has somebody with him.
Yeah. And the worst character in all of Inuyasha. Crazy.
Pretty much. I mean, he's mind controlled for like 99% of it, so.
Yeah, he's bad.
So Naraku blocks a lot, but on top of blocking a lot, he is just kind of his block is kind of better than normal. And he does this invincible teleport with only like a little bit of vulnerability as he drops to the floor after it. So you kind of have to sync up your attacks or hope he teleports over poison. And if all goes well, you can basically just loop both of them. So far, so good. Oh, he's on poison too.
I don't want to kill Naraku right now. I want to kill Kohaku first, but that ain't gonna happen.
Oh, it didn't happen.
Let's talk about the stances.
But now it's a 2v1.
Yeah, so there are 4 colors here. There you see them on top of the screen. These are with your teammates. There's like red, blue, green, and yellow. Yellow tells your ally to run towards you and defend you. Red has them do assist attacks by default at the end of your strings. I think blue makes them target the same target, I think, and it's green that's the other target, or vice versa. And those are generally what they do. Switching between them can do some crazy AI stuff. It's mostly useful with like Songo being your ally. But we don't use it too much, especially as Sashomaru. He only has 1 fight in which it's there, and Kagura's a really weird teammate to use it with. So yeah, this is a pretty common strategy. You kind of push him towards the poison, hope he kind of like falls on it, and then walk away from him. You can see even off on the ground, he'll take a lot of the hits of it. He's much easier to kind of push and pull onto places.
I mean, even if you can get them down, like health bar depleted on it, they'll be taking damage when they come back. So
yeah, it's very, very good. And yeah, because he's like a melee character, he'll just run into it and honestly kind of screw with you. And yeah, you can push people while they're down a bit, so it's a little bit easier to manipulate the position. We got pretty good RNG here. The poison clouds, like where they come up, is random, but it's definitely nice when they kind of play favorites on exactly where.
But unfortunately, this is not the only Inuyasha fight that Sashomaru has to face.
now we're against Demon Inuyasha, which, Nalan, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't he the fastest in this game?
He's definitely really high up if he isn't the fastest, but he's basically the fastest, yeah.
And as you said earlier, Sashomaru is quick, but not as quick.
Yeah. Like, luckily, the sword combo kind of has a good, like, as you saw, clash frames where it kind of, like, hits the first hit into the second hit pretty quickly. So if it does clash, it'll probably beat him. But outright speed is kind of tough. But luckily the AI for this fight's weirdly terrible. Like, Demon Inuyasha, if you play him against him on a lot of bonus modes, is insanely good. But the AI here is pretty tame when it comes to attacking. He does block a lot, but kind of better than just getting uppercutted 100 times. That, like, uppercutting move, if you play as him, you can basically just uppercut loop everybody in the game, like, 7 times. So it would be really crazy if he attacked, like, a ton, but luckily he oftentimes doesn't.
Yeah, this fight was the bane of my existence when I first started running this game, especially because, I mean, at the time, there wasn't a whole lot known about it, and it was tough to get the speed if you don't know how to kind of not get guard attack looped. Was the big problem we used to have when we first run it, where Inuyasha would guard and then immediately attack again, and there was kind of no way to get around it. But it's good to see that this has been made a lot cleaner and more consistent.
Yeah, like, stopping early in this game is significantly better. For some reason, the enemy AI doesn't really know what to do if you stop your combo early. It, like, thinks it has to block for the whole combo. See, like that? So, like, it oftentimes will just lose if you just do attack, attack, nothing, attack, attack. Which helps deal with Demon Inuyasha being kind of a jerk.
And that's the Sashomaru chapter.
Let's go, gamed out.
So far, no significant deaths. The one death was, like, on a really likely death fight.
Yep.
So
Hey, buddy.
it wasn't, and also wasn't, like, super far into the fight. We're getting to the 2 kind of more RNG heavy chapters. The more people on the screen, the more likely things can happen. So
is that right?
there's a lot that can happen in Muraroku's especially. But Inuyasha's can get pretty bad in the Kikyo fight.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because in the Kikyo fight, you're playing as human Inuyasha and no overpowered strats.
Yeah, we appreciate you giving us the heads up.
Yeah, you don't have many of the better moves for Inuyasha. You do have a pretty fast sword combo, luckily, and it has an uppercut on it. But other than that, not anything to work with.
The one fun thing about this chapter or this character selection is they always fight together, and you get to choose which one you want to play as for all except for one fight, which is after this one.
Yeah, they it's pretty cool that you get to pick. You might be thinking like, oh, why do you play Moroku over Songo? Isn't like Songo better, or what's better between the two? Songo is better, but the ally for Songo is also a lot better than Moroku. And so we prefer having her as an ally overall. It saves a lot of time. Playing as her is cool. She has great combos. She's fast. She does a lot of damage. But the Moroku AI oftentimes uses barrier too much or tries to throw seals, which just aren't really viable moves to be using over and over again. So we would much rather have her with the ability to do that slamming boomerang attack in the middle of her combos, or especially if she does boomerang throw, all of which are really strong options. Boomerang throw, if an attack hits an opponent after a boomerang hits, so boomerang lands, then your attack lands, then the boomerang's allowed to double hit. Also, if you're near a wall, the boomerang could cause a wall splat, which will then allow them to be hit with the boomerang again. There's a lot of instances where double hit boomerang is possible. It does like 40%. Like, it does like 25% of the health. It's a lot.
And right click it, and what options does it have?
Yeah, it's very interesting choice to like have just the choice of Moroku and Songo instead of giving them their own kind of stories. They just grouped them together.
Yeah. This is the only fight, like, they fight each other, which is different because depending on who you chose. And the terrain in the second stage, if I remember, or not this one, the third stage has a lot of strategy to it. This fight is really, like, unfair.
RG on what Kagome does.
Yeah.
Normally what's supposed to show up is it's supposed to
Kagome has 3 primary attacks we care about. She has this like melee combo, which is like, it's okay. And she has her charged arrow, which does a slam. Charged arrow is really good if the enemy is going to be like near a wall, because it'll cause a wall slam. You can just follow up off of it. But if they're in the middle of the screen, it kind of is unfortunate when she does it.
It would be just the game's window, so I guess it's not working here. Here, this is OBS.
Surprisingly meleeing a lot for her.
This should be right.
I'm not going to complain.
On the last one.
I just hope she helps when it's Inuyasha's turn.
Yeah, she's very relevant in Inuyasha's story, and you kind of want her to get like really well-timed charge arrows right at the end of Inuyasha's combos, so you can go right back into hitting them off the wall.
Go into File Settings in OBS in the top left.
And
yeah.
That's why we play as Moroku, because his AI is just... It's one of the AIs of time.
Yeah, it's not very good. He throws talismans that don't really deal any damage. They kind of stun you a little bit. He's just not very strong. This upcoming stage has a lot of strats involving the boulders we saw earlier.
Alright, sorry, I had to update
and it's
someone else.
not too hard to get setups off of the boulders.
Under audio here, yeah. So we got 48 stereo.
I don't think... I know what stage you're talking about. I don't think that's in Moroku and Songo's.
Is it not? Oh, it's the second fight in Inuyasha's, right?
Yeah.
It's against Moroku and Songo. Yeah, my bad. This stage is weird.
Something like that, because it's a beta. Everyone who has the OBS has access to it.
These aren't a good team of characters, Kagura and Kaku. So generally when you fight against them in story mode, it tends to be pretty easy. As long as they're under even a little bit of pressure. Just because Kahaku's pretty terrible in this game, and Kagura's not much better.
You can just stay in here.
Yeah,
I
I,
mean-
like the choice. I like the choice that Cubone makes in his 100% run of starting with Shippo and then Sesshomaru, and then working backwards. Last time I did mine, I started with Inuyasha and kind of went through that way. But I think I like your way better because at least that way you have the two kind of like more difficult style of fights first, like with Shippo being a strange little creature, and Sesshomaru having to deal with like Naraku and Demon Inuyasha is I like that. I like that switch.
Yeah, I play pretty similar. I do Shippo, then Moroku, then Sesshomaru, then Inuyasha. But the only reason for that is because like I have the Sesshomaru thing down really tight. I can do it every time for the most part. So it's got very little variance.
Hey, cutie.
But there's a lot of RNG in the Songo Moroku story. So I've lost a lot of runs after I finished the Sesshomaru going backwards, and then I'm always like sad that I didn't just do them first.
Very true.
Okay, sorry.
But I agree. The idea is to go with whatever's the most like scary or tricky first. Inuyasha's is pretty simple. It is like heavy in the RNG to get like the fastest times, but in all chapters sentiment, it's not like all that different between run to run.
Go Millipede death on the first health bar. We like that.
Awesome.
Love that.
Hey, dude, it's glitch. I'm just on and up.
Yeah.
Millipede does have a like it always follows the exact same track, so you can plan around its exact movements sometimes and like get a lot of damage.
Is good on your end.
I'm actually gonna try use it in the Inuyasha fight, but
Yeah, it's common to use it in the Kikyo fight. Yeah, the first hit for it is really hard. You have to get her near this like right fence here, right in between the wood and that dirt.
Right.
If you uppercut her pretty early in the fight, I think it's like 6 seconds in, she'll hit the millipede coming out of the top hole and take a bunch of damage. And then like I think it's like 12 seconds in, it'll spawn on that like that hole behind them, and you can push her towards there too. But the first one is the hardest.
Also, you saw we destroyed it. It does come back. I've learned that the hard way in runs, and it just pop out of nowhere. And
yeah, it does a ton of damage. So it coming back when you think it's dead forever, it definitely can just straight up kill you.
1 second.
It does take a bit to come back, so it's even more deceptive.
Kamari sent us the JSON file.
Oh, yeah.
For the OBS or whatever, or like
This is another one of those Naraku Kohaku things. But unlike the other time, Songo is really, really good against Naraku. So this fight can honestly turn into a roll against Naraku. Like, if she plays ball like that, you'll see a ton of damage be dealt to him. Also, Boomerang has a good chance of just randomly tapping him out of a teleport if she actually decides to throw it, because it whips around the place.
Yeah, the teleport's on Naraku.
Gonna play that now.
might have the left side, or the left headphone, basically.
He's just trying to live. That's all you gotta think about. He's just a man with a plan. He's trying to survive. You gotta teleport to get away when you're a menace like Cubone, just absolutely shredding his health bars. He's gotta do what he's gotta do.
There's a rarely used mechanic that kind of works out in this fight. You can grab in this game to go through that armor that Naraku has, his guard.
Really? I didn't even know that you could grab.
Yeah, you can grab him. It does almost no damage. What your character does, you just grab them and throw them up into the air. But if your ally is kind of close, they'll oftentimes combo off of it, which makes it kind of usable. Naraku's usually kind of annoying to do that to, just because he can teleport out of his guard. But if it works out, like he's just sitting there guarding your ally, you can get it.
Hey, Naraku's definitely defeated now, right, guys?
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, like
he'll never come back ever again.
We defeated him. He's supposed to be gone. Like we're done. So like, congrats on beating Sesshomaru and this story Moroku's chapter. So we're good, right? Like
that's it. Wait, why are we selecting Moroku again?
Yeah, like I thought we were done. Like, Naraku is defeated. That's like the final boss of the storyline, right? Wait, what?
No, instead
there's
we just
DLC for this.
There's DLC. Just not content, guys. So
we just got rid
Naraku
of
didn't
Kohaku.
die the first time. he just
that's
like
basically
fell
one
asleep,
platform.
right? Like he was
So,
going easy.
yeah, I can hear you
So
in both on
now he
Discord.
wants to
I know
1v2 you.
OBS, so hit the properties on
He did his regeneration or whatever they call it in this series.
Yeah. So, if you're curious, like, what stops the AI from just teleporting forever? The answer is they can't.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing. It costs nothing for him to do it.
Is the balance
His AI is very incentivized to do it, so he does it as one of his primary actions. And unless he deems himself to be safe after a teleportation, which is, it's not clear what he deems to be safe, he'll just teleport again. Oftentimes we try to hit him out of the recovery of teleport. So it's pretty frustrating when, you know, he teleports, we barely miss him, he teleports again. But it's just the life we lead. And it's not really viable oftentimes to like intentionally stop him from teleporting because what I mean by that is like your ally might be near where he teleports to and he'll re-teleport anyway. Like it's not very easy to like run away from him to cause him to stop, because even if you do, you would just run back towards him and he would do it again.
Yeah. Yeah, so you want your voice to kind of be peaking at like -50.
All right.
Close
There
up
we
shop
go.
here. There we go.
Yeah, boomerang throw, really good.
Now
He's gone for now. We'll have to meet him in the Inuyasha story.
We just needed the Shikon jewel, so we had to kill Kohaku. We had to yank it from him and then use it on Naraku. It's all good.
Got a little sus there, almost a little bit of a death was possible, but we make it to the end, no issues, no death.
You know, I never thought about that. In order to complete the or return the jewel shard to whole, we have to take it from Kohaku.
Yeah.
And lore-wise, Kohaku is
A zombie.
Well, he's sick. And
He is sick.
Yeah. Also, my favorite line of the game coming up here, so we're going to take a second of this cutscene.
You got that over here just so I can hear it on that side.
I never knew who he was.
I'm Inuyasha. What a classic.
Yeah. The it's kind of funny actually, like I always thought about this, and it kind of happens in the series. But like even if Kohaku is sick, Kagome at any time can just go back to the future and pick up medicine. Like it's not too bad. Like he probably just has like, you know, something pretty curable with over-the-counter medication.
He's just got the flu, the common flu.
Yeah, he's got the common flu. Got to give him a demon jewel to give him back his life.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden she's like, "Hey, so I brought back some lozenges," and he just goes back to being good. This is great RNG.
Yeah, the wall ride is super good.
Yeah, you want to do the slam and get an arrow to restand him, so that you can get another combo.
Go ahead and hear it from there.
And that's ideal. Got directionally destroyed. There it is. Boom, bop,
The
bang.
corners, they can just mess with the AI sometime. And Inuyasha will just like change how he's attacking.
Yeah. He's got a lot of like thrusts and overhead slashes, which are really not good at tracking.
Sounds pretty decent. The audio level for the game is good. It's like at a good mild level. Just turn your mic up a little bit more.
All right.
Once again, we have to destroy our boy Koga for no absolute reason at all.
Yeah.
I think that
we have to take him out every time.
We gotta
it's not
protect
going to
Kagome.
really, so even at its peak, I think it's...
I mean, he's not
He can
gonna
choose.
actually hurt her.
Just let her be with the wolf boy. I mean, who
Sure,
cares?
man. That works. Thanks.
I mean, it's a dog and a wolf.
Pretty good.
Like if she had the necklace on Koga instead, I think it would go mostly the same. She'd be like, "Sit,
Glad
boy."
you
And
brought
then,
that up because this fight's gonna show off good, hopefully. But the next fight,
Good.
For any Bikio stands, we get a little bit of revenge on Kagome.
want to the host PC for some stuff, and then I'll be right back to you.
Yeah, this stage and fight is super fun because there's like a lot of maneuvering them into hazards that deal tons of damage to both of them. And it's just kind of fun to be able to like corral them in this stage. There's a lot of like ability to like lump them together, unlike in other stages, due to these like rocks and other formations on the stage. So as you've seen, like he's trying to take out character 1, then character 2, then character 1. So he's trying not to like accidentally double kill Moroku, for example, because they share lives, but as seen before, the second character dying doesn't really matter. So they'll just die and nothing will happen. You don't win. But first character dying, you win. So we want to do a little bit of 1-2-1 on most of the fights. There are rare circumstances in that, like a 1-2-2-1 could be okay, I guess, or like whatever, or a 2-2-1, I mean. But I've almost never seen it. Like there's like the pagoda stage is one of the only ones where that could maybe happen. So like I think that's coming up right now, right? You drop like the pagoda on them. So like you can drop this on them by breaking the pillars, and sometimes they're all of the enemies are underneath it, right? And so it falls on both of them, killing them both. It does full life bar. And there are times where it doesn't fall on both of them, and in that instance, if it falls on only like the second player, for example, like killing the second player twice is like fairly viable.
Incredible. Incredible.
But
That was good.
Yeah, there's a couple of
Kagome would be up under there too, but
Oh, come on, buddy. Don't be like that.
all the
She's
time
been gaming out.
Inuyasha, he's got to get some revenge.
She's been gaming out this run. You can't do her dirty like that.
I will say she's been doing good this run.
Yeah, this stage can go pretty fast. There are a couple ways to play out the pagoda. I use the right side pagoda, but it's more dangerous, but it's a tiny bit faster. And then the left side pagoda allows for Gaku to jump back up and get stuck if he runs off the right side sometimes.
And normally, Kagome, she likes to just stand in the middle, which will keep their AI in the perfect spot.
Yeah, you can always like use yellow or something to make sure she doesn't move around too much sometimes. So this is what we were talking about before. You can see like you can kind of move her underneath this millipede and uppercut her sometimes into it at the start. And then otherwise you want her around here so that once the millipede comes out of this wall, it'll hit her or right there when it goes into
supposed to hit her, not me.
Yeah. And then it can come out, and again, she can get hit by it a second time. So like if all three of those occur, she will just be dead for this life. Our damage is really bad because the developers thought it was funny for him to do like 0 damage. Weirdly enough, his frame data is kind of better than Inuyasha's. He just does no.
Maybe a little bit less, but
so he attacks
probably not
faster.
bad. I'll hop on over real quick. And I'll be
in
right
exchange.
All right, viewers out there, you got to put in your poll right now. Who has more beautiful hair, Kikyo or human Inuyasha? They both got beautiful locks. I need to know right now. I need everyone who's watching to put your votes in. All my Inuyasha stands out there.
One is like a dog, so like it could be like a coat. So like
But it's
maybe
the human form.
Yeah, but you know, it could still be this. You know, like it turns from white to black. Like maybe changes. Maybe it's the same. Alternatively, she was pinned to a tree for like 1,000 years. Maybe that does wonders
she's got
for her hair.
borderline.
Like,
No, she's got borderline dreads then, right?
yeah,
For
she got
that
like
long?
sap in it.
Yeah.
So you know, like I'm thinking Inuyasha's got to be better. Like he's a main
We get to knock it out now. So
demon, but like maybe it's like maybe when he transforms back, Nugs is right, and it's like shampoo. Like he just gets blessed up by the moonlight.
That's what I was talking about earlier with her arrows.
Yeah.
Let's see the clutch up.
Right. Yeah, that's a good idea. Normally we do.
Yeah.
it
So like
now,
because
but
of our damage, you can
sometimes
see
random
why we would
unexpected
want
things
to
happen.
use the millipede a lot in theory to deal damage because we just don't got a lot of it. So any extra we take is good. This loop is pretty good. The only thing that can happen is sometimes like around some walls walls. You might slip past and miss a hit like there.
That.
So
and
close.
There's not much you can do about that aside from like micro reposition, like you punch and then walk like a tiny bit and then punch again. Other than that, we don't have much we can do, but that's it for the fight.
That was honestly one of the more scary fights I was worried about.
It definitely can flip, because if she gets you in an arrow loop and then like a millipede taps you, like it could be curtains.
I have lost full health bars to that single loop, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you're pretty screwed. You could like block some of it, but definitely not once it starts. Like millipede's not blockable. All right, this is a 2v1 against Sashomaru on Poison Town, so you know what that means.
Yeah, that's awesome.
One thing forgot to mention last time we was fighting Naraku, even if he's blocking, the miasma or the poison goes through everything, and he'll still take damage.
All stage hazards are unblockable, so they just take the damage no matter what. There's nothing they can do.
Being down to showcase the game, I love that.
Yep, but this position's really good with Kagome if she keeps damaging him like that. There's one health bar, so it's good.
Also, Inuyasha, one of a couple characters that has no problem like hitting people who get up that step. A couple other characters like they're crying when it happens, but Inuyasha's fine. Kagome being this far away is a little tricky because she can be like kind of desynced from your combo. But in a way, maybe that's what you want, you know? Maybe you don't want her, like, cranking your style. You want to 1v1 your brother. I mean, her taking free damage is kind of weird of her, but...
I mean, she's been doing good, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah. I agree. Okay. Yeah. So Shomaru's gone, right? So we're done, right? Like, her brother's... Like, that's all we needed.
Yep.
Except Naraku must be everywhere but Shippo Story. So
I would cry if he was in Shippo's story.
Yeah, he's not allowed to fight Shippo because honestly, Shippo would win. You know, that's got to be the reason why he's not there. He's scared of Shippo. So luckily, we get a 2v1 here. We got good smoke RNG, so we get to loop him really hard here. It looks like we got double smoke. Because it's still going. So even better. And then he goes right back into the smoke. What a guy. So far, very good. This is like, you know, tool-assisted levels of good. Alright. This isn't bad at all. Yeah, wow, he used his worst attack. Perfect for us. That's also a really bad attack from Naraku. Usually if he throws Bs, we're kind of like, come on. But these attacks he's using really aren't good.
Well, they're good, but not for him.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Yeah, and this is the last fight, isn't it? Or is there one more Naraku? Okay, so time's gonna be coming up.
Time will come up when the last life bar, which is this one for Naraku, goes to 0. Which I mean, he's taking free damage here. So.
Okay.
Of course, he got Kagome, and he's doing Bs.
All right, okay. This can go south. Let's see.
So we got clutch up.
Poisoning.
I hate this camera angle.
Oh.
All right, bam. Kagome, do your job. Okay, we got him. Time is over. We're the greatest of all time.
Nice. Good run.
It's great times.
Yeah, and that fight just showcases how quickly Naraku can turn the fight, especially when it's only him. You have to go through him 3 times, but
yeah, I've had a fight where I'm winning the whole time. He warps bees. I block the bees on top of poison that spawns around me, and then he spams bees nonstop while I'm pinned against the wall and poison, and then I just die.
Yeah.
So yeah. Sometimes, like, there's just nothing you can do.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, that was an awesome run, Cubone. Really nice job on being so below the estimate and showing off all the characters in this game and all the different strats and tech skill that you've grinded. Very nice work, man. Happy to have you here. And Nylan, thank you for the commentary. Nugs, thanks as well. So we're gonna go ahead and get set up for the next run, Full Metal Alchemist Dual Sympathy by Cutie. I'll actually be on commentary with him. So is there any last things you guys want to shout out or, talk about before we close out?
I do want to give one shout out. When I started running this game, it was me, Glitch, Nylan, and another gentleman named Riz. Nylan and Riz have both came up with some really good strats for the game to make it a lot more accessible to new people. And it's super fun.
Awesome, man. Yeah, shout outs to the boys, Nylan and Riz. Super good members of the community, super helpful, grinding, helping optimize so many of these games. So yeah, it's great. Thank you guys. So we're gonna go ahead and get set up for FMA Dual Sympathy. Excuse me. So we'll be right back with you guys. Thanks.
Take care.
2, 1, go.
Hey everybody, my name is Cutie. I'm here to run Full Metal Alchemist Dual Sympathy. Alongside me is my good friend Glitch. Say hello to everybody.
Yo, what's up, gamers? I'm Glitched. I'm one of the hosts for the event, and I've also run this game a decent amount myself. A while back, the leaderboard was really inactive, and I saw the game on eBay and thought, hey, this looks pretty fun, let's run it. So Cutie has taken this game to a totally new level since I've touched it, but I'll at least be able to give you guys the old perspective of how things have changed, so it'll be a good time.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, that leads me into a shout-out I was going to save for the end, but, you know, shout-out to Glitched for doing a lot of the early routing, a lot of the strats that I still use, I stole from him, so, I added my twist to a couple of spots, but, you know, 90% of what you're going to see he came up with originally, so, you know, had to have him on commentary. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what this game is, this is a DS game. As you can see by the copyright, it's about 20 years old. Came out, I think, 3 days before the first Full Metal Alchemist movie. So it's technically a movie tie-in, even though it goes through the events of the series. If you're like me, I've only seen Brotherhood. Playing this game was a weird experience.
Oh, interesting.
I got halfway through and I was like, oh, this looks like what I'm used to, and then I was like, what the heck is happening?
Yeah, no, 2003 is totally different. It was in a weird spot where the manga was kind of, you know, about even with the pacing of the anime, so they kind of had to wing it and come up with their own stuff. So you'll see some interesting plot points in the gameplay here.
And as you can tell from our, I guess, idle screen or whatever's going on in the title, it takes a lot of clips, a lot of artwork, a lot of voice work directly from the anime, so it's super cool if you want to play it casually. We're gonna skip, like, all of that. I mean, all of that. This run is quick, and we're gonna go through however many seasons of anime in like 5 minutes a season kind of thing. So it's gonna be fun. But with that, we can probably get started and talk as we go. So
yep, let's do it.
Oh, and the other thing to note is this is a DS game, hence Dual Sympathy. They gotta, you know, put in the DS theming. One screen is gonna be kind of like an action beat 'em up side scroller, and then the other side is going to be the touch screen where we do alchemy, cast abilities, play mini games, all that fun stuff. It's an interesting dynamic to control in a speedrun, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more a little bit later. But we can go ahead and get started. So if we're ready for a count.
Yep, we can do it right now. So let's go ahead on 3, 2, 1, go.
And right away, we're going to skip about 5 episodes of cutscenes.
Yep. We start off kind of at the beginning of the anime here, where we are kind of having to go after Father Cornello for misleading the people with, you know, the miracles of alchemy. He's got a bunch of goons out here, you know, defending his palace and his church and whatnot. So Cutie's going to be using a lot of the cannon. The cannon is like probably one of the most broken bits of alchemy in the game. It takes out lots of enemies at once, and he's also going to be running towards the right here to kind of pull all the spawns towards him and not spread them out.
And apparently one did not want to cooperate. I don't know where the last... Oh!
Yeah, sometimes they just take forever to spawn, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
Even if you try to manipulate it, they'll just spawn wherever they want sometimes.
And this is our first little mini game. You gotta click the dots. These patterns change every time, so sometimes you'll get a really easy one and it's like super fast. Sometimes it's a little bit more finicky. And for reference, this is a reset heavy game, so I reset 95% of the time on that first screen if I get a pattern like that. So
oh yeah,
that was not an ideal start, but that's all good.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens to these shorter games. Like, you kind of can't afford as much time save, so if little tiny things happen, it's like, well, let's go again.
And surprisingly, these spikes are actually a really tight timing. We're going to try to get through them without, as I say, I run right into
It's so hard. It's really hard. Like, you can avoid all the spikes if you time your runs and your jumps, like, pretty well. He did a great job at it there, but yeah, sometimes the edge of the spike hitboxes are just a little bit bigger than they look, and you'll run into them by accident.
Push that guy over so the cannon will hit him.
Yeah, it's actually kind of fun to group up enemies and just kind of take them all out at once in this game. Some of the enemies are pretty wild. These guys are pretty tame, I would say. They just kind of stand around and wait to get grouped up. But there's some like homunculus enemies and stuff that we fight later that are actually kind of dangerous. So combat gets interesting as well.
I almost missed that barrel jump.
Oh man. Alright, so yeah, we're just fighting more waves of enemies here. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, you'll see a bunch of, I think it's called the Flamel symbol. Just kind of the symbol that Edward has on his jacket there. Those represent basically how much alchemy you have charged up. You charge up alchemy by fighting multiple enemies and just using it and whatnot itself. So you can hold down the touchscreen and charge up a powerful alchemy attack. You'll see that at some point. But this is the Cornello boss, if you want to try to explain this, Cutie.
Yeah, well, this actually isn't the boss fight yet. He's just gonna talk a lot of smack to us, summon our first big chimera.
Oh yeah, the mini boss, the Chimera, right.
And we're gonna see a lot of these, and we deal with them the same way every time, which is one of the strategies I stole from Glitched, which is cannon, jump kick to stun lock, and then dash attack. They'll get
it's
a quick
they'll
get a little stronger
shot
as we go, and we might have to do a double combo, but we're gonna do that quite a bit.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's like the perfect amount of attacks and stuns to just take them out without them giving you any trouble. But yeah, those are the types of enemies you see in a lot of fighting games or RPGs where they just become regular enemies later. So we're going to see a lot of those.
I always refer to them as behemoths because they look exactly like the Final Fantasy behemoths.
Right. Yeah. So what you just saw there, those that like electrical gate, those are color-coded, and they're color-coded based on like different alchemy types that you have. You can actually switch the types of alchemy that you're using, and they kind of use the different characters to represent it, like Mustang is flame alchemy, things like that. So they'll be color-coded a specific way, and you just swap your colors to eliminate those roadblocks. I think that one was just a default one, so it just used Edward's alchemy, right?
Yep. And then the next time we see it, I think it's Alphonse in the 5th laboratory, and then there's a couple where we have to switch back and forth, but they're pretty tame. There's one later in the game that occurs like immediately after running through a section. I always faceplant right into it.
Yeah, it's tough, man. So, we're fighting another Chimera here. So this is its own separate mini-boss. Yeah, if you miss time the combo, sometimes they'll get a bunch of invincibility frames, and it just is a little bit annoying, but you can take them out. But yeah, the Cornello fight's pretty simple. He really just spawns these big machine guns in between waves of enemies and whatnot. Each time you dodge all of these, it pretty much depletes his HP because he's abusing the powers of alchemy. He's not giving enough for the equivalent exchange. And he's taking that damage, so he's going to keep spawning these chimeras in between the guns that we're just going to dodge, and then eventually, alchemy will be his own undoing.
Yeah, I always just do a 3-punch on top of every cannon. I don't know why. I just kind of like swat.
I did too. Yeah, feels good to just press buttons sometimes,
Yeah, you don't want to just sit here doing nothing.
Exactly, you got to flex on them. So, there we go.
Yeah, when they stand up, their hitbox changes, and you can see I just kind of like whiffed.
Right. It does happen, yeah. But thankfully we have a lot of HP, and we haven't had any trouble with the guards up to this point, so didn't lose any health on the way.
Yeah, thankfully...
But this should be the last wave.
Yeah, this is the last one. Thankfully, HP is not an issue for any fight whatsoever. I always try to end in the air, of course. For any fight whatsoever except the last level, you can get stun locked and lose a lot of HP. Hopefully that won't happen, but that's the only point in the game where taking damage is gonna matter, like, at all.
Right. Yeah.
And this
Alright, so we have classic train.
And this is just like the church, where Alphonse is going to join us as an AI partner. And just like the church, we do not want Al to touch anything. So I'm going to try to keep everything like flowing to the right as far away from Al as I can. Oh, I missed one.
Looking pretty good though. Good grouping so far. Sometimes the guy kind of gets out of the way there, but Alphonse actually taking out someone? Okay.
Yeah, Al actually helped me there. Stun locked one guy for me.
Yeah, so this is one of the touchscreen minigames. Because this is one of those DS games, this game is very touchscreen oriented. Yes, some of those are really weird. But there's a lot of touchscreen minigames in between chapters and sub-chapters in this game, so you'll see a lot of those with their own little unique clear conditions. But yeah, we're just fighting. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and you'll see here I have to switch back and forth on which alchemies I'm using for different sections of this. I'm putting weights on top of these guys who are popping out. But to do this, I kind of have to switch back and forth on the touchscreen while doing the running.
And if I don't jump kick at the right point, this dude will stun lock me into oblivion with these bullets.
Oh yeah, right. No, yeah, the guys that are peeking out from the little hatch or in the train, yeah, those guys shoot projectile bullets that will constantly keep you in a stun loop. It is really painful. I did forget about those. So we want to try to put these weights down as quickly as we can so that we don't get stun locked by those gun-wielding guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go.
I didn't kill as many along the way as I would have liked, but it's alright.
Yeah, it's all good. As long as we don't get knocked around too much, it's perfectly fine.
And you can see, it took me like over 100 runs of this game before I noticed there's an enemy counter in the top left. I'm embarrassed to say.
Oh, really?
I took this game up only with the intention of speedrunning it, so like I never had a true casual playthrough.
Yeah, I mean, it was the same for me. Like, I just looking for new anime games to run, and I saw it pop up on eBay. I'm like, oh, there's a DS game? Sure, man. So I know exactly how you feel. There's a lot of things I didn't recognize until a couple playthroughs in.
And here I'm trying to manipulate the spawns to keep them on the same side as the boxes so that I can destroy the boxes at the same time. Doesn't always work, but of that time...
That's pretty big, Brian.
Come on, line up for me. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, and thankfully whenever we do use the cannons and any type of alchemy, we do get like a little bit of a freeze frame, so the enemies aren't going to like, walk out of range of us at the last minute or anything. But
those guys can shoot while Al is midair and stun lock you into the fire. So thankfully that didn't happen there. When I say this game is reset heavy, I mean it.
It is, yeah, especially when you've optimized it to this level, like every little mistake and stun lock especially, because that happens a lot in this game. They count, so we got to make sure that we avoid that stuff the best we can.
Oh, this is the good pattern. The around the world.
Good old diamond gaming, kite shaped. So, all right. Good lineup though. Good first trio of enemies there. I'm pretty sure the hatches on the train are gone at this point, and we're just kind of clearing everything out until we head to the main car.
And this is our first time actually drawing alchemy, I believe.
Yep. So you basically have to draw the outlines of the, transmutation circles here. It's kind of interesting. It works like it's a fill in the lines type of thing, where you can just color over it if you want, and it fills in. You don't exactly have to color it in the circle or whatever shape, as long as you fill out the opaque lines and whatnot.
Here we're just going to try to cycle lock Bald. We're just going to look for what move he uses, and then just abuse it.
Yep. And Cannon, once again, the GOAT, doing a bunch of damage. We just punish all of his phases with Cannon, and he's out real quick, so really strong alchemy there.
I do wish it had a little bit more variety.
I know, right?
But that's speedrunning for you, you use whatever's the best.
Yep, you find that broken tool and you spam it. So this is actually really interesting. This is one of Cutie's big contributions to this game, is an updated strategy for the Mustang fight. Mustang will snap his fingers and shoot different patterns of flame walls at you, or just general flame plumes and things. So Cutie's kind of managed to figure out a strat to make this a lot faster, I believe by about a minute or so, right?
Yep. And so what happens is he does this wall, and originally you're not supposed to be able to... Let's make sure I can do it first. You're not supposed to be able to do what I just did. You're supposed to run all the way back and dodge it. And I came up with a few different safety strats, but that one's the fastest, where you just kind of swag through it. But you got to it's pretty tight timing. I line up with this window, and then I stutter step through it. I don't always get it, but thankfully, so far 2 for 2.
Great. Yeah.
You gotta do it 4 times. A couple of other strats I came up with is I can put a stone wall behind me and use that to stop the knockback from the firewall. And then another one is you can actually shoot Mustang from halfway across the screen if you, like I said, little tight timing on there.
No worries.
And then this is another level where I said, like, health doesn't matter. I try to dodge these because, it's cleaner, but you don't really have to. You could just sit here and eat all the fire if you want.
Yeah. Yeah, because Mustang is totally invincible until like that last round of flames here that you can punish. And once that is done, yeah, that's pretty good, man. Especially for doing commentary at the same time. That was nice. So, very good strategy there.
Now we get to chop some wood.
Oh yeah, with our main man Armstrong. So we're just putting down the wood for Armstrong to chop with his bare fist. Just smashing into it onto another log and chopping it into pieces for us.
And these
so we're just gonna put
spawns-
down this time.
I was gonna say these spawns are random, so I just kind of keep my my little cursor in the middle here, and they get slowly faster and faster. You have 3 lives or 3 Armstrongs in the corner there, so if you miss one, you know, not ideal, but it's not gonna be a big deal. Oh, that one's pretty far away. Okay. Ideally,
Nice.
you don't want the last one to be that far away, but yeah, it's all good.
Yep. All right, good mini game. Not bad. No fails.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting to the scary one.
We both know what's coming up.
Yeah, so this game has some evil mini games, especially, you know, if you're not playing with the traditional touchscreen setup and you're using like a controller or something. There's heavy touchscreen related mini games in this that kind of punish you for not using the touchscreen the same way. So we'll see that here coming shortly. We're just going to dodge these cleavers here. We don't want to get pushed back into them. Dodge all the bats, and we're going to head into another minigame zone where we kind of have to sneak past all of these traps and whatnot.
And what we're going to do is, again, damage doesn't matter, so the fastest way to get through this is just get stabbed in the face with a spike. So we're just going to intentionally fail this. Now, there is a, what is it, 1 in 16 chance that it actually starts on the square that I'm spamming, in which case it gets real awkward, but...
Yeah.
And then this is the nightmare, so I'm gonna... I have a very unconventional grip for how I get through this. This is the bane of this video game.
Yeah, so we were talking about Indiana Jones earlier. This is another one of those moments where you're running from the big boulder. It's going to squash you. So this is extremely hard with a controller because what the game wants you to do is it wants you to use your finger and your DS stylus for each foot. You alternate. But when you're on a controller, you can't really swap back and forth without having to like ram your analog stick back and forth. So Q's actually doing a great job at getting through this on the controller setup. First try, man. Awesome. That thing can stun lock you. You can fail that thing multiple times just because of how unresponsive it can be.
And if you do, it's a workout too. If you do that 2 or 3 times, you're like sweating.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna be swole, big muscles. But we got number 66. This dude's a lot like Alphonse, so that's kind of what the lesson is here when they meet these guys, is, you know, that there are others out there like them who've, you know, fallen victim to alchemy, but some become corrupted. They're trying to avoid that on their path to restoring themselves.
There is actually like a tight frame perfect. You can stop the spin. I missed it every single time, but you can, in theory, get that.
Yeah, so they're brothers, I believe, 48 and 66, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I've seen 2003, but they're basically the same as Edward and Alphonse in a lot of ways. But, yeah, both of these bosses are relatively easy, especially this guy. He kind of just gets destroyed after you set down that statue to bait him. You go behind him and, you know, just knock him with the cannon a couple times, dodge a couple attacks. It's very easy.
And I always stand on his head while I do it. I don't know why.
Just to flex.
I think in theory, if I stand all the way back, I can still hit him, and it might be like 40
A
seconds
little bit faster. Yeah. No big deal. So this part is interesting. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say you can just run straight through that if you take the top lane as soon as you spawn out. And this part, hopefully, okay, thank God.
Yeah, that's a really tight jump, pretty much. It's funny, he was pretty much standing inside of the first spike, and it didn't even bother him. But the previous spike, he was barely touching it, and it knocked him down. So they're kind of a weird hitbox, but yeah, you just want to traverse through those traps the best you can, tight jumps, and then we're going to fight a bunch of actual homunculi and chimeras, so...
I just kind of wait for him to pop out, and then we do the same strat we do every time.
Oh.
I'm getting...
I'm surprised the iframe through that.
Yeah, I'm not doing great on these chimera today.
Hey, it's all good. And then we got the big...
Gets stuck in the corner a lot of times, so that's helpful.
Oh yeah, nice. That was great. Yeah, we got the big Cerberus looking gamer. And we're gonna head into another room full of these things. Oh yeah, this is Tucker, I believe.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I assume the 2003 has, what is it, Nina with the head?
It does. It actually has a way more brutal representation of that scene than Brotherhood, surprisingly. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, I feel like 2003 is really what put that in people's memories for anime. But this right here, this is a stealth minigame. Basically, you just want to avoid that hunter at the top. You're trying to steal his food. So you're just trying to sneak by with Alphonse. You want to knock the fox away as well. So you're doing all this with the touch screen. You're moving and you're calling Alphonse with the little speaker in the top right, and you're just avoiding the dude's line of sight and any foxes that come by because they also want to steal the fish. So you just got to get there before you get captured or before the fox gets there first.
And where this guy goes is kind of RNG, so you can actually, depending on where he decides to go, lose 30 seconds if he goes the wrong way. I'm taking this like super safe.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do. I was just about to say, like, you know, this, if you're trying to go fast, can also kind of be a run killer because he does take random patterns and he can kind of bait you and make you think, oh, wait, he's coming this way. And then you get caught and it's all over. Back to the start.
Yeah, you saw there, he just kind of hovered right by the fish for like 30 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah, and that gets real scary. Sometimes you kind of anticipate it and you go too early and you're like, oh, man. So that was a good job. Very good job keeping it safe. And this is the first greed boss fight.
I always just kind of hang out in his armpit, I say, and then you punch him 4 times slowly. Oh, or you let him hit you, whichever one feels right.
we got the stanky leg. We got the kickoff.
He'll still die here. I got a little too close to the armpit, so it's supposed to look like that.
Yeah, and the reason you do those little light jabs there is because it doesn't activate the longer invincibility frames that like a finisher part of your combo would. So you can really just kind of like jab him a couple times and it's not going to knock him down hard into like a long invincibility window. So you can whittle his health down to where a couple cannons will knock him out before it gets too long.
So right now we're going kind of through a maze. Thankfully we know everywhere to go. But every time we have one of those long empty patches, we're going to spawn enemies, and I'm listening for a sound cue as to when to jump. So that little like portal is I know they've spawned and then I can jump kick them. And then we come back over here and kill whatever spawned on this side. And they did not line up.
Yeah, these guys can spread out weirdly in this area.
That's the one I said I always face plant right into.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be there. You know, it's blended into the forest, man. It's green. What can we say?
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not running this every day like I used to.
Yeah.
So like, that one, that's still getting me. And then up here, we're gonna have to run or jump over a fire. This fire in particular is the hitbox on it is a little wonky, and it can actually hit you on top of that. We got away with it though.
Yep. Nice. Good stuff.
And we just that is not what I wanted to do. And then we gotta switch back to Edward here.
Yep. See, the book matches the color code of the battery looking things here.
Yeah, and you can tell we also get Mustang, we also get going too quick, but that's alright. We also get
like Armstrong, Riza.
And if you do New Game Plus, you can actually play as Mustang and some of the other characters. I think you can play as Scar too. I have not done that, but you know
I haven't either. It sounds really cool, honestly.
I mean, we can open up a new like Mustang category.
All right, man. Yeah, new chapter in FMA DS runs, dude. Sounds fun.
I mean,
yeah, these guys.
I'm back in practice now, so I gotta get a new run.
Yeah, man. Top form. That's what we like to see. I was thinking about doing like my own D-Rust runs before the event as well, but I just kind of watched over our runs and was like, okay, I see what's new now. That's cool. Yeah, here's the next greed fight. So he's actually going into hardened gamer mode. He's gonna get his hard shell on. So this one's a little bit tougher than the first one. He likes to have these phases where he kind of slashes around at you. He'll jump slash you, swipe you, like tackle you. You just want to avoid them until he kind of jumps down from the air. He's going to jump up, and then once he lands is when he's vulnerable, I believe. So he jumped up there.
I have to use the alchemy here first, but yeah.
Yep, that's right. You use the alchemy, and then you punch him a couple times, just like the first phase, into a cannon. And if you do it enough times, you should be able to take him out within a few less cycles than it would normally take without it.
Yeah, it's 2 cannons and 8 punches. Sometimes you can do 3 and 5 punches. I usually try to do 4 and 4, but if you mess up the spacing, it won't screw it up too much.
Right.
And done.
Awesome. That was a really good fight. 2 phases pretty much.
Yeah. We
Good
do
stuff.
have, I think it's Sloth in the 2003 coming up. You can one cycle
Yeah.
her, but it's super tight, so we're going to see if I can do that whenever that comes up, but...
Right.
Oh. Missed it. And this is, you know, more of what we've been doing. Keep running to the right, try to get them to come to me.
Yep, it's easier to be on the opposite side of the screen where there's nowhere else for them to kind of spawn and roam around, because if you group them all in one corner like this, it's easier to get them together for like multiple attacks with the cannon or just even dash attacks with the combat.
Yeah, I saw one guy was... Oh. Okay. Good enough.
There he goes. Okay, not a bad spawning point.
Yeah, right at the exit. We'll take that.
Alright, so we're going down into dungeons now. So, this is where a lot of chimeras are also going to be attacking at once. They're usually pretty lined up on their own, but they do have pretty long invincibility from getting knocked down the first time.
And we're going to see this in a couple of... Oh, I didn't get that spawn.
Wow.
It's going terrible.
Oh, it's all good. We're making it.
Yeah, we got one more coming.
There you go.
And then this screen, I don't know what it is about this screen. It can do this where it bugs out until a bat comes down, and I don't know why.
That's weird. I haven't even seen that before. That's interesting. Alright, yeah, so we're just kind of charging to the end of the room on the left side here just to get down the stairs. We do have to clear everything out in terms of the chimeras before we can go. Once you see that little go symbol is whenever the area opens up to leave. And we're just kind of doing the same thing, cannoning our way through. See the cow got bodied in the background there. These enemies were just too much for him. He couldn't take it. So he just passed out back there.
And the little cows that you see bouncing around are actually health. So you pick them up and they heal. This is where we get to do the super alchemy.
Oh yeah, so all these red symbols here, when we charge it, we're going to be using all of that to make one giant cannon. So regular cannons weren't strong enough, we got to use the big golden one, so exploding the entire screen.
For some reason, this guy's just chilling.
That guy likes to live a lot. I don't know why. It's happened to me a lot too. He's real low profile, I guess.
And I'm taking this game really slow because for some reason the targeting on this particular puzzle is super precise, and if you miss it, you have to redo the whole room. So I was just taking it intentionally a little bit slow.
Right.
I've actually lost like 3 or 4 runs just because I screwed up that. Oh, dude, stop running backwards.
Yeah, he's like, no, please, no cannons. I've seen what you've done to my brethren.
And we're gonna make a couple more of these coming up, where we just kind of another cow.
Get that health, because why not, right?
I mean, it's literally jumping into me, so
yeah.
I love the freeze frame while they're in the air there.
I know. It's like so close to getting jumped. But the cannon always saves. So this is Wrath, which is interesting because this is the homunculus created by the child of Edward's teacher, basically. She couldn't carry her child because of some unfortunate circumstances and tried to bring it back with alchemy, similarly to how Edward tried to do with his mother. And homunculus was created with her child, so that's what Wrath is in 03. And Wrath is pretty interesting. Basically, he will do a couple flips and then throw some spikes at you from the sky. You just kind of want to run to the very far back of the room and avoid these. And once they have disappeared from the roof, you can just kind of run up and blast your cannon off. And pretty simple fight. His flipping is kind of easy to choreograph and, you know, read out.
And there's a few different strats. I know that you and I both do that fight differently. I use Mustang's alchemy. You kind of like animation lock him a little bit. With if you do one punch, you can make him flip, and I saw you doing that.
Oh yeah.
Now this is the sloth fight. If you do the timing like super precisely, you can actually one cycle her. I'm gonna see if I can get it. I think I missed a punch. Oh, did not get it.
Oh man, it's okay. It'll be a 2 cycle, which is still pretty fast. But yeah, the 1 cycle is a little bit of a tight timing. You basically do some precise combo setups into cannons, and she's only frozen for a certain amount of time, basically. So
yeah, you can see
after
I shot the cannon there, and she iframed it like, I don't know if that was 1 or 2 frames or something, but it's super tight.
Yeah. So yeah, for the last hit, you basically just kind of, shoot her again with the cannon, cause her to turn into a puddle, and then you transmutate it, and she's done.
Yeah, I think if I remember, you turn her into ethanol so that she evaporates or something.
Yeah, I think it's something like that, because she's got some interesting, water properties, so this is the last area of the game, I believe, or we're at least getting there. So these big heads basically are just kind of blocking the way. You just want to knock them out. Fastest is just do a couple punches into a cannon versus multiple combos, because these things also get iframes that last a while. So just doing the punches to knock it down enough to get broken by the cannon is the right thing to do.
A little bit more spikes. Oh, there was a gap between.
Oh, that was crazy. Ed lost his footing. He's like, "Whoa, man!"
Yeah, but then he still made it across. But it was
sometimes you just get bullied.
Yeah, just enough to cancel my jump there.
Right.
Hey,
yeah, that was perfect.
Clean runs are no fun, right? We want to see something interesting.
Exactly. So yeah, more of these guys. These guys are kind of the stronger enemies. I think they've gotten more health at this point, if I'm not mistaken. They just kind of become a little bit more annoying to take out. And they also spawn in higher numbers. So you're going to be getting, attacked multiple times over sometimes if they misalign themselves for the cannon shot.
And this is the level I was talking about earlier where health can start to become a problem. And this part right here is where it can become really ugly.
Oh, yeah. So that statue is kind of a fake statue there. It's actually one of the big Chimera enemies, as you can see. They like to shoot fireball projectiles and, all sorts of really powerful attacks. And they have a little bit more health than the last one. So we're going to transmutate a circle here. And, oh, we made it. There we go. Oh! Okay, we're getting there.
I missed the circle because it's really small on the screen. I missed the circle for part of the turnaround and had to fix it.
Yeah, that was good though. We made it. So yeah, sometimes those things can be pretty intricate. Like it'll make you fill in a couple complex patterns back to back. And once again, on controller doing touchscreen stuff, it's tough. It's actually kind of crazy impressive that Cutie's able to do these things on touchscreen with those control schemes.
You are far too kind. Oh. And then for this, we're looking for a pillar that's like a slightly different color. And there it is.
Yep, it's like a little bit lighter than the other ones, and then you can do a transmutation circle in front of it and spawn an elevator. So, gonna be doing this. Yeah, see, filling that out is a lot better than trying to draw that thing on a controller.
Yeah, you can see I wasn't really trying to draw it. I was just spamming left and right, up and down.
Yeah.
And here we are to the final boss.
So this is Dante. So this is the final boss. And interestingly, Rose is an important character in 03, whereas in Brotherhood, she's kind of just a little footnote. So, Dante's going to be, using alchemy to terrorize you with a bunch of really powerful chimeras, rock attacks, things like that. And we're just going to be kind of, reading the patterns of these attacks. That attack right there, you have to move pretty much to the far corner of the screen. She's going to use Cornello's guns, which we just jump on top of and kind of wait out. And then there's going to be some rocks falling. We just run from one side of the screen to the other, from the top to the bottom, and it's easy to dodge.
And we're going to do a few laps of this. As you can see, she's going to do two smalls, a big, and then two smalls, and then a big. If you have low health here, I have plenty of health, so this is great. But if you have low health here, sometimes you can get stun locked in a couple of spots. So I've actually had decent runs die here, even though hopefully, nothing's going to happen here because we got plenty of health. But I have come into this stage with like a sliver of health, and then something stupid like that happens.
Yeah. You never. Yeah, and Dante's attacks are pretty damaging too, compared to some of the other stuff in the game. So it starts to get a lot when you're getting damage tacked on from these guys being out of whack on their patterns, and if you get hit by something silly from Dante's alchemy spam, it gets crazy. But we're doing pretty good so far. Health is still looking good. Just dodging out all these attacks that we drain Dante of their alchemy. Similarly to Cornella, once they use too much alchemy, they've used too much power and they kind of go out that way. So yeah, another big Chimera here. We're just going to knock them out. Same strats we've been using, but with an extra combo because these guys are a little beefier.
And that was actually the last enemy of the game.
Yep, there you go. So time will end once Dante is defeated here.
Oh, actually, we have to do...
on the credits, right?
Yeah. We got to do...
Right.
What's his name? Envy.
Oh, right. Yeah, Envy is after this. I totally forgot about that.
I don't count him as an enemy. It's kind of a fake boss fight. The game ends on like a whimper, sadly. But
yeah, it's kind of like because the ending to 03 leads into the movie, so this is kind of like the cliffhanger in a way. But there was never another game to follow this. But this is just kind of lore-related stuff about the Philosopher's Stone, which functions totally differently in 03. Envy's, shape-shifting into all the characters that have been affected by the storyline and alchemy and whatnot. We kind of just whack away at them because, we're just mashing through text until the game ends at this point.
Yeah, so I'm letting them walk into the fist while also you hold attack to mash through the text faster to speed it up. So I'm simultaneously hitting him and speeding it up just to get through this as fast. Time is coming up here in a couple of seconds as soon as I get through these cutscenes.
Nice.
And time.
Yeah, I'm gonna check you.
Awesome. Good work, man. That was great.
Yeah, I have no idea what that time was, but now the game will just kind of cycle through the intro stuff and everything. But yeah, that was decent. It was an entertaining run. It did not go smoothly, but no huge.
It was a lot of fun.
No huge hiccups.
No, that was a good time, man, and that was good on the estimate. On the time that we have is 33:52. So for a marathon, that's great. Yeah. Very good work, dude. No fail on the boulder minigame. Clutch.
I did fail it 3 times yesterday while practicing, so I gave it a little nervous. I was like, I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do to get through that.
Man. He went ham and it paid off. So very nice work, dude. So is there any last stuff you want to shout out or any final words for us before we head on to the next run here?
Yeah, well, first off, I got to shout out, ASF for having me. This is an awesome event, raising money for a great cause. So to the extent that you feel like contributing, please do that. Stick around. This is, I think, going through Sunday, so we're only in day 1, right? So plenty more anime games coming up. If you care to watch anything that I run a bunch of different games. I'm on twitch.tv/cutie. And then I will also do a shout out one for Glitch joining me. Always better to have someone on the couch hanging out with you. And 2,
thanks, man. Yeah.
I think you are running 9 p.m. PST tomorrow, right? So you got your own game coming out if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, right. So actually I moved. So I'll be tomorrow, Saturday at about 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I'm going to be doing Samurai Champloo as well. So I'll be in the marathon also. But, I had to join your boy Cutie for the dual commentary, for dual sympathy. You know how it is.
Yeah, you got to have 2. Takes 2.
Exactly. It is a group effort. So, yeah, thanks a lot for having us, man. Thank you so much for the shout-outs and for just being a part of the event. It was a great showcase and great commentary. And we'll go ahead and get set up for the next run. Thank you, Cutie.
All right, thank you, everybody. Take care. Stay tuned.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy McNuggets back at it again with another ASF speedrun. Today's edition, Hajime no Ippo. Alright, this is fight night, but anime style. We are going to be whooping on some kids in gym percent. What that means is if you've never seen Hajime no Ippo, we are going to play strictly the boxers out of the Kamigawa gym, which includes Ippo, the world champion Takamura, the really should be the world champion Aoki, Kimura, and Itagaki. That's what we're going to do. And basically, we're just gonna get right into it. I mean, I'll do the explaining as we go, but I will count you guys off. We're gonna play through all of their stories to completion. So I'll count us off with the count of 3. Is that good, Shrimp? All right, so we'll do this. 1, 2, 3, go. Alrighty. So this game is extremely hard. I'm gonna tell you what. This game is really tough. So I'm gonna have to bust out all the stops and try to win. So just take a look at Miyata's moves that he's gonna do. It's gonna be pretty gnarly, but we're gonna get in there and we're gonna beat him. There we go. Just like that. Like that. I guess I'm a little bit better than I thought. It's all good. It's just like the anime, truly. So everyone's story usually starts off with how the anime starts, going through their story. So right now we are Ippo, and we need to learn how to box, except I'm kind of the best in the game, so I already know how to box, so we're really just gonna absolutely demolish our opponents. What's really interesting about this game is the leveling system is broken. It's so extremely broken. So it goes off of boxer ranks, and what that means is, like, that's gonna be your level, basically. So the best way to play this game, in my opinion, because I'm doing pure speed, is to max out all your characters and your skills. So I am ranked 30, which is basically like being level 99, and poor Miyata's level 1, so we absolutely decimated him. So now we know how to box, so it's time to start our actual professional career with Mashiba here and his flicker jab. So we're gonna try to duck under him and get inside of his hitbox and absolutely destroy him. So the timing here is gonna be a little bit wonky. There we go. There we go. That's what we like to see. Getting him down right off the bat. Now, Ippo is an interesting character. He's pretty slow, but his mental state is extremely high, meaning he always gets knocked down, but he's always going to come back. I mean, what better way to have an MC, right? So due to his speed and slowness at the beginning of this game, because we're such a high level, I put all of his stats, or his skills that increases his stats, into his body blow, which is why I'm just sucker punching him into the solar plexus every time we get into the ring. So we're going to do this for a couple fights, and then we'll actually get into what's called a Sunday punch, which I'll explain once we get to that. But for now, we got to go through our rookie tournament, and we're going to fight Sendo, my absolute favorite character in all of Hajime no Ippo. So my Sendo fans, rise up. Our time is now. Unfortunately, we got to beat him to a pulp. But he's my favorite. I mean, the Tiger of Naniwa, just a really strong gamer. I just love his personality in the show. He's my number 1. My number 2 would probably be Takamura. Number 3 would be Aoki. I mean, it's really clear. But I would love to see your guys' opinions. I got the chat open. Like, tell me who you guys like in Hajime no Ippo. That'd be interesting to see. Alrighty, let's go. This is the ultimate Street Fighter challenge. Or Fight Night, I should say. Ultimate Fight Night. We're just going to keep going into it. Luckily, we get to skip all these cutscenes and just get straight into the boxing, because that's what we really want to see anyway. I know you guys want to see some blood. We're going to get in here. Seiki is extremely fast, so he'll be a tough cookie. There we go, breaking his guard. That's going to be good. So to break down the generic skills of each character, the main thing to note is you'll probably see Ippo has this really disgusting, weird, like, yellow glow around him. He's basically Super Saiyan right now, and that's intentional. What we do is I have a skill that increases what's called my heat meter to the maximum, which the more you box, the more hits you get in, the more hits you take. You get this heat meter, which is, like, wrapped around the profile of Ippo, and it's got the 3 little flames on it. So when that's maxed out, it actually increases your stats significantly in the boxing match. It increases your attack power and your defensive power. So I max that out so I can get as much damage as I can. And the other moves I included on my skill tree are actually just skills to increase his actual fighting moves. So in the beginning here, I actually increase his body blow skills to level 3. So my boy Ippo is fighting at 300% damage. I mean, he's nuts. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's pretty significant. We're pretty significantly strong. On top of already being max level, and everyone else is just going to keep slowly leveling all throughout the game. So for the start of each character's run, we're going to have a little bit of just kind of mashing just to get the fastest moves out as fast as we can just to knock them out. So it's going to be good. So let's give Volk a chance. Let's see what he's got. Okay, nice little jab up. Dang, that's it though. That's all he's got. There is an Ippo game, yes. There's actually, what's funny is there's actually a multitude of Ippo games. There's a couple for the PlayStation 2. The most notable is like Victoria Boxer for the States. And there's one for the Game Boy Advance even. I'm currently playing the one for the PlayStation 3. But my all-time favorite one, I must admit, is the typing game. There's actually a Hajime no Ippo typing game, which, shout out to Risk Restar. He did a lot of the routing and figuring out how to make that fast. I did a couple speedruns of it. It was really fun. But today I gotta showcase the most fun one, in my opinion, which is the PS3 for sure. So right now we are fighting Eijiro Date, the current champion. Oh, there we go. The current champion of Japan for the featherweight class. So we're gonna try to beat him and get the title. And this is actually where the anime version is going to change from what we're gonna be doing. Oh, he's coming out swinging. Okay. Too bad I had to dodge it, and that's it. Guys, claps all around. Hajime Ippo, Makunochi Ippo is now officially the Japanese champion for the featherweight class. Just like that. It's just that easy, dude. But now you see that the story tree is actually going to shift. So in the manga, that fight would take a slightly different turn. But right now, we are gaming, we're going fast, so we're going straight to the World Championship route. We're getting out of there. But we got to defend our title once or twice. Ooh! That's gotta hurt. We're going straight. So now we're back into Volk. So it's gonna be a lot of these fights going through the anime and the manga. Alright, buddy, come on, get up, get up. I ain't got time for this. I ain't got time for your sass. Ooh, nice little dodge there. It's unfortunate, it's just not gonna matter. He's down again. This looks more fun than typing, I hope. They both got their charms. The interesting thing about this game is, in my opinion, it had the potential to be one of the greatest boxing games of all time. The hard part, the kind of the hard pill to swallow, is the fact that the leveling is so drastic to where there's no real way to reset your character's level unless you just restart the whole game. So you kind of just get like a one playthrough and you're done. Because at that point, you're so highly leveled, it's really easy to just demolish everybody. Because the mechanics and the skills are a really good implementation of like what a boxer would be. You really get to set up how you'd want your boxing to go. But the leveling just makes it crazy. Alright, so now this is the first fight from the end of Ippo's run, where we're going to use what's called our Sunday Punch. Now, a Sunday Punch is basically just like your signature move. So Ippo's signature move is a body blow. I think it's called a liver blow in the anime and manga. So we're gonna dive in, give him a couple hooks. That time Mashiba couldn't handle a second one, but we're gonna give him a couple hooks and then give him two really mean hits right to his body, and it will just absolutely demolish his health. We're gonna take out full health bars in one go because we're still really early on in the game. And it's going to be insane. So, there he goes. He didn't even get to the Sunday Punch. He couldn't even handle these hooks. Unfortunately, I will spoil this run. Unfortunately, we will not get to see the Dempsey roll. from Ippo. We are just too strong, too fast, that we're just going to use his liver blow, his Sunday punch, all throughout the game. So this is where the core stats, or the core skills that I have set up for Ippo are going to take place. Where we have his max heat, which is going to increase his attack and defense. His maximum... Boom! Gone. See you later next week! His maximum Sunday punch, which is going to give him like 40% more damage again on top of that. And then his other skill that I have is Mashiba's sister, encouragement. I forget her name. I think it's Kumi. Her encouragement, which increases my attack again. Ooh, he's getting mad. Too bad it's not gonna matter. Yeah, unfortunately this game does not have Takamura fighting the bear. I wish it did. Believe me, I wish it did. Victorious Boxer for the PS2 actually has it as a playable character. But not this one. So unfortunately it's just the pure boxers in the manga. This game actually goes up to a little bit past Ippo's run of the OBPF. I don't know what chapter number that would be, but it goes pretty decently far in the manga. So far that we're going to see Alfredo Gonzalez and, of course, the living legend Ricardo Martinez. Alright, we're back. We're back with our favorite. Ooh, he's coming out swinging. We need to make sure we don't get hit by that that hammer smash, because that will hurt. Because the further we go, the more they're going to level up as well, and so it actually will get tougher. So by the end of Ippo's run, I'm actually going to have to show some real skill and try to do it quickly. But the main thing we're always going to try to do is beat everybody out in the first round, because these are real boxing rules. And with real boxing, there's what's called the technical knockout, which you can only get knocked down onto the mat a couple of times before they're going to call it for you. So now it's like 3 times and you're done. You're out of here. So we're going to keep trying to get them each round. So unfortunately, Sendo, we got to send you home packing. What a dodge. What a dodge. He just didn't even see it coming. Look at that. Bam. Smack down on the mat. Yatta, we did it once again. Let's see who's next on the roster. Who's next? Who wants a piece? Oh, Seiki's coming back for more. Oh, heck no, dude. What a chump. We probably won't really see the green eye instinct. Mostly because we're just going to be gaming. And yeah, there we go. Got that last little bit. So, as you can see, now that they're guarding, we're trying to break their guard. We can't just beat them in a full combo anymore. But Ippo's data, his like hitbox data, is so weird that his Sunday punch has such a long recoil that I'm actually able to attack again if I'm quick enough. So if it doesn't get him down, oh, still too strong. Still too strong. Would this work on the PS4? I am not sure. But fun fact for this game is that Hajime no Ippo for the PS3 was actually released in 2014. So it's very late in the life of the PS3. Ooh, we got a little bit of dancing here. See you, sucker. Don't matter. So 2014. So this is extremely late in the PS3 era, because I believe the PS3 got released in 2007? 2006 or 2007. I think 2007. I could be wrong. So the fact that this got released in 2014, well into the PS4 era, because the PS4 got released in 2012, it's pretty bad to have it here. But that's why it looks so good and it plays so good, is because it got released so late. If it was on the PS4, that would have been way better. Woo! Good hit there. No blocking. That's what we want to see. No blocks. But we're going to fight Imai, Itagaki's arch rival. Kind of like a clone of Ippo, an upcoming Ippo clone. They kind of look alike, besides the bushy eyebrows, oddly enough. Woo! This is about where I am in terms of the whole entire anime and manga. In terms of where I'm at personally, Itagaki is joining his rookie tournament. So I'm pretty far, not too far though.
Ouch. See you later, sucker. See you later, boy. I don't think we'll be seeing him again. Ippo's story is the longest story that we're going to see in this round. So if you guys are like, wow, we're really just beating up kids. Yes, we are. And we're going to be doing it for a while. But it's going to be all good. All right. Let's fight Manabu Itagaki. He is like the fastest character in the game. He is ultra scary. So this one will be a little bit interesting. Woo! And he's got max heat. And let's get this last little bit here. There we go. All right, that's one. Sheesh. It was like Muhammad Ali out there. I didn't even see him dancing around. Holy. Man's cracked. See if we can get him again. Woo! He's going. Ooh, he's going. Ooh, he don't want to let me in. He don't want to let me in. Let me in, buddy. Come on. There we go. See ya! He's quick. He's quick. He's hard. The main thing about Ippo's timing in this game. Timing is everything. Because you'd think it'd be positioning with whether you're going to be infighting or not. But it's actually the timing. Because you have your strafes and everything, you know, you can duck out of everything, but woo! But we need a time. If we can dodge and weave out of their hooks, it's free game. We're gonna go ham. As you guys can see, ain't no sweat. Alright, Randy boy. Randy boy, this fight is really stinky, just straight stinky. This Randy boy has an awful technique that he's going to release right now. That's actually going to lower my heat. It's his intimidation move because of the way he stands, where he just stands openly. It's just going to be unfortunate that it's just not going to matter. Ooh, perfect guard. That's rare. There we go. Get him with another one right there. Finish him off. Perfect. So because we don't have that max heat, it's actually really tough to get down Randy because now he can guard and not break his defense. So let's see if we can get a couple jabs in to lower his defense and then see if we can get this going. Oh, but he got a perfect guard, so it's not gonna matter. Let's back out of this. Alrighty. Let's get one more. Oh, ran out of stamina right at the last second. Alright, let's see if we can catch him. Ooh, let's catch him. Come on, buddy. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's why like the game, the ranking system in this game is so crucial. Like this is why it's so wide of a gap, because at this point, Randy's probably ranked between 15 and 20, and I'm ranked 30, so we're pretty close. But even like the levels that I'm at, it's still pretty intense. Alrighty, he's out of here. See ya! Get the stretcher out, boys. Get the stretcher out. He's getting out of here. Alright. Now, the last fight of Ippo's story mode. Can you believe it? We're already done with Ippo. That fast. But don't worry, we got some more characters we're going to run through. But this one is super tough. Miyata is really hard, so I'm actually going to really have to try here. Got the blocks. See if we can... Ooh, not enough to break it. Woo! We can dodge his jab. Or, that works too. Let's go. Get him on the down. Yeah, Miyata is definitely ranked 20 or more, so we actually need to avoid getting hit by him, because it is gonna hurt. Especially if we get his R1, which is his special move. Not a Sunday Punch, but his special move, because that will take a lot of damage. Ooh, nope. There we go. Oh, he's quick! He's quick! There we go. See ya! Alright, one more. One more, gamers. One more, and we'll be the OBPF champion. Gotta get it. We ain't no chump. We've been around the block a couple times. We're not a chump. Alright, my boy Ippo's got it.
Oh, there it is. Ooh! Snap! Gaming. Actually might be an Epo PB for me. I'm not even gonna lie. Look at this timer here. 1925? I think that actually is a PB for me for Epo Story. Hey, you see here first. Not only do we see Epo here, but a new PB? Sheesh. Alright, guys. We're done with Epo Story. We gotta skip all that, and there's no time to celebrate. We gotta game out. So we're gonna use the best character in this game, Takamura, against Brian Hawk. His are actually tough because... One more. There we go. Takamura's tough because these are actually on the world stage. This is where he's trying to be the world champion. So there is no technical knockouts. Meaning that we actually have to knock them down so many times that they just straight up give up and can't get up anymore. Like, we're actually going to beat them down to nothing. Ooh, you got a good job there. Not good enough, son. Sit down, Brian! Sit down, son! We're channeling the power of the eagle, the bear, the falcon, the hawk, everything. Alright, buddy. Ooh! Had to do it to him. Had to do it to him. Had to do it to him. Brian has to be knocked down, I believe, a total of 5 times. Since he's rank 5 in this fight, we're rank 30, so it's pretty bad. But he's only ranked 5. I think we only have to knock him down 5 times. But we'll see. Woo! Nice. So because there's no technical knockouts and we have to knock them all down at once, it's really tough to get it all in the first round. So if we can get a first round knockout for both boys, we're good. There we go. There we go. See you in America, buddy. The belt's staying in Japan. Alrighty. Brian's a lot easier. But David Eagle, that man. Whew, this is going to be scary. He's got to get knocked down 6 or 7 times. So if we can get it first round, we are extremely gaming. But we're gonna try to get this. There we go. Nice. There's one. There's one. Get up, buddy. Get up. I know you got more in the gas tank. Yeah, Takamura is extremely good. He has like the highest attack, the highest stamina, and his jabs are extremely quick, which is really good. Because what I can do here is when I give him a quick jab, if I can make sure I connect with him, even if he guards, I can go through my full Sunday punch, and that guard break is just, it's not holding up, alright? I mean, it's like Michael Jordan dunking on a toddler. It's not even fair out here. See you, David. Shoot! It's good. This is going good so far. Not a lot of dodging. I think 2 more times and we've got him. Let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get this. This is the world stage. There's a lot at stake here. The fate of Japan is on my shoulders. I know you got more in the gas tank. Come on, buddy. Takamura is one of my favorites because his is short, but at least he gets more than just 1 fight, which we'll see later on. It's kind of a cool little run. Ooh! Yikers! Let's see if he gets up. I don't know the exact count of where he's at, but we're gonna see if he gets up. He's struggling. All right. So this should be the last one. This should be the last one. We got 20 seconds to knock him down. Let's see if we can do it, gamers. Oh, just like that, son. See you later. That's 2 world championships for the kid. Sheesh. It's that easy. It's just that easy.
Celebrate. Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate. Nice. Alright, Takamura is done. Now we're going to get to some really short matches. So now we got to play Aoki, another member of the Kamigawa Gym, which he only gets one fight, which is his title fight for the lightweight champion, or junior lightweight. I think it's just lightweight. No frog punches. We're just gonna unload on these hooks. But Aoki's got the same setup, just like Takamura. He's got max heat meter. He's got max hooks, actually. And then he has his girlfriend's encouragement, which gives him a really big stat boost. So we're going to try to beat this guy. There we go. One more and he's done. That's how quick these fights are with a max rank. It's insane. I wish we could do the frog punch. I would love to do it, but it's just way too slow of an animation. So instead, we're just going to throw some gnarly hooks and end this bad boy. We're going to knock him out. See if we can get this going. Ready? Ooh! Good dodge. Ooh. Got him. Didn't stand a chance. That's 4 championships now to the Kamigawa Gym. Let's go for 5, baby. Let's go for 5. Lightweight champion of the world. Let's go, Aoki. You deserve your time. But you can't have the one twin without the other, because now it's time for Kimura fighting against Mashiba, which, funnily enough, this actually got its own special movie, this fight between Kimura and Mashiba, which is actually a very great film. I recommend. Let's go. Really good start. So it's probably really hard to see it because of how fast that is, but I'm actually going to do a quick dive with Kimura right under his flicker jab and get straight into the body blows. That is going to be the fastest way out of this. So if we can get that 3 times in a row, you've basically secured the fastest speedrun you can. So that's really good. If we can get one more, that's a PB for me for him, which is insane. PB for personal best. My best time I've ever gotten. Let's see if we can get him. Let's see if we can one round this. See if we can get a perfect. Oh, shit! There it is! See you later, Mashiba. You had to lose so many times, man. Let's go. Shut. Alrighty. Now we're the junior lightweight champion. So now we're on to our last fighter, which is Itagaki. Now, guys, I'm telling you, do not blink. Ladies and gentlemen, do not blink. You will miss the fight. Watch the speed on this man. We're gonna unload. Where does he keep it? Where does he keep the strength? Where does he keep the speed? This man is a cheetah. Itagaki actually has unlimited hooks and unlimited body blows. And you can actually mix them back and forth. So you can actually have a mix of these hooks and body blows. We're straight up Luffy'd with the Gatling gun. Alright, we are just going hard on the kid. So it makes it really fast. Really, really, really fast. Which is going to be really good. On to the next. On to the next. So, like I said, this game is extremely fun. I recommend anyone to play it. A first-time playthrough is always really good, and getting the skills to like equip to your boxer is just so awesome. It's gonna unload on him. There we go. The other really good thing about this game that I have to mention, because I say it every time I play, is I really enjoy the size of the characters that they make. It sounds really weird, but the boxers actually feel really big, and they feel like they have power behind their hits. Like, look how big Itagaki is for his like size and speed that he's supposed to have in the series. He's extremely big in this game. I mean, you saw Takamura. That man was a giant, just absolute unit, a refrigerator standing in the ring. So I really like how the size feels really good in this. I feel like there's a lot of modern fighting games that try to slim down their characters, but honestly, I'm trying to look at these big buff men just absolutely bodying each other. That's the kind of stuff I'm trying to see. And it just feels really good, you know, you really feel the impact of the punch on these. Like, not only am I going fast, but I mean, it feels like I am wailing on him, which is just the best feeling in the world. You feel just so good. So this is going to be a pretty smooth ride to the end now. We've kind of gotten out all our hard fights, so we're just going to ride Itagaki all the way to the end like this, because this stamina is never ending with this kid. We're just gonna keep going through. It's gonna be insane. His is really fast. He has a lot of fights, but when you're just wailing on him on the hooks like that, it's just so quick. It's so extremely quick. His speedrun is just so fast. It's almost hard to like even compete with other people, because when you just rush in and do this, the only thing you're hoping for is that they don't block. Because if they block, you're gonna have to break their guard, and then you're gonna have to beat them up. But if you can do a quick dive straight into hooks, then you're gaming. You've got the fastest time in the world. Now, I am on the last person of this, so I do want to give a shout out to Nylan for helping me route a lot of this. He went in and looked at a lot of the values of this game to see what kind of skills were the best. Him and I did a lot of looks at like which Sunday punches or which combinations were going to work best. But the skills are really what makes it quick, because the skills are actually what gives us enough strength, speed, and sometimes even stamina to go in and break their guard faster, to just knock them out as quick as we can. So big shout out to the boys over at ASF, especially for hosting me. This is always just a fun time getting on here, just memeing out on my favorite games. I mean, getting to show Ippo for the first time ever on ASF is just such a good feeling. You know, I always want to showcase these games well. I always want to bring some good energy, some good laughs and everything. So I hope you guys are really enjoying this one. This has been one of my favorite anime games I've ever done speedruns of, which is really fun. All right, Malcolm Ghetto, let's finish up this bald baby and move on to the world stage. Ghetto, this fight for Malcolm Ghetto is actually really tough in a first playthrough. He's very interesting to tackle, so it's really fun to get to wail on him now in this setting. Let's go. Yeah, he's gnarly. So I'm actually playing Gym Percent is what we're calling it here at ASF. This is actually a unofficial category. So a lot of the boys here in the house that we've been hosting with, we had a lot of back and forth before we started of who are we going to include in the Kamigawa Gym, because if you look at the lore, technically Miata was a part of the gym, but after talking to DBK, our beautiful host, love that guy to death, he was like, you know what, man? I mean, if he's gonna leave on like the first 2 episodes of the whole series, why are we gonna include him? You know what I mean? And it just shortens the time a lot for the speedrun, which is kind of nice. You know, there's a lot of lore. He's definitely a former member, but he is not a member, so we left him out. So, unfortunately, no Miata in this one. Nice. No Miata, but he is a fun character to play in this game, too. He is extremely fast. And basically, his speedrun is just spamming jabs. You just jab him to death, like, because it's so fast and it always connects. You can just spam jabs. The optimal way is actually using his Sunday Punch, but the further you get, the harder it is to break the guard for it, because his Sunday Punch is so short that we just unleash the jabs on him, and it's incredibly fast. It's really fun to see, and he's a big man in this game. It's really fun. All right, let's go, Randy Boy. Randy Boy is always the same in everybody's stories. It is going to be exactly the same, where he's going to try to lower our heat gauge. But fortunately, Itagaki is an extreme gamer, so it's not even going to matter. We're going to have to break his guard, unless he just lets us in. Nope. 07, he tried. 07, he tried. Let's go. I see some of the memes and chats about Budokai. That is my main game. Funnily enough, if this game played slightly different with the leveling system, this would definitely be one of my main games. But it's so fun. I love coming back and trying to reroute and make some of these faster and get on the boards. It's always a good time. The Granny Boy's gonna get up one more time. Ooh, 8 count. So there actually is a bit of RNG when it comes to these speedruns. Not just for like attacks, but the way that they get down. So every AI has the opportunity to get up on 2 different counts. They either get up on the 7 count or they get up on the 8 count. If they get up on the 8 count, usually they're trying to get a little bit more health regenerating. But sometimes they'll get up on the 7 count. Which is beneficial depending on how you want to run your game. So the more 7 counts you get, you're technically saving like 2 or 3 seconds each time. So it's technically the optimal way you would want your opponent to be. All right, we're fighting Miata. This one's gonna be tough because he's gonna do a lot of dodging. There we go. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt in the morning. So Miata's extremely fast too. So I'm actually going to mix up diving inward for my hooks or to the side because Miyata's going to want to jump around. So I kind of have to get a read on how he's going to want to play. Oh, but he let me in right there. See you, sucker. Not going to be able to recognize him after that. His own mom won't even be able to love him. Holy! Miyata's got such cool shorts colors. The colors in this game are really beautiful. I really enjoy them. Really enjoy them. Ooh. Sights up. There we go. Out like a light. Like a light. Out like a light. Let's go. We have a couple more fights here for Itagaki. His is a pretty long story, so we have a couple more. But they're gonna go by really quick. Gotta fight my boy Sendo. Love Sendo. He's always such a great character. He actually is really fun to play in this game too. His smash is a really fun combo because it actually requires quite a few different inputs. Like you don't just have to spam with Sendo. You actually have to do like a jab, a hook, and a body blow, and even a straight. So it uses a little bit of everything, and I just think that's so much more fun to actually like use your combos to get to play. So a full story run of this is really fun. I always really enjoy it because everyone plays extremely different in this game. Like they're not clones. They're really not clones. They all play really different, which is extremely fun. Unfortunately, Sendo's colors in this game, I don't know why they give him this weird brown. It's kind of a sham. The orange looks good with it though. I will say it doesn't look bad, but like out of everybody's drip, they could have gave him some better ones. But let's go, knocked him down. Now I've heard there's actually secret costumes in this game. I still have yet to figure out how to unlock them, but there's a couple secret ones, and I'd love to know what they are or how to get them. Maybe someday. I think they include Aoki's Lost Bet haircut, where they have to shave him like a broccoli. And they also have Takamura's Street Brawler look, where his hair's not slicked back. It's actually just like down in his face when he fights David Eagle. Because he's actually fighting so hard, his hair just falls down. Which is a really cool look, because it actually has like the green eye of the instinct that was mentioned earlier. So it's a really fun time. Alright, let's fight our MC. Unfortunately, he's a bad boxer, so we're just gonna demolish him. His guard is really strong, though. He's also got cool colors. This game just opts straight out for the red. I don't think you get to see his blue trunks at all before his championship reign, but still a good luck. Ooh, he let go of his guard. Mistake, Ippo. That was a mistake, kid. Sit down. Alrighty. Now it's time for the true gamers. For the true gamers of this. The two highest ranking boxers straight out of Mexico. Don't mess with Mexican boxers, man. They are so good, and we're about to face one of them. Alfredo Gonzalez. Let's see if we got him. Keep the stamina up. There we go. There's one. There's one. Don't get up. Don't get up, buddy. It's not going to end well for you. I'm telling you, man. So if anyone wants to run the sticks in Fight Night, I mean, you just know. Just know I'm about it. I'll play anyone any day. I've been playing this game for a long time now. Y'all don't want the smoke. Y'all already seeing this on display on the speedrun. Y'all don't want the smoke. Y'all do not want the smoke. But in all honesty, recommend the game. 10 out of 10. Or I'll give it an 8 out of 10 because of the leveling system. If the leveling system was corrected, 10 out of 10. Instantly. Best boxing game in the world. Keep the channel sometime. I'll probably make a video talking about it more in depth. It'll be fun. Okay. Well, Mexican boxer number 1, down, Alfredo Gonzalez. So we're actually going to head into the last boxer of the game, which means that time will come up pretty soon once we beat the living legend, Ricardo Martinez. He is so difficult in an any percent route. If you're starting from level 1, rank boxer level 1, he's so extremely tough. But we still have to knock him down 3 times. So we're gonna knock him down 3 times. But on the 3rd knockdown, even though it'll say KO, the time won't actually stop until we get the sepia tone. But I'll let everybody know when that time's gonna stop. But for now, we're just gonna keep unloading on these hooks. And you actually need to beat Ricardo Martinez in the 1st round through everyone's story, because he actually switches his skills and gets extremely hard if you get past the 1st round. Like he just switches up the game. It's one of his skills, and he just unloads on you. Get up, buddy. Get up for your last knockdown. Alrighty, so this is going to be the last knockdown, so time's going to come up here pretty soon. And, alright. So time's going to come up. I'll let you know when it's going to stop. We're going to wait for this sepia tone, this color, on the results screen. And time. That's it. That is it. Hajime no Ippo, gym percent. We just went through every single boxer in the Kamigawa gym, which is basically like half of the game, including all the boxers. You have, so the other people we didn't fight were like Miyata, we didn't get to use him. You actually get to play as Mashiba. My king, Sendo. You actually get to fight as Volg. His character is really weird to play as. Of course, the champion, Eiji Rodate. And you actually get to play as Sawamura. But you don't get to bite at anybody, so, you know, it doesn't matter. We're not Evander Holyfield. Or I guess it's Mike Tyson. Yeah, but that's it. It's a super awesome game. Shout out to the boys for letting me get on here and showcase this. It's always so fun. I recommend this to anybody, even as a speedrun. It's such a fun speedrun to do. Because boxing games are so fun. I mean, I used to love playing like Fight Night as a kid, so getting to play this in an anime setting is just so fun. But that's it, guys. That's me, McNuggets. All my socials are just McNuggets on YouTube, X, or Twitter. Here on Twitch, it's just McNuggets. So thank you guys for letting me do this. It's been a blast, and I'm looking forward to the next runs. I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot of good ones. So.